All right, everybody, welcome to our channel. To the live tonight, we got our special guests, the man, the myth, the legend, Pro Monkey in the house. What's happening, Pro Monkey? How you doing?
What's up, bud? What's going on?
Hey, I am very honored to have you on here tonight. I've been a fan of yours for over a year and a half. I've been watching your channel. You were very instrumental with me starting my channel. I don't know if you remember when I was asking you questions about equipment, and you were very to the point and said GoPro.
Oh, about camera equipment. I'm like,
Yeah.
there's no way in the hell Dr. Harley was asking me about equipment related to bikes. I'm like, oh, camera stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Getting started. And of course, Heather from Motoblonde says Insta360. So what do? I order the Insta360. I order the GoPro Hero 10, and
Yep.
I tried the Insta360 in the garage. Everything's fisheye in the garage for some reason. I don't understand it. But I want to thank you. You're very instrumental in me getting going. I don't try to emulate what you do because of the fact of, I got to be true to myself, and I don't want to be a carbon copy of Professional Monkey. If I did, it'd be like Professional Chimpanzee.
We all just got to be, and I think that's the secret to this whole thing is you just got to be yourself. Like, be you, no matter, don't be anything but you, like that's it. And when people said like how, because I guess the channel, it's leveled out and now it's kind of normal, but it blew up kind of quickly, I guess. Not bragging, just reality.
Yep.
And they were like, what's the thing? And I'm like, just be you. Don't be anything but you. Don't worry about product stuff. Don't worry about because I see channels sometimes that they've already like come and go, but they start and they talk like they're already big, and they talk about sponsors and they talk about crap like that when they're very, very small. And it's just really awkward and weird. And like, that's not why we do this. We do this to have fun and make friends and build a community and work on our bikes and learn from each other. And if you do that and people like you, then it'll get big. Like don't worry about that crap, just have fun.
That's exactly it. I have fun doing this. I really do. I enjoy creating the content. I'm not good at it with the camera work because it's just me in the garage.
I'm not either.
And I'm trying to do all the step by step. And what led me to do this all, that's my wife, by the way.
Hey, Melissa.
And my buddy, Rob Alex, who actually lives down in Ormond Beach. What's up, Rob? Good to see you, my brother. He's actually a little brother, like a little brother to me. He's in Ormond Beach. He's a good dude. But
Ormond Beach, I think, is about 4 hours. Where's Ormond? In that Orlando,
right outside of Daytona.
Yeah, Central Florida. Yeah, it's about 4 hours for me.
Oh, right on. So what really got me started is I used to watch John Maxwell.
Yeah.
And then his business took off to the point where he didn't have the time to, do the videos anymore. Mm-hmm. And I felt the need for it because I missed watching it. And I says, hey, and I followed you at the same time and subscribed. I says, let me reach out and see if anybody, will help me out at all. Yeah.
John Maxwell's awesome. When I was just watching YouTube during the pandemic, trapped at home, like we all were, Maxwell was one I watched regularly and had notifications on every single video and stuff. Cause I just liked the way he did installs and stuff.
Yep.
And it was the wife that was like, we're all stuck at home, losing our minds, et cetera, et cetera. And she was like, go to a video about Sturgis. That's actually how the channel started. And I was like, okay. So I went out and I talked about where to stay and stuff. And people watched it. And kept going, Well, yes. So Tiger is exactly right. Those forks, what do you do with a 14 over fork? How much oil I put in there?
Well, normally, depending on the springs that are in there, I'm going to, whatever, like Legend stock. Suspension, it's less.
They're stock.
They're stock. So what you want to do?
Just a longer tube.
I would go with the measurement for the stock suspension because there's a measurement. It goes from the top of the fork down. Some are like 46 millimeters. Some are 140 millimeters. And, whatever it is from stock, I don't have a book in front of me to give you an exact answer. But, that's what I would go with. and go from
But
there.
even the
Or,
tubes being 14 inches longer is not going to take more oil?
oh yeah, it'll take more oil because you're going to
Yeah.
measure the oil from the top of the fork down
Oh, okay.
to where the top of the oil goes. The other
Damn.
suggestion I have is if you know who made your forks, you can always reach out to them or check their website. They might have a measurement for you.
That's part of the issue with this bike. It was built the chopper was built as it sat when I bought it 23 years ago
Right.
by a guy named Doc, oddly enough. And
Mhm.
Doc was from down here. He was an old school builder, and my buddy Captain and he were really, really tight. And Captain wanted we got to think this bike was built in 2000. He wanted an American chopper, blah, 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 but didn't have West Coast choppers money.
Yeah.
So Doc, I love what the bike actually was. It was an old school builder trying to douche out a legitimate chopper. You know what I mean? Like the frame is Pawco. You can still buy that frame today for $2
Yep.
grand. I looked, they still sell it frame today. It's a legitimate skinny, but Doc's trying to like put spikes and shit all over it and like make it kind of like 2000-ish. Here I am 23 years later pulling all that crap off, trying to make it look like it's supposed to look.
Yeah, because it's
And
more weight, and more weight makes it slower.
not even just that, it just looks, in my opinion, it looks silly. It had one of those giant headlights, those giant teardrop headlights. It was mounted upside down on the tree, so it hung down below. You know what I mean? Like
You know
it
what
was
look
very
cool on
2000.
you know what look really cool on that? And I'm a big fan of the old school choppers. I mean, my old man had a 14 over Springer front end on his pan head. So
Yeah.
I mean that the epitome of chopper is the dual square headlights with the yellow lenses.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the
I
step up king queen seat. That would just
oh that's
that would be
that's already in the
that would
works.
be tits.
The headlight I have, I think is a 7-inch, but it's the finned with
Right.
the built-in machined
Right.
visor. So it's kind of an old school headlight.
So think
But
about that idea.
the king and queen seat's gonna be on there. The headlight's gonna be a single round
Okay.
because I need to be able to see, et cetera, et cetera. But it is gonna have a handmade king and queen on it when it's done. The local dude here who doesn't know he's gonna do it, but Quality Handmade is a shop not far from here. It's a young guy who's really, really talented. But I need the bike done basically before I can take it to him and say, make my seat.
Right.
Because he needs to make a pan to
Yep.
follow, you know what I mean, the
The
exact
contour,
line.
the
So I gotta
twisty
get it
part,
done. Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to
So
answer a
that'll
quick question here. Goat Glide asked me, for a few of us that are new subscribers tonight, what's my history and what do I do? Well, my history is I've been in the motorcycle scene like you my whole life. You know, my old man had a panhead chopper from the 60s, and you know, he kept it up through 80s into the 90s. You know, and the bike just disappeared after he passed away. Unfortunately, I wish I had it. But I've been in bikes my whole life. Here in Connecticut, we have technical high schools where I would spend 1 month in a shop and 1 month in an actual traditional classroom. And I took
that's Ghost
automotive
Bike, by
shop.
the way.
So after that, I went in the Army. Well, let me back up. Before I went in the Army, I worked for Bill's Harley Davidson in Bridgeport, Connecticut before I was 18 as a helper in the shop. And then when I turned 18, Bill put me out, gave my own lift and everything. And I did my first fork. My first job I did was set of forks, and they just told me take them apart. And, you know, I took them apart without thinking preloads and not knowing any of that. And it just blew up in my face. I went in the Army and I started wrenching on Apache helicopters. And after I left active duty, I went to National Guard and I was wrenching on Chinook helicopters, became a flight engineer. I'm a ASE certified automotive technician, master level. So my mechanical knowledge spans everything from model engines to helicopters. That's my experience. And what do I do on my channel? I do just about everything. I'll do step-by-step how-tos the best I can. I do some motor vlogging. I do rallies. I do bike nights. I do dealer visits. Just about everything. I just don't want to stick to just one thing because to me it gets stagnant. So I try and do everything I can. Let's
It's
see.
a good channel. It's good stuff. I mean, like this, we need people with legitimate knowledge. Everything I know, which is very little, is just from putting my hands on it.
Yeah.
Like I have no, other than being a kid and my dad saying, I bought this part today for the Harley, put it on, and throwing it at me. That was like, so I'd go out there and put a chrome battery cover on the Sportster. I'd go, that kind of crap. Like it was a lot of chrome dress up stuff, and he would give it to me and go put that on the bike. And then, years later, he would buy a bike, and then by that point, it was he would just buy a part and leave it on the counter in my house. He would stop by, and that meant next time I'm over, you're putting that shit up. So it was a lot of like dress up stuff, but it comes from when I was a kid. My parents couldn't afford to pay someone to do it. So if you wanted chrome whatever on your bike, you better figure out how to put it on yourself. You want a chrome chain guard? You want a chrome, like, you know what I mean? Like you got to do it yourself or it's not going to get done. So it was a lot of fun, actually. I really enjoyed it. The problem is today I do my own stuff and still dad's still coming over with a box of parts going, put this shit on my bike. And I'm like, I don't have time for that right now. I'm building the chopper and I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And I have a job,
Yep.
like, so it's,
yeah, you're traveling all over the world, I see.
Yeah, it had stopped, obviously that little pandemic thing happened, but it's kind of back on now. I mean, I leave for LA in 2 weeks and I'll be there for 4 or 5 days. I did decide to stay a few days on and I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna go meet the CEO of Advan and we're gonna ride around LA.
Yeah.
So I've been to LA a million times, but I've never ridden there. I always had a rental car or some crap, right? But I'm gonna have a loaner bike from Harley this time, and we're gonna go to Griffith's Observatory, and we're gonna run the PCH, and we're gonna go Mulholland, and all the things the great California rides that are still there, even though the traffic's hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be fun.
And to answer cohorts, yes, they did laugh at me. I think a couple of them pissed their pants. They laughed so hard. But I want to give a shout out to a lot of other YouTubers that are in here. Ray's Motor Life, Ride the Biker, Mid Tennessee Concrete. Now that's Dallas, right?
That's Dallas, yeah.
Yep. Hey,
all
Dallas.
Good dudes. All good dudes.
Let's see. Ride the Biker, Northeast Racing
diagram will help. Oh, I'm sorry.
Moto Noggin. Like to welcome everybody here. And hey, guys, thank you for my new subscribers. I appreciate it. But if you don't know by now, I don't know if you've seen it. I'm giving away a pair of sunglasses from Inferno USA.
I hadn't seen that yet.
Yeah, I actually have a video of it up there. Basically, you got to like the video. You got to subscribe to the video and leave a comment, subscribe. And it's going to be selected live literally next week of the winner randomly. I'm going to, for full transparency, I'm going to be using the wheel of names. All the names are going to be put in there. I'm going to click spin, and whoever it picks, that's who it gets. That's who's getting it. And I pay all the shipping out to you. And I throw in some, stickers, and I have my own poker chip, which I'm going to get you when they give you some in Daytona, if you don't mind, and some stickers. So if you're a new subscriber, you didn't know that, please enter. The only thing I say that the only person who can't enter is my wife, because then that's kind of, like inside trading.
Just buy her the damn glasses, man. Don't,
Yep. Hey, Droop's in the house. Hey, Droop. Yeah, Droop already entered.
Yeah,
I just don't want to see Droop topless with those sunglasses on.
I do. Droop's a pretty woman, I tell you.
Well, you put a mop head on him. Yeah, sure. Why not? Give him a wig.
Northeast Racing. What's my background? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, where I'm from, St. Louis, Missouri, originally. Born and raised there. Lived there my whole life. Met my wife a long time ago. She moved to St. Louis, and then after living in St. Louis for a few years, she was like, I need to go back to Florida, where she's from, Miami, born and raised. So we moved back down here for her almost 15 years ago, and been here ever since. So that's it. I'm self-taught. Everything I do on the bikes, I just learn myself, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. So,
well, I actually do a good job of it.
It's just dedication. Like I'm a doer, right? I can't sit still very long. So I work, like doing my real job, and then I go out in the garage and I work on the chopper for a bit, and then I get frustrated at that. So then I walk inside and do some more real job work until I've cooled down about the bike. And then this frustrates me. And then I go out and work on the bike. It's literally just like trading one frustration for another all day and all night. But yeah, I mean, I was telling my wife last night, as frustrated as I am with that chopper, I haven't been this excited about a motorcycle in 30 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I can't wait to see it done. I mean,
there's a legitimacy the first time you build your own bike. Like, I mean, yeah, my dressers I've had down to the motor and frame, right? Like I've done the bodies and the stereos and the wiring and the lighting and all. But I think new bikes, that my chopper buddies are terrified of new bikes. They're like, oh, I can't believe you messed with that stereo stuff and this, that, and the other. Whereas I look at a brand new Road Glide and I'm like, I'll have that sumbitch down to the frame in 4 hours.
yeah.
That doesn't worry me at all. As simple as the chopper stuff is, that's what scares me because I've just never done it before. So I'm sitting today looking at that Sportster motor going, why does this oil line go? Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like as you mess with, I get okay. So it goes down from the tank under the motor, back up to the. I get, like it's really simple stuff, but it doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna find things in there that you could remove, like parts of wiring that you're not going to use. Like you said, you're not going to have turn signals.
No,
So you can remove that whole circuit.
I'm playing with not even having a starter button. I've got the plunger on the side of the starter already that I added it when I was trying to get it. My first plan was to get it running before I tore it down. And then I had so many friends say, so Doc, God rest him, God love him. He was an old time builder and I had criticized posthumously his work on using the original 1990 wiring harness. So
Oh,
when
wow.
they tore that Sportster down and he built the chopper, he just took the wiring harness over and
That's what they
snipped
did.
off a bunch of stuff. But that's what they used to do back in the day, right? So, one of my buddies was like, "Dude, that's what they used to do." Like he was just doing his thing. Now, after that harness had sat in that bike for 23 years, it had so many worn spots and places were grounding and things that didn't have a good ground, and that the bike just wouldn't start anymore. It just wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like it couldn't get good contact.
Right.
So I just ripped it all out and I'm starting with a 4-wire. I Dennis Kirk in a box. Like it's an ignition, a key, and a full wiring harness that you just cut to the lengths you need and go to town. So supposedly all my friends were saying that's going to be the easiest thing you do on the whole bike
Oh,
is
yeah.
that new wiring harness.
Yeah. Because it's all plug and play.
In theory,
In theory. Yeah.
I mean, it's cheap. It's $350 for one of those harnesses. I hope it's easy.
Yeah. I did on my 93 that I had. I
Did
know
you
I
eliminate
emailed.
turn signals and all that crap?
No, I kept them because DOT laws is if it came equipped with
Oh,
it, you got to have it, blah, 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 and they have
I
to
don't have to
work.
have turn signals in Florida.
Yeah.
I have to have a mirror.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have a horn though, which I do have to have in Florida. I'm not gonna have a horn. I'll put a little like ha ha ha.
There you go. Or you could just go beep.
I'll get one of like a pink kids one and put it on the handlebar for Daytona. So I'm like, because the cops pull you over for nothing there. So I'm just gonna be like, hee, hee, hee. I got one. See,
Yeah. Last time I was in Daytona for Bike Week, the spring rally was in 2010. And
Ooh.
the last time I was there in Daytona for Biketoberfest was 2019. So,
The argument could be made that Biketoberfest is better than Bike Week.
and you know what? People could be right.
Bike Week is so overrun these days. It look at Nick's comment.
Which one? Topless Drew?
The most recent one, Nick TD. He says $350 for a harness. Don't know how you talked her into that price, but sounds like a bargain to me. Not for the wife, dude.
I'm falling behind. I'm sorry.
That's all right. But yeah, I'm painting the frame myself. I got a local friend of a friend here that I just met that I like a lot, that I saw some of his work, who does very, very old school scroll work, chopper paint jobs, and I'm hoping he has time to do my tens and tank. I think he will. I hope he will. And then, it's going to go in the rig, go to Daytona. I'll still bring a dresser with me because I think my sister-in-law is going to be there and I got to be her front seat. So,
Yep.
but
Yep.
Oh,
Now,
Bill T is not the Bill oh, different Bill. Yeah. Yeah, electrical tape. Yeah, exactly. He's right though. Electrical tape in a dental mirror is legal. So a
yeah,
mirror the size of your pinky on the fork,
yep.
and it makes you legal.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
Gremlin's right. You could save even more on the harness by running my own wires, but I was so like I haven't done this before that I wanted to start with something that in theory is going to be turnkey, you know?
yep.
But I might not even run a starter button. I might just use the plunger on the I'll have to have the key in and on before that would work anyway. So I might just run the plunger button on the starter,
I don't blame you.
you know.
You know, I don't blame you one bit. You know, I can't wait to see what this bike looks like when it's done. The paint scheme you go with, I'm not going to ask you because I'm going to let you, surprise everybody with it. And
I don't even know yet. I'm not a
yeah,
designer. Originally my plan was to have it painted the same red as my 131 bike, but with white scallops, so it kind of looked like at least the paint scheme was going to look like Indian Larry's bike, Grease Monkey. That was
cool.
my original plan, was to kind of tribute that to him because he's our god, right? To all
Yeah.
these people. But now Carl can do a lot more than that. Carl can do some pretty amazing 60s style metal flake, wild asymmetrical designs and stuff like that. And so I'd like it to have a black base, but then the designs on top be like an orange fade to red, kind of a burnt, you know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
That'd be kind of cool. But
That does sound
I'm
cool.
not a designer, so
Are you going to run a front fender on that or no?
I have one and I'm gonna have it painted so that it's all a matching set, but I'm not gonna run it. I have a Roland Sands fork brace.
Okay.
That's a cool black one with a little brass Roland Sands medallion in the middle of
Yep.
it, and
Yeah.
I'm
Right
just
on.
gonna run a fork brace.
I like what Fat Glide says, the 70 Challenger plum crazy purple.
Yeah. Well, it already is purple now. I'm trying to get away from the purple.
You trying to get away from the old Barney?
Yeah, right. It was very purple, but not like cool purple, just purple.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah.
Let's see. What else we got here?
Gonna powder coat everything yourself. Cool.
Yeah, right on. Um, I thought of doing it myself, but I have a very talented guy less than a mile from me I use.
I was gonna powder coat the frame, powder coat chrome.
Right.
And the guy here that I talked to is really, really nice dude. Spent hours researching powder coat chrome. He goes, you can do it. He goes, but you're doing this on a chopper that's going to sit in the sun and all this stuff. And he goes, I just want to make sure there's no problems. And he's kept calling me going, dude, I just don't feel good about this. Like, I'm hearing stories of powder coat chrome turning yellow because it's not so UV resistant as like black or any of the other colors.
Right.
So he's like, I'm going to see what I can do. And I'm like, dude, don't worry about it. We're not going to do, don't worry about it. We're not going to do it. It's fine. He's like, oh, but I want you to have what you want. Like, he's so nice, but I'm just going to have him sandblast it now. And then I'll paint it myself.
Yeah. Yep.
The frame.
Yeah.
It's the frame.
The
Not
frame.
the
Right. Let's see. What's this?
It'll hide frame cracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Ray says I'm up to 571. That's awesome. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Let's see what the wife say here. The black chrome is a pretty cool color. Yeah, but
It
I don't think
is.
they could powder coat the black chrome. But what I've been hearing on that black chrome is after it gets hot a couple times in heat cycles, it starts to smoke out and it's no
It
longer.
clouds. Yeah. It
Yeah.
clouds really bad. It's beautiful when it's new,
Yeah,
but
I almost bought the blue steel because of the black chrome. And I'm glad I didn't
yeah,
because everybody's got the blue steel and not many people have the envious green fade.
yeah. That bike's amazing.
I love it.
I'm actually not a black motor fan except for that bike. Like that bike, it works.
Yeah,
Like it's cool.
I was thinking of putting the 131 in that bike, but I'm
Mm.
looking at it and the motor's got that graphite silver paint to it and it wouldn't match. So I was
I
like, all right,
think you can order the jugs that color though.
no, I'm doing a whole crate motor. So I says, you know what?
Oh yeah.
I'll just drop the crate motor in the lowrider S.
Yeah. Yeah. The yeah, chroming the frame, it's really more of a time thing. Like that, and it would have to go to so Jason, who helped me the other day, he builds cool old stuff, right? Like mine's a joke compared to what he rides. And he's got a 65 pan. That's like his not everyday rider, but most of the time. He's got a plater here, but he said the issue is all platers are so backed up, they can't even give you a timeline. Like I could bring the frame and it might be 7 months before I get it back.
because
And I just,
they're dying.
yeah,
Licenses aren't being renewed.
exactly. And most of the platers in the country were in California, and California is the one cracking down on it the most. So we're losing chrome platers. I'm told that's where the powder coat craze came from. Like where the blacking out stuff came from was because you couldn't get it chrome. So, powder coating was a good second place or whatever.
Yeah. Let's see. Says the candy apple royal blue with a flat base coat. Oh, that actually would sound good too.
Well, missed that. Oh, candy apple royal blue with a flat gold base coat. All right.
That would look good. And everybody could, throw their opinions in, and they're all great. But at the end of the day, you got to love it because you're flipping the bill for it.
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know what it's going to. I think Carl probably works for a really good. I don't want to say a good deal. I don't think he gouges people. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But the question is he going to have time? That's
Yep.
the real issue. Like, is he going to be able to get it done? So I can do almost everything without the tins in the tank. You know what I mean? Like I can even just fill the bowl in the carb and start and run it and make sure. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff, and make sure it even runs before I even have a tank. But
yeah,
I have 60 days.
Yeah. I mean, Daytona's coming
I'm
up
losing
fast.
a week in California. I'm losing most of next week for a trip down to Miami, which is, that's driving distance, but that's still 4 days away from home where I could have worked on it in the evenings and,
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Just getting caught up here. No, the black chrome. Oh, okay. That was a side conversation.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions here for Professional Monkey? How's Mrs. Monkey doing? I haven't seen her. I saw her in your video there shortly doing a droop dance with a helmet.
She's here. I told her to come on tonight. I don't know if she will or not because she's still working. She works
okay.
she works, there's 24 hours in a day. So she works 23 and a half hours a day.
Mhm.
So she might be out there working or dealing with that damn dog they had to have.
Yeah, that dog is beautiful, man. He is beautiful. Adorable looking.
He's a pain in the ass.
Oh, he's a puppy.
Yeah. It's but the funny thing is I had Mastiffs for 20 years before I ever got him. I had Mastiffs. I had a girl who was perfect and fabulous in every way, except she wanted to kill everyone but us. And she died tragically of a blood clot at only 7 years old. And then I had a male that lived 13 years, Jake.
Oh, wow.
And Jake was perfect. He was the best dog you could ever want. So he was so perfect. And even my wife agreed that I was like, I kind of don't ever want another dog. Like no dog's ever gonna be as good as him ever again. So, et cetera, et cetera. So then we get Harley, and he's an asshole. I mean, he's a puppy, but at the same time, he's a German Rottweiler, from a crazy Serbian breeder here, who's like, we must keep the breed pure. That kind of guy.
Yeah.
And his males are 140 pounds. They're these big. His father is the current national champion Rottweiler. His name's Maximus von Hausfrenetta. It's the name of his dad. And switching gears, lost a Mastiff same way. That's wild.
Oh, yeah.
So when they brought Maximus out for us to meet, I was like, damn, this is a big, intimidating, like stands on point kind of dog. And this one's got that in him. Like we take him outside and he's just playing with us. All of a sudden somebody walks on the sidewalk 200 yards away and he puffs his chest out and starts growling like, I want to kill those people. And I'm like, You're a baby, you little prick. What you know?
We got a request
Um,
here for the inflatable monkey. You'll have to blow some monkey ass again.
dude, it was leaking. I tossed it. It had holes in it.
Oh,
It didn't even make the night. My ass gotta go in the trash. Oh,
let's.
Northeast says, well, yeah. My first bike ever was a 1974 Honda CB750, and it was awesome. It started every time. It was mostly restored. I bought it from a buddy who'd done most of it, and I finished it. I actually ended up selling it back to the guy I bought it from because we both loved it so much. It was an amazing bike in that it was 1970s tech, but it was as fast as almost a current motorcycle at the time. Like it would hang with anybody. Uh, Dream bike would be a proper panhead or knucklehead chopper.
My first bike was a 1976 KZ400.
There you go.
I bought that when I was 16 in 1986 for $500, and I ran that thing literally to the ground. I was on that in Connecticut 365 days a year, rain, sleet, snow, sunshine. I didn't care. I ran it to ever. Now, my dream bike is a 1936 knucklehead, an original knucklehead, the kind you find in the museum. And something like that, I would definitely ride because that's what it was built for.
Right. That's the hard thing, right? Because if you get something like that, if everything's repop, then you don't feel bad riding it.
Well,
Right.
if
If
it
the
was
numbers don't
original, I still
match,
wouldn't feel bad.
if it's original, I think it's hard, right? It's difficult. But I mean, when I say I prefer a knuckle, right? But in my mind, I can't ever just write limitless checks. And so I
Right.
think that an original, what are we talking about? $150,000 bike? Probably,
Minimum.
I mean, like, yeah,
Minimum.
right. Whereas, even a panhead, there are people paying 20, 30,000 just for motors.
I was looking at, when I was looking at
You
doing
know,
a chopper build, I was looking for a knucklehead engine, and every one I found was either cracked,
yep,
seized, rotted, cracked casing, broken fins, minimum 10,000.
yeah, $10,000 for a scary basket case
Yeah.
motor, not bike, just motor.
Ray asked if did you clip your tail?
Huh?
Did you clip the tail? Probably on the dog.
No, you don't do that to a German. That would be like the worst thing ever.
Sacrilegious.
You dock the tails on American Rottweilers, which aren't as big and their heads are more narrow. German Rotties have really big heads; they're a lot bigger, and you never dock the tail. That would be like, as a matter of fact, in the contract that I had to sign when I bought the puppy, one of the conditions is his tail will not be docked. He has to go to my vet. What else? There's all kinds of weird stuff. I have to get his permission to have him neutered.
Yeah.
Because future they might call you and say they want a stud, whatever. But
Mhm.
anyway.
Got another vote here for a knuckle.
Well, yeah, I mean, a knuckle would be my first choice, but that's to me that's unobtainium. You know what I
Yes.
mean? That's just so much money.
What's going on? Gliding on Tudes. Welcome.
An S&S knuckle would be cool, but the 12 grand?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're 12. But I think
Well,
all of those heritage motors are 10 to 15. Like
yeah.
the knuckle, the pan, even the shovel, I think. But I think it's an 88-inch shovel they sell. It's a big shovel.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what, S&S, if you're listening and you want to send one to Pro Monkey for his chopper, I'm sure he'll take it happily.
Dude, the fun, I love S&S. It's the brand that I grew up, lusting after as a kid. They don't play the YouTube game. They don't do that. Like, because when I needed parts, I was contacting companies going, I buy your stuff all the time. I would love to buy your stuff, but it's just not in the budget. If you could flip me a cam or whatever when I was doing bikes, that would be awesome. And just they don't even answer.
No.
Then they tell you to screw yourself. Like, but I get it.
They want to know what you use to get your,
inch. I'm sorry.
what do you use to get your dome so shiny? Nick asked.
Soap. And I guess proper lighting, right?
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah.
or improper lighting.
Oh, Whit's here. How you doing? So, Goat, I think my next bike's going to be a shovel. The plan is to build this chopper and enjoy it, unless I absolutely fall in love with it, then I'll keep it forever. But if it's fun as I think it's going to be, I'm going to own it for a little bit, and then I want to sell it on just because I'll need room, right? It's not because I, whatever, but sell it on, and then I want to start over again with a shovel.
Yeah.
That buddy Jason that was in the video tonight, he has a shovel at his house that's complete, that's rough, but he goes, I guarantee you can put it in gear and spin the wheel. Like, I guarantee the motor turns over and it's got compression and all that stuff. But that could be a perfect bike to buy to then just pull the motor out of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're just buying the motor. Cause I think he said, he goes, man, if I can get the title for my brother-in-law, like $1,500 and it's yours.
Yeah.
A non-running assembled basket case,
Yeah. Now let me ask you this, going into the YouTube stuff, what do you find performs better, the shorts, the long form content, or these lives?
When the channel hit 75,000 subs, I got assigned a person that's supposed to, you got bots if you want to block that channel. I mean, in the side, you got find your love in U City. You can kill that. They assigned me a person, and the person just looks at the video, the channel, and because this Harley content, motorcycle stuff, isn't as big as other stuff, right? The people who go to Disney World all the time, or the people who are RVers, full timers, or that kind of crap. So he just looked at everything and he said, "Yep, what you're doing is exactly what you should do for your audience." And so we do lives. We try to do them every other week. That hasn't worked in a while, but lives every other week, and I premiere videos as often as I can. The shorts thing I try to do, but I did a funny one about the bike. I was laughing at it because I just said but it didn't come out. The app was screwed up and I couldn't post it, so it never came out. But I was just laughing, covered in mud, going, "I got the bike just where I want it," because it was just in pieces and shit was everywhere, and I thought it was funny. But it is a problem. I can't even post shorts right now.
Yeah. I wonder if that was spam or was that Tweedle's sponsor. I actually asked him, dude, is that a real thing? He's like, yep.
There are bots that do that. There are bots that go around and just down thumb your videos.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There are bots that you learn all this crap that I was just shocked to see how much how many negative pricks there are in this world.
Yeah, you're about ready to
Pipes,
break.
how you doing, bud?
Yeah, how you doing? Welcome. You're about ready to break 80,000. I was looking at that tonight.
It's 79 something. I don't know.
Something like that.
I really try to not pay attention to that stuff because you'll obsess over it. You'll go down the rabbit hole on analytics, and it's just not. It's just
yeah. I try not to follow the analytics at all because you could drive yourself crazy, and that's
you really will.
And I'm not doing this just for the analytics or recognition or anything. I'm doing something, having fun, and I thought there was a need for what I do in my garage, and that's why I started doing it, just to fill a need in the community.
I also feel like you make friends and you make friends out in the community, like Pipes and Nicole, his wife. They're buddies I hang out with at Sturgis. Like, I know them in real life now from the channel. Like, these are my friend. Dallas is my friend. Roop is my friend. Bry is my friend. Like, these are all friends.
Right.
And I feel like at a certain point, if there's someone that when you watch them, they irritate you, don't watch them. Don't watch them. Don't do it. Don't do that to yourself, because you'll start, well, why do people like them, and why do they, and they don't like, why does that person like them and not me? And you know what I mean? Like, don't do that shit. Don't do that to yourself. Just be you and stop worrying about everyone else's crap, and just have a good time, and you'll be all right.
Welcome, HD AV Traveler. it was good chatting with you last night. You actually called me up last night. We had a good hour and 45-minute conversation.
I love autocorrect. Bry's comment says the creature community is makes it spell that. I'm pretty sure he meant creator, but you know, the creature. Ah,
Okay, we got another good question here from the world of John at Monk and Doctor. What camera do you use and what editing software do you use for a first-time YouTuber?
I started using a GoPro, and that works pretty well because you just get a video file. And the software I use, it's not inappropriate, but the name is not. It's called Animatica, which sounds like some sort of like porn website. It's not. Animatica is just a program that you can just easily dump videos together and then press export and it dumps out a video. It's like $10 in the Microsoft store.
Right.
And then now I have, in my mind, upgraded to a DJI Pocket
Okay.
because I really like that it like self levels and it's got a tiny little screen on it. The battery lasts forever. They don't overheat like a GoPro does. I really like it. So
Yeah.
I am an absolute moron, and I'm a pro at the freaking DJI Pocket, and then I
I got
dump
to
it
look
all in
at those.
Animatica, and that's it.
I got to start looking at those because
They're
I'm
great.
using the GoPro Hero 10, GoPro Hero 11, the Insta360, and I use that just for my moto vlogging.
Yeah.
And also if I'm at rallies or at just getting different perspective and different angles, I'll just stick it on the selfie stick and stick it up in the air. But for software, it's free to use. It's called Video Proc Vlogger. It's a free download.
Video Proc Vlogger. I don't know that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Probably the
found
same kind
that.
of thing. You just dump your little snips in and
Yep.
stitch it together, and you get one file, and you're done. Yeah.
Yep. And you
That's
could
all I do.
time lapse it, and you could cut it and trim it and do everything you can. I try not to edit it because I want everything to be as real as it real. One of my videos, I was putting a back tire on an orange Street Glide with a Baghdad competition rear end. It's actually my old bike, and as I'm picking the tire up to go up underneath, it fell. It dropped out of my hands. So, and that's in the video. It is what it is.
But people appreciate that because you're a human being and you make mistakes. Like
Exactly.
or not even make mistakes. Shit happens. That kind of thing. Like.
Thank you.
I don't do ride videos because, and I do feel strongly about this for me. It's for me and not about everybody else, whatever their thing is. I don't do ride videos because they're miserable for me.
Well, I've heard you say in your videos, you don't do ride videos because your riding time is for you.
My rides are for me. And if I've got to put a camera on my freaking helmet and a freaking microphone up my nose and I'm trying to, all that crap so I can ride around and try and think about what I'm trying to say, it just comes out crap. You know what I mean? Like I've done them because people were like, I want to hear what those fishtails sound like on the Cholo when I was building that bike. So I did that. I like clamped it onto the bike and that worked because it was for that purpose.
Right.
But like who's really good at that vlogging thing? Salty and Sprinkles is really good at that.
Yeah. Yeah. I
right. Like he just rides along and he's talking to himself and it comes off naturally and he can do that. I just feel like an idiot. Like,
well, I am an idiot, so.
well, I'm an idiot too, but like the videos just come off weird and I don't know what to say because I'm writing and I'm enjoying myself and I don't want to freaking think about so I don't do them. I just don't do them.
Yep. Thank you for the comment. I haven't been at this for a year yet. My 1 year anniversary on YouTube is February 3rd, and I'll be doing something special for that. I don't know what yet, but I will. And yeah, switching gears. It's all I do is do it for fun. Now, I'm not as naturally funny as Pro Monkey, and I'm not as good as a storyteller as Pro Monkey. Every one of his videos, I laugh, and he tells a story, and he keeps me engaged and watching literally from beginning to end. And you're a natural at it, and one day I hope I could be just as natural as you, or be myself but better.
You just got to learn to be as full of shit as I am. Yeah, this chopper thing has been a one of those, what to say? How do I say this? Make you realize what you don't know. It has been a reset button of like, don't get too cocky because you've done wheels and body stuff and some headlights and some stereo stuff on a modern dresser. When you get into old school chopper stuff, you're out of your territory. Like I'm out of my territory. You probably wouldn't be, but I'm just like, I don't know nothing. You know what I mean? Like I
Actually,
realized
I haven't touched any old school bikes in years. It's a different animal for me now.
it's. I swear to God, they're 4,000% more bolts than there needs to be.
Yeah.
That's one thing I will say, that engineering has improved over the years, in that sense that we've figured out the most efficient way to mount a motor into a bike,
Yeah.
right? And stuff like that. That Sportster motor has 2, 4, 6, 8, 11. I can think right now of 11 mount bolts holding the motor in the frame. A modern bike has 4. Like you get the big spine one through the front of the motor, and then you got 2 in the back, and that's there you go. That's the
Yeah.
that's what holds the motor in the bike. So,
But yeah, as far as mounting them, it is what it is. And you just got a new subscriber tonight.
oh, thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Yep. Let's see. You got butt hurt when I said.
I know he's right. I'm learning so much, but like I said, I told my wife last night, I feel like when this chopper's done, I will feel like I have evolved a lot. Like I've learned a lot, because even though it's a Sportster motor and not a shovel or a pan, it's still an old-fashioned bike. You know what I mean? The bike is still the motor is 33 years old, the way it
Yeah.
mounts in the bike. And that's the same. And it's a 1990 Sportster, which is a major generational change from 90 to 91.
Yes.
So 90, it's a 4-speed chain drive. It's the same motor. When did the Evo Sportster come out? Because it's the same generation as that.
1956, I believe.
No, the
was
Evo Sportster. The Evo
Yeah,
Sportster.
1956. I believe the Evo Sportster was
No,
released.
the 70s was an Ironhead. The 50s was not an Ironhead, because there was a shovel head version of the Sportster.
Right. You're right.
So 70, and the Evo Sportster came out in 83, something like that, 84, something like that. Somebody comment, the Evo
Yes.
Sportster came out in the 80s. So this is the same in 1990 as it was the first year of the Sportster. They hadn't done anything. 84. Kremlin said 84.
Yeah.
So no,
here.
Bill says 85 and a half.
Yeah.
Well, 57 was the first year of the Sportster,
Right.
not the Evo Sportster.
That's where I was getting confused. I was thinking the first Sportster.
And they were reverse shift in 57.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shifter was on the right side and the brake was on the left, like a British bike.
Yeah. Oh Christ! I remember foot clutches, a suicide shift on my old man's bike.
Yeah.
And that springer was so worn out, it was like a pogo stick going down the highway. The faster you went, the faster
you have to do the
bounced.
rockers, right? So I want to point out that doctor, somebody you'll really like, and aside, Bill Stevens, he commented at 848. Bill's a buddy of mine who builds choppers, who his bike, which is his thumbnail, he's not allowed to come to shows anymore because he just wins every time. And he is building right now. His green bike that's in the thumbnail is a metric. It's I think it's a Yamaha.
I've seen a lot of choppers going that route because it's cost effective.
He's building right now a 9.5 foot long Ironhead Sportster right now. Bill, are you divorcing your head? Are you divorcing the motor from the tranny? Are you doing that too, or did I make that up? I'm asking Bill so we can comment.
Yeah.
So I know he's got an Ironhead Sportster he's building right now, but I didn't know if he was doing a divorced Ironhead or if it's I don't know.
There's the answer. 1984 was the first Evo Sportster.
Yeah, but that's the Evo motor, not the Sportster.
Right.
So so World of John says the Ironhead ended in 85, so the Evo Sportster would have been 86. So anyway, 86 to 90 was the same motor.
Yep.
So Bill's bike is a divorced Ironhead. All right,
Yep.
that's cool.
Hello, Wind Road. Welcome.
What's up,
Tiger
Diz?
Ward. Welcome. Is divorced. I don't know.
So that's when you separate the transmission from the motor.
Right. Oh, okay.
So it's not a one-piece Sportster lump anymore. Now it's like an Ironhead motor, and then he has a separate transmission, which is really cool. The divorced Ironhead is like a very cool thing to have. So
yeah, when I was at Biketoberfest in 19, I was looking at this guy's green chopper, and he looks at me and says, "I'll give you $100. You can tell me what motor that is." I looked at it, said, "Yeah, it's a pan." I said, "It's a pan shovel," and his jaw hit the floor.
yeah.
He's like, "How did you know?" I says, "Oh, how you doing?
Yeah.
I'm the owner of Chops Custom Cycles up in Ansonia, Connecticut." I said, "Keep your $100."
Now
Because I
instead of
asked him
giving
if
me
I could take
$100, go buy his $50 worth of drinks.
yeah, because I asked him if I could take a picture of his bike, because I don't just take pictures of people's bikes without their permission.
Right.
You know, that's like you're still in a club. I'm not in a club anymore. I used to be, and you just don't take pictures without someone's permission,
Well,
especially
you assume
their
they're
bikes.
taking pictures for nefarious reasons.
Yes. Let's see.
Yeah, I always love Harley obsessed because you got like what you make of it. All bikes got the Evo in 84, 85. Sporty got an 86. Like Harley, I do feel like Harley owners go down the rabbit hole more than even like metric fanatics, right? Not to
Yes.
say there aren't fanatics for Hondas and Cowies, and I'm not disrespecting them because I love all motorcycles. I really do. I don't own anything but a Harley, and I won't. But it's awesome because Harley guys are like, well, in 1936 they changed to this kind of screw. Like they'll actually know that kind of wild shit when they look at old bikes.
It's
And
like me. I'll tell
it's
you,
fun.
a 97's got a 27 millimeter axle, because that's when they changed from a 3/4.
Right.
In 96, 97, they went to a 27, and then, the following year they went to the 1 inch
I
or
was telling
3/4
Harley the other
inch.
day. I even said in the video, like, if somebody finds a freaking 14 over Springer for a good deal, let me know. But I was like, I looked at the bike and totally shut down, going, what the hell's the neck size in this thing? Is it a 7/8 or a 1 inch? I can't remember in 1990 if it was a 1 inch or a 7/8. I think it's a 7/8 inch neck, but
Yeah.
whatever.
I have to look at it, get the micrometer out and measure it.
I'm using the trees that are on it. Goat did convince me in the side chat to not just repack those bearings, to actually put new ones on, but
Yeah, I
I
would.
was like, now it's a whole not great. One more thing. You know what I mean? Like one more freaking thing.
Yeah.
I was
And
today looking at the chain going, oh, I should get a new chain.
I
You know
would,
what?
if I was you, I'd change the races in the neck too.
Shit. Great.
Well, you don't want to put new bearings in old races. You just tear them
Yeah,
up.
because they've worn. Yeah, exactly. It's just going to ruin the bearings. I have an 85 FXR with an Evo and a 4-speed we're building in our shop. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
That's cool.
nice. Everybody
That's worth
loves
a
the
bunch of money right
FXRs.
now. Man, that FXR craze is just over the top. And I think what happens is just an opinion. I
Yeah.
feel like it's a legit bike, of course, but I feel like the millennial fanatics have driven the prices up and the awareness up, and that's what just makes them crazy expensive, right? Like,
Yeah. I
but I
love an
think a lot of
FXR.
those kids don't even know what the hell the bike is. Like, I don't think a lot of these dudes can look at an FXR and a Dyna and figure out which one's which.
No, they can't.
You know,
And
but now FXRs are what Shade Tree even said something once about his FXR. He said it's a clapped out piece of you know what. He goes, but it's now worth a fortune because it's still
yeah,
an FXR. Like
yeah. I know a guy here in Connecticut. He bought an FXR. It's in really decent shape, and he just beat the snots out of it and wrecked it a couple times. And now it's not just a ball of steel. And I just cried because I love an FXR dyno. I mean, really,
mhm.
it's just an
They
amazing
handle
bike
really
that's
well.
light, and they handle great, and you can make them go fast, cheap.
But a Dyna doesn't handle as well as an FXR does.
Yeah.
That's the sort of the issue. The modern Dyna frame, you can get the wobble in and this other stuff, and the FXRs didn't do that. So
Yep.
you know.
So let me ask you this: your 131 bike. You have
Mhm.
any plans of putting a cam in it?
No, it's so when that bike when we decided to go 131, what I wanted to do with it, which was a bit different than what I had seen on a lot of other channels, was to do a 131 bike that didn't break.
Right.
You know, a 131 bike that started every single time and you could ride it and it'd be friendly, et cetera, et cetera. And the 131 crate motor has, I think, the 529 cam. So
Yeah.
so if you tune it with a good tuner, not
Yep.
Harley's tuner, you
No,
tune
I
it
got the
properly.
Dyno Jet.
Same here. That my bike tunes dynos at 135 horse, I think 145 torque, right?
Hmm.
Even with the Heritage, sorry, the even with the Harley tuner, it's like 130, 140. But if
Yep.
you go with an aftermarket tuner, it's like 135, 145, depending on your exhaust and what its attitude that day, you know, that kind of crap.
Yeah.
And
I have a 2-in-1 on my lowrider S that I'm keeping,
you'll get
and
more. Yeah.
I'm definitely thinking doing a cam in it. And eventually, if the budget will allow, you sitting down
Mhm.
a turbo.
Oh, the Trask.
Yeah. My wife goes, if you do that, I'm just going to call it Spaceball One.
Well, you should also call the insurance agent for life insurance.
I already have that.
No more.
Veterans group life insurance, you know?
The if you put a cam in a 131, this is coming from Harley, for you to get all the benefits of it, now you're going a lot further because you need to change valve springs. You need to change, you know what I mean? Like you got to go much further. And even then, you have just dramatically reduced the reliability of the motor.
Yeah. Well, the lowrider S isn't my touring bike. That's
Yeah.
my
And that's cool. If
pissed
that's
off
what
angry
if
bike.
you're like, I just want to make a lot of smoke and put a tire on it every month and yada yada and just have fun, golden. But this is an ultra limited with a stereo and cruise control. I
Right.
wanted to roll down the road and have do 500-mile days and not know the difference. And that's the truth because that bike up until 3000 RPMs, other than it having a really, really aggressive exhaust note, you wouldn't really know it. You know what I mean? Like the bike's very friendly at low RPMs. It just rides around, no problem. And then if you hit the throttle, it comes on pretty strong, but then at 3000 RPMs is when it becomes a psychopath.
Yeah.
And it just bangs the rev limiter. Like just it's insane the top end of that motor.
Do you do
Um
anything to the clutch to that bike?
yeah, it's got the Screaming Eagle clutch pack
Oh,
and
okay.
compensator and all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to do that, but if you don't, that means you're never gonna hit the throttle all the way. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like if you're gonna ever run that bike the way it's meant to run, you're gonna just smoke the clutch discs, you know.
Yeah. And yeah, I've gotten upgraded springs for it and a variable rate pressure plate for the
Mm,
131, and that should be
there you
more
go.
than sufficient. And then when I do a cam in it, I will change out the compensator and I
Yeah.
will put in a different clutch basket and clutch system.
And you want to put like the tappet cuffs, the metal
Oh
tappet
yeah,
cuffs and all that stuff. Yeah.
that's to me the tappet cuffs is on M8s is a requirement for stage 2.
I'm thinking, this might shock some people, but the blue bike, the douchebagger as I called it, is pretty much sold.
Yep.
I haven't done the exchange
Yeah.
yet, but this friend of mine,
Mm.
I'm the one holding it up, not him.
Good
Like I
night,
gotta go
Zero
get it.
CT rider. You gotta go.
Um,
You gotta go to the little boys' room.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. I want to say goodnight to Zero CT rider.
Oh, see you, bud. Oh, and Dez is going too. See you, Dez.
Later, Des. Thanks for coming by. Listen, I
Um,
almost bought an ace from a pawn shop for 1,500. I didn't do it because it was too much. 20 years. Oh man. You
20
could,
years ago, that was a whole lot of money for an FXR, though. You'd have
yeah,
had to
but
sit
now
on it all
if
that
he
time.
still had it, he could move that decimal place over one spot. Be 15 grand.
Yeah. But you'd have had to sit on it all that time because 1,500 20 years ago was a whole lot of money.
Yeah. Well, I wish I still had my 69 Chevelle SS.
I had a 69 Chevelle with a 383 stroker. It wasn't an SS though. It
Nah,
was born a 307.
I,
That's my
I,
whole life. Start with something cheap and then make it something special and lose a bunch of money in the process.
oh, my 69 Chevelle, I had, stop signs and road signs for floors. It was a piece of garbage, but the frame was meant, and I had a built 454 with a 4-speed Muncie, and it was tubbed.
Oh wow.
The bike all motor made 900 horse.
So Gunner Ray says he would love a shout out. Well, shout out, dude.
Yeah, hey, Gunner Ray, welcome. Gunner Ray Pugh, new into motorcycles, and we love a shout out. Hey, man, welcome.
Consider yourself outshouted.
Yeah, seriously. Pro Monkey's got a great channel. He puts out content every week. He does his lives every other Friday, and they're really good to get into and watch. I have a good time on it. I do my lives every Wednesday, and I try and get out a video every Sunday during the winter season here in Connecticut. Let's see.
So closer. Is there a point where the belt drive becomes problematic? It's pretty high. I mean, yes, but it's pretty high. Dudes who do chain drive conversions do it because they want to feel cool.
Well, anything over 150 horse and 160 foot-pounds of torque, you definitely want to go to a chain drive because you'll just tear teeth off of that belt. And when I do a cam, I will be doing a chain drive conversion, and I've already looked at those. And believe it or not, they're only like $300.
Yeah, but if you're doing a cam and everything in a 131, then you're there. You need a chain at that point.
Yep.
But I see a whole lot of freaking stock 114s rolling around South Florida with chain drive conversions on them. Like, whatever, man.
Yeah. So,
yeah, the
douchebagger is basically sold.
Yeah.
It's too bad. I actually liked that bike, man, when it was all black on black, and then when you did the blue on the black, it was like, oh, that is such a pretty bike.
It's pretty and it rides good. I gotta get rid of I gotta lower the herd by at least one because I just don't.
Yeah, you got quite the stable.
It's in the RV right now. I'm storing it in my RV so I have room to work on the chopper. And I got rid of a bunch of stuff out of the garage too here recently, so I'll be able to make things where I can walkable.
Yeah,
but I'm also going to sell the 131 bike. I'm going to start over again.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That I'm surprised because that's a beautiful bike and it's done basically.
That's why I'm getting rid of it.
Yeah, because you want to start over. And remember, it's not build a bike and sell it for a loss. You want to at least break even.
No, I lose.
Yeah, but you want to break even, keep the wife happy.
Oh, she's a saint. She's fine. She's like, whatever. What's really the issue is that the 131 bike's liquid cooled, which is good. It's great. It's actually the best way to do that, right? But I want to do body swaps on a regular basis.
Yep.
My buddy, the CEO of Advan's, like, dude, it would be cool to try all of our like custom paint sets and all this other wild stuff we're developing. And I'm like, I would love to do that, to do like change the color of my bike every year and then give away the body I take off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like how much fun would that be?
Yeah.
But I can't do that with a liquid cooled bike because the lowers, they don't make those. Because nobody makes liquid cooled lowers. I have to have them custom painted every time.
Yep.
And that's a freaking nightmare.
Oh yeah, I saw the video you taking them apart, and no offense or disrespect, I was starting to laugh because you're doing it and you're getting it done, and it's pretty tedious. That's why I was laughing, because it is a very tedious task, and it's not something I'd be looking forward to doing. I mean, I've done a fluid change on a 14 twin cooled, and yeah, that was not fun.
It's a pain, and so to do a body swap every year, even if it's just every year, if not maybe more often than every year. No, you know what I mean? I have to find the shop that would be able to color match and then tear those things apart. No, I ain't doing it. So I've decided I want to go back to an air cooled bike.
Well,
so
the other option is you could take the lowers off, set them to your buddy at Advan, and they could color match them.
But that's a whole thing too. We talked about that. We thought about doing that, but it makes more sense for me to sell the 131 bike and then buy a new air-cooled bike and start over again. But the point is the new bike, I don't know that I'll go 131. I don't know if I'll go all the way in or if I'll go just a cam and I don't, play around. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm not sure what I'll do. You know.
Now, would you think entertain getting like a Street Glide or Road Glide ST?
No, because I don't want a black motor.
Okay.
I like chrome.
Okay.
That's just preference.
Because you seem
I
like
really liked the Street Glide ST. When we went out to Vegas, they lent
Yep.
us a pair of them, and she rode the Road Glide and I rode the Street Glide, and I did love that bike. Like something as simple as putting tall Ultra Shocks on a Street Glide had way more impact than I ever thought they would. Like
Yep.
as a matter of fact, we went to In-N-Out before we went and returned them, and just whipping into that parking lot, I wasn't ready for how quickly the bike was going to throw over, and I almost dropped the damn thing. I didn't.
Hopefully you got the insurance.
I didn't, but I almost dropped the damn thing because I just whipped over and she just was way more responsive than I expected it to be.
Oh yeah, they're a great handling bike right out of the box, you know. And Slowfo, you see what he wrote? You need a 4-bedroom house and a 6-stall garage.
No, I need a 2-bedroom house and a 12-stall garage.
Well, no, what you need is a 5,000 square foot garage on the first floor, and the second floor is your living space.
There you go. That's what we wanted before we built this house. We wanted to do a metal building. We wanted to do a barn dominium, on like an acre of land, and it just ended up being. It got so expensive so fast that it was crazy. I mean, I was at 7 figures real fast on a metal building. Just
really?
land is so expensive in South Florida.
Wow, that's nuts. But we got to give a shout out here to. I'm going to destroy your screen name here. Yeet Munkum.
Don't do it.
Is that your sister-in-law?
No, that is an inappropriate name that somebody has created a fake account because they're obviously an asshole.
Oh, okay.
Don't in your head just read that name. Don't say it out loud.
Okay, got it. See, I told you to be hijinks and shenanigans.
Somebody thinks they're funny.
Yep.
A 19 CVO Street Glide with a 117. I did a cam. As we're wells replacing oil pump cam planes and other hardware. I'm getting 115 with 133 pounds. Those are pretty decent numbers, though.
Good numbers, yeah.
So what do you want out of it? I mean, I would be pretty happy. I mean, the horsepower number is a little low to me. It should be around 120, I would think.
Well, if he changed the intake manifold, he would get his horsepower numbers up about 8 to 9 horses.
Okay.
Go with like an S&S ported and polished or the Screaming Eagle, which will give him about 6 to 7.
See, I actually, like in a future bike, I think it would be fun to see how much you can get out of a 114 without increasing displacement. This is just the crap that I think of.
Currently, right now, my Lowrider S with the Zippers 468 cam, complete stage 2, which includes the intake manifolds from S&S, which is ported and polished. That bike is making 108 horse at 116 foot-pounds of torque. On a little bike like that, that's a lot.
So the wife's bike is a 117 that comes with the Screaming Eagle manifold. So it's got a tab 2-into-1 on the 2 head pipe, the 5-inch 50 cal mufflers. The intake is an S&S. The cam is an S&S 475, and it's tuned with a TTS. And she's 120 horsepower and 124 pounds of torque.
Oh, awesome.
So
I love that 117.
It runs really good. But I'm curious if you did exactly the same setup practically on a 114, like
you get close.
Yeah, right? That'd be fun,
Yeah. Now, we also got to remember, depending on where they are, because atmospheric pressure and humidity and everything takes play with
Yeah.
dyno numbers. And a
That's
lot of
true.
people don't
Yeah.
realize that if you dyno tune your bike on a humid, hot day, you're
Yeah.
not going to get some great numbers. Now, if you go back and, when it's like 50% humidity and, 70, 75 degrees, better numbers.
Well, we live at sea level.
Right.
So that helps. It's hot and it's humid, but we have a lot of oxygen in the air here. So
Yep. But the humidity is killing your numbers. So if you were in less humid, you actually get better numbers.
Pipes' bike's a 19 ultra limited with a stage 3, and he gets 130. Huh? So it's just a 117, no head work, and
Right.
you got 130 horse?
What cam did he
Wait.
use?
Yeah. Yeah, what cam's in that? Because a 19 ultra limited would have been a 114.
Yeah.
A stage 3 would have made it a 117, but with the stock heads. So those are really good numbers for a 117 with no head work.
Good evening, Mrs. Monkey. Why don't you just pop in on the video? We'd love to see you.
I tell her that all the time. It ain't me. I always tell her.
That's a great exhaust. I know you're a big fan of Tab with zombies,
love
and so
Tab.
am I. I've had them on my
Tab.
19, and I've had them on my 18, and Street Glide, and now I have them on my 2022.
They sound so good. They sound like a bike did when I was a kid.
Yep. And I followed you. I actually mimicked you on something. I ended up getting the torque cones with the Z rings.
Mm-hmm.
Because all I'm doing on my Road Glide is just pipes, just mufflers. I'm not doing any performance work to it or anything. And just put the tabs on, I felt I lost some low end, and putting those torque cones in, I felt like I got it back plus.
Yeah. It's her bike. You can hear though, I think with the Z rings, you can hear the gas like moving. You know what I mean? There's a
Yes.
How do I say that? You know what I'm saying? You can hear the Z rings in the pipes. And some people don't like that sound because you can actually hear the gas flow,
Yes.
But and even the dude at Tab was like, yeah, he goes, we made them because people wanted them, but some people don't like the sound that the Z ring makes. And I would imagine that's a pretty good fit though. If you're not going to do the head pipe, the Z ring would probably help quite a bit.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy with it. And I met Justin from Tab in Ocean City.
Mm-hmm.
I actually interviewed him on my channel on that video. He's the lead fabricator for the handlebars. I want to get a set of their handlebars, but they're right up there with the price of Carlini.
Well, they have the best branding on earth. They're called the Folsom Prison Bars. That's the best name for a product I've ever heard.
Yeah, especially for a Harley.
Yeah, that's awesome. I actually have a set of those in the garage that were one-off custom made for me because they're 18s.
Yeah, I saw that video, and I asked you, why are you going to get them chrome? Because they only made them in black for you. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Because I'm going to use them in a future bike. And even so, Pipe's got a 475 cam, a 62 millimeter throttle body. That'll do it.
Yep.
So that's where he's getting all his numbers from. Okay.
Yep.
So what I would like to do to a 114 would be a 475 cam, big ass throttle body. I'm not going to do a 2-into-1 just because I love the Tab sound too much. So I would do a 2-into-2 head pipe, which isn't even as good as a 2-into-1 and a 2, but it's just the sound I like.
Right.
And then 4-inch zombies, 4-inch BAM sticks with zombies, because I heard a secret from one of the owners of Tab that you can do to 4-inch zombies with let's just say an accessory from another manufacturer.
Oh, really?
There's a way to have fishtails on Tabs.
Oh.
So
not that I want fishtails on my Road Glide, but
yeah, if I did, here's the thing, is like when I that's what got me going with, I'm going to get rid of the 131 so I can buy a new bike and start over. Is I would love to build. I love that West Coast Vikla Cholo style so much that I would love to do a dresser that style. I would love to have
I want to build a deluxe and a West Coast Cholo.
It's easy with a deluxe. You take a deluxe, you put bars, wheels, and pipes on it, done.
Nah,
you got a pretty decent Cholo bike.
You got to put air ride on it, drop it on the floor. You got to do the scroll work and the chrome. I mean, if you're gonna go, let's go big.
Well, if you do scroll work in the chrome, you can't ride the bike because it'll pop the chrome where it's not engraved. Like
Yeah, true.
that's those are show bikes when they're engraved. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it would do a lot, Stan. Actually.
Yeah. And, a motor's an air pump. The more you get in, the more air you get out, the more power you're going to make. It's simply that simple, Stan. It can't get any. I can't break it down any more Barney style than that. The more air you get in, the more air you get out, the more power you're going to make. But
yeah, but I would love to build a West Coast version of a touring bike. It's over the top. I know some people freaking hate it. I just love it. I've always thought those are beautiful.
yeah, but you know what? It's your bike. You can do what you want.
Yeah. So Gremlin, if you engrave it first and then chrome it, you lose a lot of the engraving. That's like that. I was talking to a dude down in Australia who's a freaking cholo nut. He runs a whole, group down there, and that's the issue with engraving. That if you engrave the motor and leave it and then ride it, and you get any salt water or this, that, and the other, the engraving's the weak spot in the chrome. It's going to start blowing the chrome around the engraved work.
Yeah.
If you engrave it and then chrome it, you have to engrave it really deep. Otherwise, you won't see it when you chrome it because it's going to fill it. It's yeah.
Then we're back to the problem of finding a chromer.
Yeah. So I would love to put those Covington Customs handhead rocker covers on my Heritage, on my Cholo bike.
Oh yeah.
They're $1,200 for the parts.
Oh, I was going to say they look good on the crossbones too.
They're $1,200 for rocker covers.
Ouch.
But they're custom CNC machined, rocker covers that go on a twin can that look like a panhead. So,
yep. We've been at this now hour 16 minutes. What do you think if I open this up to anybody else? Let's get the party started.
Go to town.
Okay. Anybody wants to jump in?
I ain't scared.
I appreciate you taking your time out of your life and coming on tonight. I really do.
It's my favorite thing to do. Are you kidding me?
I felt like a kid on Christmas Eve all last night and all day today at work. Looking forward to having you on tonight. You're my first guest. I'm trying to get a few other guests on. I figured who better have my first guest on as I felt you mentored me into my YouTube journey. I'm trying to get Meg's motorcycle journey. I've met her a couple times and she's a friend of mine. So, I consider her and Mike a friend of mine. I'm trying to get her on. She's trying to work out the schedule with her and cameraman, aka Mike. But if anybody wants to jump on, there's the link to StreamYard. Just click it. You'll populate, and I'll just add you to the party.
Let's do it.
Who's scared and who's not? I'm not scared.
Oh, they'll show up. Give them a second. They'll show up.
Hey, if Droop jumps in, he's got to take his shirt off for you.
If there's been any good thing from that pandemic we all went through, is learning this way of entertaining ourselves, because live streams are a blast. It's fun. It's just so much fun. Every night, the wife and I, after we finish everything we're doing, we sit on the couch and one of us will say, "Who's live tonight?" Like that's like the first thing we look for.
Yeah.
Because we don't. I pay for cable and I don't know why.
Yeah.
We don't watch anything.
Yeah.
Tomorrow
night I'm going to watch Tweedledees.
Who's got? Is it just him tomorrow? Does he have somebody on, or what's the? Because
I think he's got Moto Noggin on tomorrow.
Yeah, we watched Tweedle. He's a good dude.
Device not connected, Gremlin. You're gonna need to connect a mic before you can add you to the stream.
Connect your device, Gremlin.
Not that device, the microphone.
Oh, Dallas is nude, so he can't join. That's why he should.
Yeah. And HD Traveler, I know you're eating, but so what? Jump on. You can eat and jump on at the same time.
I don't have a dog in this hunt, so Flo says.
Yeah, you do. Jump on.
I'm not gonna read what Corey said.
What, that one?
Why isn't Bry on? Bry should be on.
Yeah.
He's too VIP for us. He's too cool.
Yeah, how's your OnlyFans going? So you want to give everybody the link to your OnlyFans there, Pro Monkey?
Sure, it's onlyfans.com/bigfatbaldbeardedguy. My monthly fee is $1,000 though.
Oh, awesome! You got to pay for those rocker boxes somehow.
Right? Parts don't pay for themselves.
Exactly.
I got an email the other day. It was kind of funny. I got an email the other day from Patreon saying, we noticed you don't have a Patreon. You should start one, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like,
I'm scared.
Oh,
what's up, goat?
I ain't scared.
hit the button so we're not so skinny. You know what I'm saying? No, not you, goat.
Skinny.
You can do that too.
Not be skinny in a long time.
There you go. You're gonna need to do that when more people add anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm learning the whole StreamYard.
I know only that much.
Hey Ray, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
I see you sound a lot better than you did the other night. You feeling any better?
Oh yeah, I'm on the top end of it. So
that's good stuff, man.
Yeah.
You had that RSV or whatever the hell freaking flu that's going around. We had that. I evidently, my wife got on the freaking cruise ship the week of Christmas, and about 2 days later, I'm here alone, and I just got sick as hell. And I'm texting her going, "Let me guess, you don't feel good." She was like, "No," and it's bad. Now my dad's got it.
Yeah.
Nick's in the dark. Hey Nick, welcome.
Hey.
It's just going through my house like nothing. I mean, it's every kid and
it just hangs on too.
Yeah.
It doesn't just go away.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Here she comes.
Is it the Munchkin?
Hey.
Yay.
I thought it was the little one peeking in.
Hat, where's your tree?
My hat, my
Where's
tree, my hair.
Look at you. Look at the hair. Look
I
at-
know.
look
I
at
almost
you.
didn't recognize her.
Oh.
I thought it was the little one peeking in.
in. Ray,
Hello.
Dr. Harley, gentlemen.
Hello, welcome.
Darling.
Oh, I was just gonna swing by and say hi.
Oh, okay. So you did hair and makeup just to say hi?
No, she waited till I got in here, then she came in.
I do it
so.
for you. Yeah, that's why.
Well,
Yeah.
we all know Pro Monkey had to do his hair before he came on tonight.
Yeah.
it took him
This
forever.
This one
Yeah.
here was crooked.
2 hours.
Yeah, you had
in
to
the
straighten it
shower
out.
for that.
I think it's the bald guys really that she comes in for.
There was this. I can't. I just can't. It's, you know what it is? It's the reflection. It's the shine.
There's
You can do
more
makeup off my head.
Hey, Bryce calling you.
There's more bearded bald guys in here.
Yeah. Hey, come on, Bride, jump in here.
We were at
What are you guys doing?
we were at Sturgis, and we're sitting in a bar with a couple of the guys from Harley, and one of the dudes was really nice. He was talking to you when he said it. He goes, "How does no one recognize you guys?" And they recognize her. They don't recognize me because I look like every other fat, bald, bearded MFer in the bar. Like they don't recognize my face, but they hear my voice. And that's like you'll see people walk by, and all of a sudden they'll like look up. But yeah, they recognize her though immediately.
I think it's that long black hair.
Yeah.
She's cuter than you are, so.
It's
Right.
the necklace.
I agree.
It's the necklace that they notice.
I have to agree.
I'd rather look at her than me anyway. That's for sure.
You guys start in trouble? Have you solved all the world's problems? What are you doing yet?
There, guy wants to go with wide tire custom. Ooh.
White tires?
Wide.
Oh, wide. I was like, you're
I'm not
white.
going wide.
You know, like a fat bottom girl.
Well,
Oh, Fat Bottom Girl, the song.
Oh,
Ex and biker, welcome.
That's why I married her.
Yeah,
Why are you
look,
putting the
you
cat
can see
on?
all
oh, did you want some?
Salud, y'all.
Ching ching. Hold
Salute.
on.
Dr. P, always the place to be.
That's it.
I
Bud Light. for
no,
me.
Doc. No, not beer. We don't take shots of beer.
Oh, hold on.
He's
Yeah,
doing a
come on.
Dallas, drinking his
Come on
coolers.
now. We don't. Good Lord. Hey, Doc's going to get something.
The
He's going to
Jägermeister.
get something.
Background.
There you go, Jaeger cold brew. I've heard that's good.
It's phenomenal. I drink
Haven't
this
had
on
it yet. I've heard it's
every
real
one
good.
of your live streams. So, hey, everybody, shots. Cheers.
That was-
Miss Monkey needs a shot.
She just took a shot.
She needs another one.
She took another one.
Oh
Hey.
my goodness.
You look
Hey,
good.
Here's the toast. Here's to you. Here's to me. If we ever disagree, F you. Here's to me.
There you go.
That's right.
Chicken.
Cheers.
Good
I got
stuff. Here, honey.
You know one thing with this,
High-heeled shoes.
You got to get in the camera and take
That's
a
our
shot.
money. We drink our booze. We ain't got some
You
cherry.
ain't scaring nobody.
Still got the box that came in.
How you doing? Well, she's taking another shot.
there you go. There's a pro.
Give me-
All right, we got
Hold
this.
on,
She's
we'll do
guzzling
one
that.
together.
My turn.
It is Wednesday after all.
Yeah.
These are Jack Daniels, girl.
I don't have to
Ching
work.
ching. That's Jägermeister. Is she
It's Jaeger cold brew. It's good.
There you go.
Lord of mercy.
So if somebody on here could buy my 131 bike, it'd help me out a lot.
I got $10.
All right. Send me
If
your
you
quote.
go 11,
If I didn't buy my 131 for my lowrider, I would have bought it.
he's got the Green Flame Road Glide CVO.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
nice.
let's go. Good. I love that.
And
It'll be down in
131.
He's got it
You
in
see-
the
Oh,
what
that's
rally was that at? You was at last year?
No, I bought it from the dealer.
Yeah, but you was at a
in
rally with it,
June.
wasn't you?
I've taken it to Laconia. I bought it like a week and a half before Laconia.
Yeah.
So I took it to Laconia. I took it to Gettysburg, and I took it to Ocean City.
Oh, look at the cute.
032 and it's sold.
Damn, you bring that up here, Monkey, you sell it for 90.
I was gonna say it.
I'll tell you
North
what.
to go high.
Bill says $11. I got them at 12. Let's open the bidding.
We only get to ride for 4 months out of the year up here.
I'm gonna wake up with a
$23.
hangover. I'm going, I
23
sold my
bucks.
bike for $17 last night.
Let me roll some pennies.
Hey, you set a record for a loss.
Yeah, it would be.
I don't know. Would you?
Yeah, right now.
You know his business model.
Yep.
He knows.
Buy them high, sell them low.
It's not a good business plan, but it's mine.
Oh, we're up to $20 on it. I got
For $20
$21.50.
now.
I got $21.50.
We got 250.
So Stan, no, I'm no like okay. When I was said I was going to sell the blue bike, the mistake I made is I said make me an offer, and only a couple people did because they thought I know bikes are high. I just want what I think is fair.
Yeah.
Right. So I wanted mid-20s for the blue bike, and a lot of dudes were like, I would have bought that. I'm like, no, well, it's sold. It's sold to a friend, and I gave him a good deal.
Well, you go into Smoky Mountain up here or bootleggers, and you'll pay $25 for a 2017 with 40,000 miles. I mean, it's ridiculous. They're high as shit. Yeah.
Dude, come to Canada. Come to Canada. I'm telling you.
I can't. That's
For
too much money. But I'll be honest with you. The reason why I got the CVO is in 19, I bought my Road Glide Special, and that was with the Silver Flux Black Fuse paint. I paid $29,000 for it. 15,000 miles later, the dealership gave me 28 grand on trade,
Oh yeah.
and I paid MSRP out the door.
I get calls trying to buy her bike all the time, and it's probably worth what I paid for it. Honestly, I bought it new in July of 19.
Yeah.
It's probably worth today what I paid for it, but we ain't selling that bike. We both love it.
No. I got
We're going to keep it
They
forever.
were trying to get me to.
We love that
We
bike.
were just at the dealer the other day, and they were like, "Oh well, let's unload
They
it."
just try to buy it. They don't even care if we trade anything. They just want to buy.
Fine,
But
got it to where I want it.
But no, the 131 bike is a 2021 Ultra Limited. It has the wild bore audio, the 131 motor, the custom body, the wheels, the chrome forks, what else?
Wait, I
Must be good.
Typo
And I
gets
said-
fitting.
And I said 32 because that's what a dealer offered me in trade for it.
Yeah.
So I'd rather sell it to somebody. Yeah,
It's going to
lose the tax
benefit out of
rate
it.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let somebody else have it for 32 grand and love it.
Yeah.
Which
I
I
get
think
that.
a new Ultra Limited is probably 35.
I was
right?
going to say 36. Yeah. Some in that
Yeah.
area. Yeah.
Nick,
Not Canada goat. Canada, you're going to pay 50, right?
You
Yeah.
guys are killing me, man. You guys are killing me. Like I was looking at an 18, 45 grand.
See, that's
See,
insane.
my God.
you just got to come down to the U.S. and buy the bike and ride that mofo back.
Then they're
Yeah.
gonna get him on the import though.
Well,
Yeah,
and all that.
they're
You
gonna.
know, Florida, they're selling them year round, so they're always
Yeah.
gonna. We always
Hey,
used to joke that we're gonna buy them down here and sell them in Missouri.
Oh, that's the other thing. 32, and you got to get it.
Yeah,
I ain't shipping
fine.
it to
Come
you.
down and ride the motherfucker home.
There
Hey.
you go.
Hey, Doc, is Bri trying to get in?
I don't see him. Wait,
Okay.
hold on.
Dallas said he was. So
Yeah, he is. My bad. Hey, Bri, welcome. I'm sorry
Hey,
you
brother.
were waiting.
I'm trying to help you, buddy.
We just raised the whole, what am I trying to say? Status of this whole panel by
Told
Mr.
5
Bryce here.
stars right
Really?
there. Ain't it?
Next
Yeah.
up,
Oh my God, I'm in a YouTube sandwich.
Start freaking out.
Sorry.
Oh,
It ain't
no,
no
I'm
shit.
Stan, the 131 bike, the motor's only got 2,000 on it miles. The bike's got 8 on it. That bike's the bike I've had it a year and a half, and it's the bike I've ridden the least. Like it just sits there
Oh,
for the
yeah,
most
the
part.
others, yeah.
Yeah, I'd
I ride
start
the
over.
Solo now than anything now. I ride that's my Solo Heritage. It's behind the 131 bike. I just ride it all the time. I love
Well,
it.
I always thought that was kind of a Florida bike, anyways.
Yeah,
no,
right?
Yeah, I mean, no fairing, no windshield, just cruising.
No, I'm on the wrong side of the country from Detroit. I'm on the good side of the country. I'm on the west side.
I only understand Yankee and Southern, so I don't know.
Shit to Montana? You bring that shit to Montana, I'll come down and grab it.
Yeah, so
Monkey, you're still
the
going to
blue
be
bike
in
is
St.
sold,
Louis
the
in
131
February.
bike's going to sell, and then I'm going to go buy a new something.
What are you gonna buy
I'm
me?
online.
A 2019 CVO, the bike you stole from me.
I don't know what. I didn't steal it from you. You gave it to me.
That's the best bike I've ever owned.
It really is.
So here
That
you
is-
go. You see this? We got Hollywood Squares. Here we come. We need 2 more.
Wait, we need everybody like point.
The wife's got
Biker
Joe.
Brady Bunch.
I got Nick.
Melissa.
And
My
Scott,
wife has got Joe.
Biker Brady Bunch.
Cindy.
Yeah, Stan, I think
Marsha.
32 is
Yeah.
a deal for somebody, and they'll
Oh, I
buy
do
it,
too.
buy it.
That's-
Ain't
that's
damn thing
a-
wrong with that thing. It's sell it to my
No.
mother. So.
By the way, the garage. I don't know why. The garage.
I agree with
All
Dallas.
over the
Mrs.
floor.
Monkey
I don't know what
is
you're
the
talking about.
superior guest.
Oh, that's just Dallas. He's being sweet.
Very true.
I agree.
He's just a sweetheart.
Yeah, but just remember, he wouldn't save you in a fire.
That's true. That is true. He did leave me in the burning building, but that's okay. I got myself out. We're good. We're good. Dallas and I are squared up. We're fine. But
He's a jerk.
yeah, there's oil all over it.
No, it's actually not oil,
It's
darling,
pork.
precious muffin.
Really, it's fluid from the.
Well, I had a great idea today.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, everybody.
To change it,
After-
fucking head bearings.
I've been taking parts off, and I got the exhaust off, and I got down to. So I took the dust cover off the rear gear, and I'm jigging the chain off. And I don't know what in the hell possessed me to do this, but I'm looking at the motor going, damn, that's a crusty, nasty bastard. And so I just pulled out a can of gunk and went, shh, and it just rained grease all over my garage floor.
Yeah.
And so I
It
have,
smells really strong in there.
it smells like, that smells good. Gunk and grease smells good.
No,
doesn't it,
rubber.
boy?
Hey, Monk, here's a hint.
It's like
Bring it
going down
outside
the-
to do that.
Going down the
Well,
road, smelling
no,
that
that would
crude
make
oil.
much-
I mean, there's that.
Come on now.
I have a brick driveway, dude. I can't do it on the driveway. It'll stain all the
Okay,
stone.
put it on the grass.
Or put it in the neighborhood.
I have an HOA. They freaking
I was gonna
arrest
say,
me.
Okay, put it in
kill
like
the-
the wife said. Put it in the neighbor's driveway.
Kill the grass.
So you'll note tomorrow I have a whole pack of those oil absorbent pads being delivered. So
Okay.
it'll be fine.
I just need
It's
to
all
fine. It's all
fine.
unblock
fine.
my bike because I'm ready.
Don't worry about it.
Dude,
Well, your bike is behind it, so it's fine. You won't have any oil in the tires.
get a shovel. It looks like my garage looks like it's a Dalmatian.
I'm gonna have a shovel. I'm telling you, my next bike will be
You keep saying
if
that.
not a shovel, then a pan. But I don't think I have pan money.
Well, if you find a barn pan, they're going to run you about $20K. So even a rusty barn, yeah.
We're all priced out.
I'm telling
You
you,
know, like-
if you really want a shovel, man, I'm not for sure. I think you probably don't want the AMF air though, do you?
I got a 79 AMF, the bad years. You just got to
Yeah.
make it.
I think
no
this one's a
AMF.
77.
AMF
I
is
love when you
blasphemy.
look at AMF bikes and you can see a gap in the casings.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel like
all I did
I
was-
wonder where the oil's coming from. Probably the hole
all I
you
did
can
was
see into the
build
motor.
a new frame and rebuild the engine, and the fucker run for 20 years.
Yeah.
So, in all seriousness, this buddy of mine, Jason, his brother-in-law bought a shovel as a project, brought it to his house because Jason's the mechanic, and then parked it, and he hadn't touched it.
Bye, Stan. Take it easy.
And Jason is like, dude, I'm a mechanic. It's all there. You know what I mean? Like it's what you need to start. I will help you because I know you'll actually do it. And he's like, if I can wrestle the title away from him, it's titled, it's a 70 something FLH. And he's like, I tell you what, if I could just pry $1,500 out of your pocket, I will wrestle him to get the title from. I'm like, but I would only take the motor, I think. So I think I would go ahead and buy a frame from Paco or something to start over again, right? Like
Yeah.
Build your
build
own.
a shovel chopper.
Build your own frame, man. That's what I did.
I'm not going to change the
What?
subject, but somebody needs to turn their YouTube off.
Who is that?
I don't know, but I hear static.
Not me.
Yeah, it's getting echo.
No, I hear it, Ray. There's an echo or something a little bit.
Nope, ain't me.
But yeah, I
Mike?
think that's what I would do is I would just yank the motor out of it and start fresh. For $1,500, I bought a shovel. For
Build
motor,
a frame,
like-
man. Build a frame. That big, long, ugly shovel that's on your picture behind you. I built that frame from 2 pieces of straight pipe.
Oh, beautiful.
that is above my pay grade,
That's-
unfortunately.
Listen, that's an old school biker right there.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? You can't afford to
So
buy it. You build it.
You want to hear one of those things where I am Mr. Plastic Modern Dresser Builder, right? So here I am at Sturgis at the Iron Horse with Chris Cowan, the owner of Cycle Source Magazine. He and Heather. Chris is as legit as they get, right? I'm standing there, and he's the nicest dude.
So sweet. Both of
And
them.
he pulls his bike Bone Daddy. If you guys haven't seen Bone Daddy, it's a
Yes,
sports
I have.
chopper, but it's rolling art. It's just
Yep.
gorgeous. So he pulls it up, and I'm sitting there salivating, looking at it, and I'm like, yeah. The funny thing is, the lines of Bone Daddy are not that different from mine. Don't
No.
kill me. It's a very low slung chopper frame. It's his is probably 14-ish overall. So you know what I mean? And I'm looking at it, and I just said, I wasn't thinking. I go, so what frame is that? Is that a Paco frame or what is it? And he just goes very nicely. He goes, no, I made that frame. It's the
Yeah.
frame that came with it. I just used the neck so I have the VIN number. And I
See, I
was
didn't
like,
even-
I'm
Damn.
not a real man. You are.
I didn't even use the neck. I built my own neck on a lathe and punched the numbers into it.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
That's an old school biker right there. I got some steel. I found some parts. I'm going to build a bike and I'm going to ride the piss out of it.
I rode that thing for 20 years, man. And now
Hey,
I give
Someday I'll be a real
I'll
man.
give it to my kid.
This
And
beer's for you, bro.
It's his problem now.
Yeah. I really do want a shovel. I love this sporty chopper. It's going to be fun, but I can't have all the bikes I want, so I'm going to have to sell this thing.
Yes, you
Although
can.
you know the
You
horrible
don't have
thing,
to get rid of them. Once you build them, don't get rid of them. Keep them. Keep them for
I
your
don't have a
kid
place to put them.
Well,
Yeah, but how can you have a collection if you get rid of them?
unit, man.
But I have 6 bikes now. I can't fit all
Pictures.
6 of them in here
No,
now.
no,
Tell
He's
you
got
what,
them. You can take
Put
pictures.
them up here and I'll put them in my shop.
We're gonna put
Hey,
them in
while
the-
everybody's here, before we get too twisted, since a lot of people from my channel don't know a lot of everybody, why don't we do an introduction? You know, everybody knows me. Everybody knows Pro Monkey
Where'd Nick
already.
go? We lost Nick.
He's
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
No.
He's
So,
got
right there. Goddamn
Goat
it.
Glide, why don't you give us a
Lost him
quick
on
introduction of you?
I'm just some hillbilly from Canada that worked my ass off in the oil field all over the world. Finally retired, and now I play with motorcycles. I'm going to
It's
school.
his green.
I'm in my-
robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big green one is mine, and then there's a couple pictures of my shovel in there too. But I'm decided. My wife got sick of me sitting around the house, so I went to school, and now I'm in my 4th year journeyman in Canada. I'm a journeyman mechanic,
Oh, beautiful.
Right on.
Awesome.
and I
Awesome.
built my own shit in my garage. I fucking took a bunch of stuff to a powder coater. He said, told me how much it was going to be. I said, fuck you. Went home, bought my own shit, learned how to powder coat. I do all my own shit.
There you go. And
You know what I
Bri, you're
wanna
up
do?
next.
Seriously.
I don't blame you. Who is?
Bri, how about a quick introduction?
We can't hear you, Bri. There's no
Nope,
audio.
you're,
Okay.
oh,
Yeah,
he's
We'll
okay.
come back to Bri.
I was saying that I work in IT and I'm really good at this shit.
Wait. We still can't hear you, Bri. Sing a little tune for us to make sure your audio is working.
Hello, hello, hello.
Go
No.
ahead.
That doesn't work.
Can you
Do
hear
the
me?
Duncan theme.
Yeah, I got you. We can hear you.
Oh, who am I? So I'm Brad the Biker. I have a YouTube channel. I do installs, and apparently I ride to Dunkin' Donuts a lot. So
Yeah, right
there's
on.
Bri is one of the most lovable guys on YouTube.
And this is the first time I actually got to talk to everybody on this channel except for Ray's Moto Life. He and I had a nice conversation on Monday,
Yeah.
which was awesome.
Why is the noggin on here so we can make fun of him?
Well, he asked why a
Okay, I just
shovel was
wanna
called
go
a
on
shovel.
Okay,
I know
excellent.
the answer to that
No,
question.
you're going
Come
to get
on.
your ass kicked.
Excellent Biker, you're next, man.
Okay. My name is Mike. I go by XAN Biker. About 90 minutes south of St. Louis on the Illinois side of the river. And I live right on the river. But I was wondering why Monkey didn't say anything about the chopper show in St. Louis.
Dude,
February
I
9th.
just saw your private chat. I'm such a moron. Yes, I will be there.
Okay.
I'm gonna fly in and Uber around like a schmuck because it's in February and I don't even have a car to drive. But no, in February, what's the date, Zan? I have it booked, but what's the date?
The 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Yeah. So CSSTL Chopper Showcase St. Louis is gonna be at the Foundry in St. Louis, and the big dates are Friday and Saturday, right?
Right, the 10th and 11th.
10th and 11th. So I'm going to be there for that because it's my hometown, born and raised in St. Louis, and CSSTL started after I left.
Yeah.
So it's only been around what, six years?
About that.
But I think it's happened 3 or 4 times. The pandemic canceled it 2 years or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but it's a legit show, and the dude who runs it is so nice. I've seen him on Chris and Heather's live streams, and he messaged me going, like I'm like, I feel like online friends, like I'm online dating with
Riding
the
the Ozarks
Yeah.
is going to be there.
right, yeah.
A lot of
Nick,
guys.
Mike, I'm sorry for writing the Ozarks, going to be there, and it'll be cold as hell, but it's going to be an amazing gallery of some of the best choppers in the country. Like it's
Right.
going to be fun.
But I do have a small channel. I've got only a couple videos out, but I've been in contact with. Well, I've been Doc, Monkey, Bri. I've talked to Ray. I've talked to. So yeah.
Yeah, right on. And Ray, you're next.
All right. Mute XAN for a minute. No, seriously, mute him for a minute. I
There's some
think it's
background.
I think it's him.
Interference.
Can you mute him?
Yeah, there he is. He's muted.
Okay. Ray's Moto Life YouTube channel. I can still hear it.
Not him.
It's still there.
Yeah.
Not-
Man,
All right.
you were wrongfully accused, sir.
No, I just was wanting to see because when he talked, I heard it
Canadians,
more.
I think.
But I have a small YouTube channel, 150 subscribers. I do live streams on Monday night. I do quite a bit of things. Moto vlogging. I like to hang out in this community and get to know everybody. So I do talk a lot, and my channel isn't just on motorcycle stuff during the day when I do live. So go check it out. Make sure you subscribe. I don't know. What you see is what you get, I guess.
Yeah, right on. And it is Goat Glide because I just muted him and the feedback went away.
Okay.
Okay, well, how do
That's weird.
help me? My YouTube blog.
Is
You-
your phone? sitting
I was going to
listen while
say, you have a phone next to you.
You don't
No,
have a window open with.
nope. Got
But
nothing.
hey, I wanted to, thank you everybody for coming in tonight. Thank you for giving me the time, and thank everybody for all the subscribers that I gained tonight. That I am humbled and in shock of the love that I've received tonight, and I appreciate it. I am not ending this. Don't get it twisted.
I was gonna say, where the hell do you
All
think
right,
you're
gotta
going
go.
right now?
Hey, I still got beer and liquor. I'm not going anywhere.
I
But I just
see.
wanted to tell you from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate this.
Uh-huh.
It means a lot to me. And, you know, I just want to thank everybody, you know, for all their time that they
2-hour
put in
minimum.
tonight.
Get us drunk and leave, huh?
No, hell no. I'll get drunk and pass out with you.
He
I'm
said,
an old school biker, man.
hey, Miss
Oh, we're gonna
Monkey.
put one soldier down. We're gonna be
Miss
one
Monkey,
down.
if Pro Monkey wakes up in the floor in the morning with that other blow up monkey, take a
Then I'm
picture,
gonna leave
please.
him there.
Oh, he already threw
You'll
that out.
blow up now. If Nick could come back,
Is that what Nick said?
it was Nick sent that.
Oh,
So
wait, we
Nick
got somebody waiting to come in now. Hold on.
That's right,
Oh,
Dallas.
Moto
We're
Noggin.
neighbors, buddy.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey,
There's the
Let's talk about the
fastest.
Sportster. Tell me about the Sportster.
That's the fastest Harley Davidson.
I'm actually
Man.
really.
The fastest sportster in the world.
It is fastest
Guys are so
production
fu-
sportster
Hey
ever made.
Moto, how's it
And,
going?
hey, it's 100% stock too, right?
Yeah. Right now,
The
it's
last
stock,
I
but,
heard, he's
Okay,
putting
I'm working on it,
900
but-
to the
in
rear
all
wheel.
seriousness, he's got to know we're just fucking with him. We love him to death. Like you
Yeah.
got to know
Oh, yeah.
that. Like we're just, yeah. I think he knows that, but I want you to know that, like you know,
Yeah.
All right,
It's
now
all
you
in
got
good
that
fun.
I
out of
did
the way.
sit on one the other day.
I just want to know one thing. Motor Noggin comes on and Ray's
Oh,
Motor
yeah.
Life Heads disappears. Where'd it go?
Are they the same person?
I freaking love that flag though. The freaking chopper on an American flag. I love that.
Yeah, that's a better picture than him.
Oh me.
There we go. Okay.
I'm a ball breaker. If I like you, I'm gonna break your balls. If I don't break
So-
your balls, I don't like you.
So the only one of us here
How I was raised.
that owns what is probably the future of Harley Davidson, I say that lovingly, is Noggin.
Yeah.
Right? Like you've got the Sportster S, right? What do you think the Nightster S is? Because I watch, I don't do any future models videos because I suck at that shit. And I don't know anything about it. I feel like it's all just projection. And the only person I think really figured that out, and I hope I don't miss anybody, is
Mike.
riding in the Ozarks. Mike new bike, Mike bike. What the hell is it, Brian? Mike.
Mike, riding in the Ozarks.
Yes, but his channel is, he's got a separate channel for just
I'll be right back.
like, it's like new bike
Oh.
Mike or something.
I thought it was Mike Will Bike.
No, that's
No.
That's
It's
one of
his
those-
name
That's
is
another
Mike. His
YouTube.
main channel is Riding the Ozarks, but I think he's got a channel called New Bike Mike, and that's just his theoretical, right? And the dude
New bike Mike.
goes to Harley's accessory website and finds a model number and then traces it back to go, that would mean it's a Nightster S. Like he's really good at that stuff. I think everyone else is pulling us from their ass, and you know, like Mike seems to dig down deep to try and figure out what's really coming out. So I'm not going to do any videos like that because I just be making it up, and that's not cool. Anyway, Noggin, what do you think the Nightster S is?
I think it's probably going to be a 1250.
Do you think it's going to be like a Nightster with a 1250 in it?
Yeah. And
You know, the model number is 975 still, though.
Oh, okay. So maybe it is a 975.
You think it's your bike with a 975 in it?
No, I think it's the Nightster. I don't know what the difference is with the S. It'll probably just be, just something different, like kind of like how they had the iron and like the 48, but I really don't know either,
The 18th's going to be fun. I'm excited. Like I told my boss, I can't have meetings at that time.
Hey, I sent Bri the same thing I sent you, Monkey. Them colors are awesome, ain't they, Bri?
Yeah.
On them new ones? Yeah.
I
Yep.
like the
And
yellow.
and you
I
know
like
what
these
though?
ones.
Yeah, it looked
On the
good.
new colors, I have to see them in person because when I first saw the Snake Venom on the launch, I was like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
doesn't look so
Yeah.
great. And then when I saw it in person, I was like, wow.
Nah,
What's up, Bri?
290s for me.
All right. Forgive my ignorance here. I thought the Nightster 975 was already out. It's not?
It is.
It
There's
is.
a model number for 23 that is a Sportster S 975, basically, but they're calling it. So right now we
Okay.
have the Nightster. In 23, there's a Nightster S, which is like a Sportster
Hey,
S
they got
975 or
Greenville
something.
slide.
Well, they showed some mini bikes, but they didn't have the Nightster in it, so they're doing something different with it. So
Yeah. I do love the Sportster S in the blue.
Brian likes the Baja. So did he. He liked the Baja orange. I didn't.
I like the Baja
I'm not
orange.
feeling the orange as much.
But I thought the blue Sportster S looked pretty cool.
Get the Baja orange, people still won't see you.
Zero CT Rider, go ahead, man. Start sharing my stuff out, man. Feel free to. I'm gonna have to take a look and find you guys on Facebook.
That anniversary paint scheme looks really sick.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it. You've seen it? Where's it at?
I sent it to you on Instagram.
Well, the
Harley
anniversary colors aren't out yet, but they released the 2023 colors. The anniversary colors will get launched for the anniversary models on the 18th with the CVOs.
They have new badges too.
Yeah.
I saw the new limited badge is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do they got?
New motorcycles,
Yes.
Grand Adventure Touring.
I'm not feeling the gray. I know you like the gray.
Really?
But it just
I like that blue and gray.
gray.
That
It's the dark
that
silver.
blue and gray.
You know
Yeah.
what was really nice? I saw
looked
one of
good.
the dealer channels. The new silver is a bluish silver. It's like an ice blue color. It looks
Yeah.
really nice.
I've
I
seen the
sent you-
white.
I sent you a video on Instagram.
The new white. It's
watched
kind of a tannish white.
tan. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
really-
know. So one
Not
of my
really feeling it.
One of my old brothers from the organization shall let me named had a street glide in sand dune denim or something like that. And we used to say his bike was skin colored. Like,
Yep.
who the hell chose a skin colored street glide?
Well, they did that because of the whole Iraq-Afghanistan war, and
that's
that
what it
was
looked
the
like.
color of
And
the
he was an
vehicles.
Iraqi vet,
But
et cetera.
when you blacked out all the chrome with that bike, it was amazing.
His was, yeah. It was all black with a sand dune. Wasn't it called sand dune denim or
Yes.
something like that?
Something, and
Yes.
we powder coated all his chrome black. It looked amazing.
Yeah, but what does James May say? Nothing that goes fast should be the color of the earth. So no,
Yeah,
tan, no
good old
brown,
James
no
May.
Like nothing fast. It should be a
And I always
natural
stick
color.
by that, and I'm like, no tan, no.
It's brilliant, though. The only thing I disagree with is I think that blue is a fast color. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can have a blue race car or whatever, and it looks cool. But what he said
I
was
just want to
that
go to my.
nothing fast
Sorry.
should be any color you find in nature.
In nature.
So lime green.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I like
no,
lime
it's
green.
lime green. That's major.
Gotta be time for
Definitely,
lime to flat clear.
definitely a dark red is fast.
Goat, you would
Dark red,
appreciate
yeah.
this. Yes,
I agree.
because lava, etc. So, Goat, you'd appreciate this. I was talking to the dude from Advan, my buddy, and we're talking about future bikes and building something, and he's got this crazy overlay sort of solo style, paint, airbrush they do and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but what base color? Because they can do that overlay in silver or black over any color you want. And he was like, what do you think of radioactive green?
Fuck! Don't steal my
Yes.
color. Don't steal my
Is
color.
that the same color? Is yours radioactive green?
No, mine's time for lime.
But
For lime.
radioactive green is a color they made that's a
Pretty
base
close.
color. Is
It's pretty
amazing.
close.
But then
Yeah,
they
mine-
screwed it up with these weird overlays they were doing on the bikes and all
It
this.
would
like,
look awesome.
And they
Hey,
look like the Matrix, the Ducati Monster from the you know what I'm talking about? But the base
Yeah.
color is amazing.
Oh yeah, and the reason I painted mine time for lime green with a flat clear is because what's the worst color you can ever paint a bike, boys?
Green.
Green.
Bad
Because the
luck.
Gremlins.
I don't know. I got the envious green fade, and I love that color.
Mine
I think that's
will never
phenomenal.
I will never lose mine in a fucking parking lot.
That's right.
That's
I
for damn
lost
sure.
my
Guido's
black
in the
one
room.
before I made it red.
You mean gloss black is not easy to find in a crowd of bikes? I don't know what you're
I
talking
know
about.
it's weird. It's weird, right?
I don't know.
I even made a joke about that at Sturgis in
I've seen it.
21, was it? I literally lost my bike in the crowd. Like, I was like, I've lost. Like, anybody seen a black street glide? Like, gone.
Yeah, you know what though? I just did a black street glide with black. I blacked out the whole engine and everything that was chrome on it with purple accents. If you haven't seen that video, take a look at it. It came out phenomenal. It had purple smoke paint, and there were 3 shades of purple into it. And I picked the most prominent color, purple, and matched the powder coating for accent color on the engine and the brake caliper screens. and that bike came out phenomenal.
Yep.
And I did another bike that was another black street glide, and he's a retired New York State cop, and he wanted everything black. But when we were talking, I said to him, you should, are you big into the thin blue line? He goes, oh, absolutely. So I said, why don't you do a thin blue line? I showed him where I wanted to, and he was all into it. And I did a video on that as well. And those two bikes came out phenomenal.
See, I want to paint the crossbones. I like Bill Stevens, his green on his chopper. I love that green.
It's very similar to radioactive
The
green.
radioactive green. And I'm thinking really hard about choosing some variation of that green for the crossbones because we're going to change the color.
So my buddy at Advan, like when we started doing this stuff 2 years ago with the channel, we became legitimate friends, right? Like we, hang out at Sturgis. Nobody knows who this dude is.
Hey,
and we're hanging out at a bar. He's the CEO of like one of the biggest dresser parts companies on earth. And he's very quiet. He's very reserved. Brian knows him. He doesn't have an ego. He's just this real quiet kind of, and he even says, I'm a nerd, dude. I'm just not that cool. I'm like, you're the CEO of a custom motorcycle parts painting company. You are beyond. And he's just like, he's just quiet, and he hangs out at the bar, and et cetera, et cetera. So he's always with the chopper. He said, I wish I could help you with the chopper, but I only do this. But a couple minutes later, he texts me, goes, hey, I could paint your parts because I have a paint shop. Like, you got to imagine the way the guy is wired. I have a paint factory. I can paint parts, but it wouldn't be in time for Daytona. But he's chomping in the bit to paint the body for the Springer. I have a second body. I'm not going to paint the
Hey, there's the big green Goat Glide right there.
There you go. That's Goat's bike. Oh, there it is still.
HD Traveler, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys?
What's up, HD? What's going on, sir?
How's
Nothing
Texas
much,
today?
Oh, it's nice and nice riding weather. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
For all of those people up in the north who like to ask me, what the temperature is, this is what my normal answer is this time of year. I don't think you really.
Yeah. Oh, they muted.
You don't want to know. Hey,
He hit neutral, didn't he?
Right. Monkey.
Damn.
Hey, all y'all know John Canadian Vet, who's usually on with the military biker. Who's on.
They just got muted again.
Don't you hate neutral?
So you're saying
Canadian the military biker. I'm about 9 hours north of him, so
Hey, HD Traveler, I want to let you know it was 60 degrees in Connecticut today.
Yeah, it's been warm up here.
So,
pow! Yep, I rode on New Year's
Day. It's 10 p.m. at 73 degrees in South Florida. I got it.
We're almost at zero. We're like minus 10 Celsius.
I'm sure South Florida tomorrow ain't gonna be 30 either, though. No, we get 60 degree here, and then and then the next day we get 30. Yeah,
we got 3 feet of snow.
Oh God!
I had a half-inch snow come at night and was gone by the afternoon, and after that, it's been great.
I mean, no offense, Gremlin or Goat Glide, but I'm jumping the border and heading south. I can't deal with that cold like that.
Where you at?
I'm in Tennessee.
Oh shit! I'm coming down there in March.
You can get like all 4 seasons in a week where I'm on a plateau, but I'm in East Tennessee. Yeah, and I'm on a plateau area, so like 30 minutes away, may be warm, and I've got snow on the ground. You know what I mean? Because I live on a plateau area, so it's completely different. But I hate it.
We got cold. It's actually warm here. It's almost freezing.
Yeah.
Like 10 below freezing, so it's really nice t-shirt weather.
But
we got 3 feet of snow. But next week it's supposed to be minus 35.
I'll tell you, Goat Glide, I feel your pain. When I was on my way to Afghanistan, it was minus 40 degrees without the wind chill in Kyrgyzstan. And that was Christmas Eve morning. On Christmas morning, we had a heat wave and it hit 0.
Oh yeah. We'll have like Celsius, we'll have 40 to 50 degree weather swings in the spring and the fall here, like minus 40 to plus 10. It's fucking crazy.
Celsius.
Yeah, to me, it's a cycle of just sickness going around.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You know, the weather changing so much, it's miserable.
Hot, cold,
you know?
make you sick.
Yeah, and it's
Back when I used to work in the patch, I'd leave my family at minus 40 and I'd head down to Texas or Louisiana. It's like beautiful weather, sun shining, and send them pictures.
Oh my god.
So you're out riding tauntauns in the wintertime.
Yeah, well, we get
No, it's too cold for them. They'll
in the
freeze.
States in the summer because my igloo melted and I didn't have anywhere to live, right? So
Yeah, right on.
I got to bounce, but thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Hey,
Sorry, I can't
Brian,
buddy.
thanks for
Yeah.
coming in, bro.
thanks for talking a bunch, buddy.
Say hello to the missus.
Man of very few
will.
words, Bry the biker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're
See you
gonna
guys.
follow Brian.
So the color I was talking about is
All right.
Atlas Silver. It doesn't look anything like in person what it does on the website. So Atlas
All right.
Silver on the website looks like gray,
Gray, yeah.
Yeah.
but in person it looks like ice blue. You know what I mean? Like a silver
Really?
blue color, like something
All
you
right.
see a Mercedes in, or you know that kind of stuff.
Not my cup of tea.
I kind of like them badges though; they wasn't bad.
so rich
Yeah.
The
folks
ultra
love it.
badges, yeah.
Yeah,
I like to see him come out with some retro badges again. You know, bring back the badges from like the 70s and the 60s. And I think that would be something phenomenal if they did that again.
I told one of the guys from Harley not that long ago, I said, look, every once in a while they ask for feedback. And I'm like, you know what? You make a Heritage Softail Classic with a chrome finish and you paint it 1995 black and cream, and you won't be able to stop me from buying one. I don't even need the bike, and I'll be in line. Like the original 90s black and cream,
Yep.
like that they made. I'm like, you'd have to beat me off of one.
you don't find them either though.
Appropriate. I'm going with it.
Brother of mine's got that Springer Heritage with the white with the red stripe, which is a very
Oh,
rare
yeah.
limited
You know, the
bike.
funny thing is,
So coach had.
they're super rare, but you can find them everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
But-
like there's white with a red stripe, white with a blue stripe. I keep seeing them all of a sudden. Like they all have been discovered
With
recently.
the
or
bags
something.
with the red.
There was
I
only
got
like
a buddy down here
2,000
that's got the
made
white
of
with
the
the red.
red. There's only 2,000 with the red stripe made.
But it seems like they were all put away, and
Yeah.
now they're all surfacing, and
Well,
everyone
he's
wants
been-
20 grand for them.
Yeah, he rides them. He rides his all the time. He's also got the Mako Shark CVO Road Glide,
Yeah.
but he rides that Springer as much as his Mako.
Coach still has his.
Coach still has his. He's got a white with a red. He did get a really good deal on it
and he
about a
switched
year
the bags
ago.
out, I think,
And
so
he
they would-
took it to he works at a dealer, and then had them fuel lines, brake line, you know, not bastardizing the bike, just fixing stuff from a bike sitting for so long. And he's asking a lot, but it's one of those, it's worth it, but no one's paying it. So is it worth it? You know what I mean? Like, so I think there's some bikes out there that he's, it's super rare, worth a bunch of money. But if no one's going to pay the money, then it ain't.
Then
really
it's not worth it. Yeah, it's
No,
not.
it's not
So
worth
It
Yeah.
ain't worth shit. Nobody's paying the money.
Yeah.
it.
I told him, I said, look, here, I'm a buyer at this number, and I know that's much less than you're asking, but the day you decide you want to cash out, because it's still more than he paid for it
Yeah.
by a lot, you know,
Oh.
then let me know.
People ask me all the time because I fix bikes in my garage. I want to sell my bike. What do you think it's worth? I said it's worth whatever someone's willing to pay. You can ask
Right.
if you want.
Yeah. You just
But
have to
if-
watch the auctions to say that.
Yeah, it
don't
doesn't
know.
mean
Well, all
what
day
you're gonna
long,
get
he's
out
going to
of
say,
it.
well, I see him listed for, that doesn't mean shit. You know what I mean? Like, you see him listed for this price. What people actually paying for the bike? And that
Yeah.
might be 10
It
grand
could
less
be
than that.
listed for 10 years.
Right.
Yeah.
I can list my 131 bike for 60 grand. Doesn't mean it's worth it.
Well, you'd sell it in Canada.
Well,
Here we are right now.
You might want to take those Canadian dollars. I think they're worth more than the U.S.
Yeah, but we have a 4-month riding season, and at a dealership, you're paying 70 grand for a brand new bike.
wild.
So what are you seeing in
Yeah.
terms of inventory? Do they have a lot of inventory on the
What
floor,
the-
or
Bikes
Really?
lined up.
Because
really?
you can't sell them.
Because no, it's crazy. Guys are buying bikes every day. to ride for 4 months out of the year.
If you want a black street glide, I got your dealer.
Telling you.
I
I'll tell you
think
what,
any
my
dealer
local
has a
dealer
ton of
here-
black street lights.
I'd love to
Yeah.
come down there, buy a truckload of bikes, bring them home, pay the duty on them, fix them up the way I like them, and I would sell them all day long.
Well, they had
Yeah,
10 street bobs just on the floor.
They had
next
10.
to each other,
The black and orange 114 Street Bob,
which is a good looking bike.
10. They had 10 of them,
Right next to
like
each other.
5 and 5. And one of the salespeople was talking to a friend of ours, and I was like, look, I'm going to give you some free marketing advice. I'm not going to send you a bill or anything. Put 9 of them motherfuckers in the back.
Yeah.
No one wants to buy a motorcycle that 9 of its twins are next to it. Like, are you
Showing that
out of
it's not
your
selling. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Unless
it's
it's
just sitting there.
sports, yes, and everybody wants them.
No,
I mean,
they only
it's-
had 3 of those. They had 3 Sportster S, but they were all the different colors.
Yeah.
10 black 114 Street Globs.
Same wheels.
Street
same-
Globs. Street Globs.
Hey, Dallas, up here we just call it bacon.
But don't they have to put so much? Don't they have to take so much inventory to get the bigger
They do.
road glides and stuff?
We'll take some of them off the floor and put them in
Yeah.
the back
Yeah.
because no one wants to buy a bike that has 9 twins.
Yeah.
They just don't. People don't behave like that. They had a shit ton of Evo Sportsters. Like 30 of them. I think the salesman actually made the joke 30 because they had 30 in inventory.
Well, and
The
they,
flat black, the gray, the white, the black, like all these 48s. They had just tons of Sportsters.
they had a couple of the Apex, but at least those were different models.
Those
had
they
the
had
street-
bought from other dealers, though.
But they still, and you know those are going to sell,
So in
but
Florida,
not the exact same next to each other.
in Florida, because we have a 12-month riding season, right around now, the dealers down here will go to other dealers who,
And pull
like
bikes.
Alligator Alley in Lauderdale, has a brand new Diablo.
Nice.
Yeah, the
Because they
dealer.
went to another
I-
dealer and paid them full retail for it,
And they'll sell
bring it down here, and then they mark it up 10 grand and they'll sell it.
Yeah.
10 grand. will sell it.
Arizona's the same way. They'll pull everybody's bikes down there because I spent lots of time down there. They pull everybody's bikes down there and sell them like crazy.
Yeah, Yankee Harley Davidson had 2 of those El Diablos.
I'd just put it in my
Who?
garage and never drive it.
I was a player on it until I saw what the MSRP was. I'm like, yeah, I'm not a player.
Isn't it 30?
29,000.
29 something. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a
But then
brand new
dealers
bike
were getting
for
35
grand
all
down
day
there?
long.
No, the dealership I work with, they sell a MSRP.
You'd have some.
They refuse to sell any more than MSRP.
30 grand for a
That's,
brand new
that's
bike.
badass.
Wow.
Yeah.
And shout out to Yankee Harley Davidson in Bristol, Connecticut. If you wanted a bike at MSRP, that's where you go.
Nice. Fuck yeah.
Also, channel sponsor for Dr. Harley. So
There you go.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
look, Fuel Motorworks in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you want some shit done, bring it in.
If you want to donate a
Pretty good.
bike,
A lot of
call
back
me.
in the box.
I'll take it. If you want to donate a
actually thought
motorcycle
of,
to me,
I've actually thought of selling the 131, selling the blue bike, and then buying my starter bike before I build the next one on the way to Sturgis and like stop and pick it up on the way to Sturgis in St. Louis, like buying a Dr.Harley or something, and actually make it kind of a joke that here I am at Sturgis riding a freaking bone stock bike that I guarantee I would freaking hate. Like the whole rally, I would just be like, I fucking hate this bike because it's just quiet and low bars, and you just see me pissed off riding around Sturgis for a week. Like,
Great. That's what I want you to
I
take
was-
off at Thursday.
I kind of think that would be hilarious. Like just God damn
you
it.
guys see this? The dealership where Upshift Podcast is sold an El Diablo for $37,000. They
I
should
would
be
know.
ashamed.
Oh, fuck. That's like a
You know what though? It's what
Somebody
people,
pays
it's
for
what
it.
people will pay.
Somebody,
Yep.
some guy with a little change burning a hole in his pocket
Yep.
who wants something different, who
Yep.
wants to stand out, is gonna buy it. And you know what? Good for him. You know, I
what
don't
though?
know.
What also people don't realize is the blue bike, right? When I sold it to this friend of mine, I said, you do realize you can't finance this, right?
Yeah.
You cannot get a loan for enough money on a 2016 Road Glide Special.
Yeah.
You can't.
Right.
The bank won't lend
Yeah.
what this bike is worth, and that's sort of a problem too, because yes, You put accessories on a bike, you don't get that money back. Yeah, but air ride, stage 5, custom body, custom wheels, like that's not just putting a live to ride to live derby cover on it. That's not the same kind of thing.
Right.
No, it's not. It's not ride to live to ride. It's live to ride to live, brother.
There you go. Live to ride to live. You got
Now,
that right.
Did the douchebagger have a stage 1 or a stage 2 in it?
Stage 5.
Okay. The tire shredder kit.
Tire shredder kit.
Yeah.
That goes into the conversation we had about, remember that video you did ages ago about whether it's worth putting the money into a bike to turn it into a CDO?
A CDO.
No,
But in the end,
it doesn't have a
it's titled a
CDO.
CDO
Yeah.
versus it's titled.
Her bike
you know,
is a CDO VIN number,
which-
and that has
whatever it's
value.
worth,
You know.
it's
So we had a guy in our shop this year, and we totally rebuilt his bike, and it was an old shovel, 81 shovel. Did everything on it, and I looked at the back rim, and it said Sturgis on it, and I'm like, holy shit. So I looked into the VIN.
He had a Sturgis?
Yeah, he didn't even know he had a Sturgis.
wow.
I'm like, you realize what this bike is worth? And he's like,
Yeah.
oh, whatever. I'm like, holy shit. It was an
Leave
81.
it alone.
Yeah.
Yes,
What were they
no.
asking for
We
that really
totally
bad
fucked
one?
up. I made it run really good, but they painted it and did all this shit to it. Had no badging left on it. But it's like, man, you have a Sturgis.
Sure.
It's an 81 Sturgis. That's worth
He
it.
should have spent all the money putting it back. Like
It-
that would have been a better
beautiful
investment.
bike. It's a beautiful bike, but it's not a Sturgis anymore. And I'm like, you fucked that bike up, man.
Yeah, but
And
it's
you
still
have no
titled,
idea.
you know?
But you could spend the money putting it back
Absolutely.
and maybe get that money back by doing it. We were
Absolutely.
at Sturgis last. I think it was the year before last.
Was it 20 or 8?
Year before last, and I had done I always check the inventory for Black Hills Harley. I always just want to see what they have before I go out there. And I'm up there, and they have a Sturgis, and they always have a Sturgis, but I mean one
That
with like.
picture is my shovel and my buddy's shovel.
Oh,
There you go. So this was a
There's my
Sturgis
shovel.
with like 20,000 miles on it, right? So it's a rider. It's
Holy
not,
shit.
you know. So I go there. I'm walking through the tent, and I say to one of the salespeople, you know, there's 80 of them, like vultures. And I'm like, I hear you have a Sturgis, and he's like, yeah, it's down there, 5 bikes on the left. I'll be there in a minute. So I walk down the row, and there is a clapped out rat trap of a bike that when you look closely, you can see the wheels have been machined with the channel where the orange paint would have been.
Yep.
It's black. The battery cover is not a Sturgis battery cover. The lower tree cover doesn't say Sturgis on it anymore. I'm basically looking at a bike that has a Sturgis VIN number,
Yeah.
right? But it runs and rides. So he walks down the row, and I'm like, I look at her and I go, this is going home. Like I brought a chalk with me. It's going home with us. Like I found a clapped out Sturgis, which is what I want because I can slowly rebuild it back into what it is. Anyway, salesman walks down, and I said, so this is a piece of shit. And he says, yeah, but it runs and rides. And I said, yeah. Which is why I'm a buyer on it. I'm a buyer on this bike. What do you want for it? So he goes and he comes back and he says, $20,000.
and she was pitted real bad.
It was
the wheels were,
it was a clapped
it
out
was
piece
bad.
of shit that run it. And I go, your mama's on crack. You're on crack. Everyone in your family's on crack. I'm like, I get it. I get that it's a Sturgis, but 20 grand for a clapped out piece of shit is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, I just walked off laughing. The people
Rally
around us
price.
were laughing. Like,
Well, my whole thing about the Sturgis that we worked on in the shop, he rides new bikes, but he has his old Sturgis. He does know what it is. Unless I explained it to him, he still didn't get it.
Yeah.
I will own that bike because
Yeah.
he'll get tired. He'll get tired of it, and
Yeah.
I'll
you need to, and then you'll put it back the way it should be, right? You have orange stripe the wheels.
absolutely.
Fine.
you know what,
You
Mike?
can buy new old. If you call Harley, you know this, with the VIN number, they will sell you that decal.
Yep.
The tank they will sell you all that stuff.
You know,
And
Monk,
you can put it back the way it was.
if you went back to Black Hills like a week after the rally, I guarantee that price was a lot less money.
I seriously thought 75 was
Right.
paying a lot for it.
Right. But I'm
Because
saying
it was rough.
they were asking a lot of money for that bike, but that was the rally price.
Rally
If you
price.
contacted them a week or two later, that price would have came down a
They
lot.
were trying to sell that VIN number for 20 grand.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
know what the problem is? Somebody who was told, who has a little money and said, hey, you should buy that bike. It's
Some
really
asshole bought it.
buy it.
Yes.
They didn't have
Yes.
the next
Some
one.
asshole paid 20 grand for it. He probably got there in $1 million motor coach. He's gonna have it shipped to his guy
Yeah.
and pay 50 grand to
Yeah.
put it, which is fine. At least it gets back to where somebody's gonna put all the money
It
into
was some guy from Canada went there.
Right, he's got
bought
a
it.
green
Asshole from
bike.
Canada. Some asshole from Canada.
Hey, South Park had it right. Blame Canada.
Oh yeah.
Blame Canada.
Blame Canada.
Canada.
It's yeah.
just-
But you know what's even more valuable than a Sturgis is the Daytona.
Yeah.
And I'm actually not
No.
a fan.
The Daytonas were terrible compared to
It's
this.
not a good looking bike. It's,
No,
it's, it's gold and it's champagne and it's not a pretty bike.
No.
But they're worth a fortune.
You mean it's tan color?
But you know what though? We went to the gas station on the way to Devil's Tower.
Oh yeah.
We pulled in and I got off the bike and I just said, "Is that a fucking real Daytona?" And the guy was so proud that somebody had recognized his bike.
Good for him. Fucking good
Because
for
nobody
him.
knows the
Good for you.
Daytona. It's just an ugly old Dyno. But
Yeah.
his was showroom. It was so pretty. And I was like, that bike's worth a fortune. He's like, yeah.
Fuck yeah, Little Tennessee. You got this shit. Good job, Dallas.
Dallas is something else. Dallas said he's going to be in St. Louis. Dallas,
He's
he's going.
He's going to the thing, yeah.
That'll be
Yeah.
awesome. I'm gonna
I
try
wish
to
I
go,
was
Dallas.
going there, but hey, speaking of going places, how many here are going out to the 120th anniversary party? I'm going.
I'm not.
I
In
actually,
July. Isn't it July?
I don't know.
it's July. I'll be honest with you.
July,
I can't.
I'll be honest with you. I got sponsored to go out there. I can't say who the sponsor is. They paid for round trip airfare, a hotel, and a Denali.
Do
Really?
you know that nobody has ever paid for me to fucking go anywhere?
Yeah, but you got a 131. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody sends me anywhere.
Yeah, but that's like 3 times the cost of the trip out to Milwaukee.
Oh, that's fine. But still, nobody has ever sent me anywhere.
That's
Somebody sent a monkey somewhere.
So I'm going to be out there, and I'm looking forward to. I've already been out to the museum. I went out for my 49th birthday in 2019, and it was phenomenal. I had such a great day, actually a great weekend, and I'm looking forward to going out to the museum again.
That'll be fun.
And yeah, we got to do some factory tours while we were out there too that weekend.
Oh, that'll be amazing. I'd love to go to the museum, but he doesn't love me enough to take me.
It's because no one's sponsoring
Whoa!
me.
Oh! Yo, you just got called out by your wife
Damn.
How is
live on the internet, worldwide.
Great.
Okay.
I feel like
The
somebody
studio
would
I work on,
definitely.
it's
I
great.
sponsor Sturgis every year.
Yeah, I feel like somebody would definitely sponsor. her.
Oh.
The connection's bad. Harley, mute him. Mute him.
Here's me driving for 4 days, pulling all of our shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
Zero
John,
CT got it right. Ouch.
Ouch. Yeah.
Don't.
You fly in, monkey. They have Harleys waiting for you.
Yeah, but they're stopped.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
Well,
You
no,
gotta contact
I didn't
the
hear
Harley.
the end.
Busted.
When we went to Vegas, and we do appreciate that they gave us those 2 bikes to ride. So we're eternally grateful for Eagle Ridos and Harley, Las Vegas for that. But the stock handlebars, so we go to get on the bike, and all of a sudden we're like,
What is this?
how do you ride? Like,
How do I ride like this?
yeah, exactly.
I
And that
know
was
what
it
you
for
do.
the entire trip.
It's like you're pushing a wheelbarrow.
It was fun.
Yeah.
You know what though? Like I'm going out to LA in a couple of weeks,
Sweetos.
and I should ask because my company's paying to send me to LA for work, and then when my work ends and I'm staying out for a few days to hang out with my buddy and ride, I'm paying for the damn hotel room out of my own.
Why don't you have your job pay you to go to Milwaukee in July?
Yeah, right.
Because no, that doesn't work. I have to have a reason to go to the place, and I had a reason.
I don't.
to go to
Yeah,
LA, and
it's.
then I'm just going to
Sure,
stay
sure.
through the weekend. Well, on my dime, like
Harley, how long are you going to be there? You're going to be there for the full.
Yeah, we're going to be there, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and come back Sunday.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Yeah, it
That
was
must be
kind of, it
nice.
was kind of interesting when I had the conversation with the guy on the phone. I was like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, whatever. And I thought it was just bullshit. And then next thing you know, my email's blowing up with American Airlines, pick your seats, which are business class. I got Enterprise Rent a Car sending me a confirmation for my car. I got a hotel
Those butt plug manufacturers are very giving, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. But you know what? Hey, for a free trip out there for that party, I'm going.
Are they going to give you one with the LED light or the jewel on it? Or how?
No, it's going to be a steady light that'll light up the ground, and it's going to have the Bar and Shield logo in it.
You're going to be like, check out. This is,
Wow.
You know what? I'm going to spread some rumors. I'm like, hey, Doc Harley's a butt plug manufacturer. Saying he's going to have Bar and Shield the whole time. I'm just going to.
Hey, the LGBTQRF community would love it.
/4.3.
Yes.
I'm telling everybody. Doc Harley's been flown to Milwaukee by a butt plug manufacturer. I'm telling everybody.
Yeah, but you know what? Who would take that trip?
All I'm saying is I would just be sitting on the plane going, these are kind of comfortable. I mean,
You'd do it live too, wouldn't you?
Ease down on it. That's all. Just ease down on it.
I don't know what to do with you guys.
Yeah, you like it. Yeah, but it's a real pain in the ass. I would have known, never used them.
Corey, don't encourage them. Don't encourage them, Corey. Oh my goodness.
So
look at Solo.
Corey, I've never used them, so I
I
wouldn't
love
know.
that Noggin's just sitting there quietly. Like, I'm not going to let them, they're going to bring me into the conversation. I
thought he muted his mic.
I know my place. I just, I'm on here and I like it. I like the talk. Lots of Sportster talk, which I love. I wanted to say Evan Black actually made a crash bar for the Sportster. Yes.
Really?
They're like, they're like one of the first aftermarket companies to make anything for the Sportster S. So I contacted them because Bry's like, hey, you should contact them and ask if they want you to do a review. And I was like, man, great idea. So I contacted some guy, but they never got back to me. They probably looked at my channel and probably like, yeah, right.
Well, the problem is, how do you test it? You knock your bike over and go, there it goes, it works great.
But here's the thing, though, is there's not a lot of channels that have a Sportster S, so it's not,
right.
You know what I mean? Right. It's not you, it's the whole Sportster S community is new. So.
Right, so it's only $150. So I was like, well, maybe I'll buy it. I'll do like an install video on it.
I would reach out to him again.
And
I would do it again, yeah, because
maybe
the truth of it is,
I mean, to be honest with you, I've reached out to Loctite because I use Loctite on everything. I use the red, the blue, the orange.
Oh, I was gonna ask you about the orange. Is it as good as they say it is?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good deal.
And I've reached out to them, just a cold contact, explaining who I am, what I do, and I'd love to, have them sponsor a video or my channel. And I got an email back from them saying, hey, you need to go through this email address. And so today I sent an email out to that explaining what I do and how I do it and who I am and what I'd like to do. And I also told them I think it'd be a great partnership between Loctite and my Dr. Harley page because I use it all the time. And I never say Loctite because it's a trademark. I always say Thread Locker. And once in a while I might slip and say Loctite, but how good would it be for them if I say, hey, this channel is sponsored by Loctite, and here you want to use the blue Loctite, here you want to use the red Loctite, here you use the orange Loctite.
Yeah, the shovel use green Loctite.
Well, the shovel used the Loctite 660.
No, we use the green chip. On mine, I use the permanent green stuff.
Yeah.
But what's the if you were looking for a sponsor, the company out there looking to sponsor that kind of stuff is the one that does the Gorilla Glue. They have their own Loctite now.
They have Loctite
Do
now?
they?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm gonna have
Richard
to.
Rawlings from Fast and Loud. He's their whore.
Yeah, didn't he get shut down?
I think
And
so.
No, he's their whore. He's a
Hey,
whore.
Doc, is Melissa sitting next to you?
No, she's in the living room.
Something's open.
Okay, so I got a question. Does everyone on here have a channel except for me?
I don't have a channel.
Yeah.
I have a channel.
Yeah.
You
we
don't
all-
have a channel?
We're just
Mine's the same on Instagram.
Everyone
as
going to
well.
Milwaukee paid for by a butt plug company.
That's just me.
Just Doc. Only Doc. Okay.
Most
All
likely.
right.
I was thinking about making a channel, but I don't know if I get any followers. But
Do it.
Going to be rebuilding my shovel.
Yeah, but
Do
you know
it.
what?
I'll follow you.
Would
And a
you
lot of
enjoy
drinking.
it?
No.
Would you enjoy doing
A lot
it?
of drinking.
She's absolutely
No,
right.
Mike.
It's
I
just
mean,
I've
the
only got
first-
20, but I've got
Hey,
10.
Go Glide, you start a channel. I'll follow you and I'll help promote you.
And that
Okay.
the first shovel channel you should have is shoveling the snow.
No, up there it's called industrial strength snowblowers.
I had to say
He's
it.
out there.
Sorry.
Go Guy's like,
Hey.
fuck this.
hey, I gotta
I seen
ask
I seen a video today of this guy who had a fucking Evo, but on the back, instead of a back tire, he had a 163-inch sled track, like a skidoo track.
Yep.
I don't understand that language.
Thing
Yeah.
was
I don't either.
thing was amazing. I would build that. It's a sled
Gosh.
bike front.
Sorry. We're not trying to laugh. We're laughing
Not at you at Bry.
Yeah.
Right. That's all I can say, man. Damn.
Right. Come on.
Right, man.
I'm gonna leave that up. That's funny.
That was
Oh,
harsh.
God, that's bad.
Even for me, that was harsh.
Oh, hey Gene, how you doing? Welcome. I have a snow shovel class at my house next week.
No, that's at my place. Sorry, Gene. That's at my house. And you bring your own shovel. You can have I'll show you how to shovel. You know, it's only like a quarter-mile driveway. So, you know.
Wait, is there a technique to it, or is it not just?
Doc says, Tweedle says he's ready if you want to post the link again.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Upshift Podcast, Brian NH. Jump in here if you're still here. Jump on here.
Yeah,
They have a very good the Upshift Podcast that the guy Brian he was in here earlier is a very good podcast. Get on here and promote that a little bit, Brock.
Well, I have a good channel too, but nobody watches.
So Google, hey,
People watch your channel. What are you talking about?
hey, Go Glide. Here you go. Start your channel. Only two things will happen: either
I
it
don't
takes
mean
off or it
us.
doesn't. But if you do it for the love and the fun of it.
Exactly.
Oh,
Don't do it. Look, nobody. I don't know. Okay. Well, when we started, we didn't do it for that. Nobody did it for. Well, I'm not going to say nobody, but we certainly did it. We did it because we were tired. We had sick parents. We had a lot going on. And it's like go to the garage and do something that'll make you feel good. And with everything we're dealing with, and it's something you love to do, and that's what matters. So even if 5 people watch. 5 will grow because they see that you're passionate about something. Dallas knows he pours concrete and we can't get enough of it. We sit there and like, I'm so excited about pouring concrete. This is amazing.
Yeah, Mrs. Monkey.
You love it.
Mrs. Monkey, that was me in my garage drunk working on my bike. And I just happened to find you. And I was like the 700 I was like number 700 subscriber. And
it starts. And,
awesome. When I started watching your lives, it was awesome.
Go get it.
It was like 700. I was like 726.
Yeah, I think I started when they were around 5,000 or something.
Right, you were saying the other day, didn't you come by the booth?
Yeah, we
with your
talked.
wife?
Yeah,
but you were there with the missus.
Yeah, we
I
talked
remember
for
you.
like
You were saying, "Oh,
45 minutes.
Of course, I remember you.
Yeah, I mean, it was like later in the day, and your camera had died, and y'all were just sitting there, and y'all looked. Not to say miserable, but it was hot. You know what I mean?
It's Florida.
And we were burning up. My GoPro had died, and I didn't even get my wife to take a picture. I wasn't even thinking, at the time, and yeah. Well, I sit and talk to you guys I think we talked for about 45 minutes.
For a while. I do remember. It was one of those things that you do it because you love what you do. You do it. You meet incredible people. Look at all the guys that we would never have met otherwise. Ooh, thank you.
Oh, what's
Look
that?
at this. He brings me gifts.
Did you bring enough for the whole class?
We sure did.
Is that
okay, because if you did it, he'd have to wear it on his nose.
Is that orange sherbet ice cream?
Come on now.
That looked like a bucket of orange sherbet ice cream.
Yeah, Go Glide.
Children, there's enough for everybody.
It's definitely not about the followers or the views, or it's about the relationships you make.
Not all of us have butt plug companies to sponsor us. We have to buy our own buckets of Fireball.
You also have an outlet to go back in a couple of years and watch that build again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna quote "Hell's on Two Wheels" from your video you did on Monday night. don't do it for the viewers. Do it for yourself as a video diary of your experiences.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
My
if you
daughter
do that, you know, and that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing it. I don't know about anybody else, but I go back and watch the videos I've done, even almost a year ago, because I sit there and says, how did I do that? Oh, let me go watch the video. And there it is. Oh, that's how I did it. Or I sit there, just watch it just to entertain myself, to relive a moment, you know, like the rallies.
So
my daughter says to me the other day that
I want to do that to build my shovel, so I can build it with my son and document everything. And it's a awesome thing. When I'm gone, my kids can still watch that. However, this is the only live I've been on other than Droop's, and
I appreciate it.
I don't want my kids to watch me on Droop's fucking lives on Droop's lives, because I'm probably a mess.
Yeah.
So the other day we're driving somewhere, I can't remember, and my little one's in the back seat. We have a 10-year-old little girl. And the brilliance that young people have compared to us crusty old bastards
Whoa, speak for yourself.
is shocking. You weren't in the car, so it's all right. So my daughter says, you know what, Daddy, do you think that someday I could just take over the channel and just keep going on as the monkey family, as the baby monkey grows up and starts riding? And I was like, holy shit, yeah. Like,
what a legacy.
Yeah.
And she
Why
goes,
not?
this is
I'll
a
get my
10-year-old little
grandkids to
girl.
watch this.
And she says, how cool would it be if I sit there and do something to my motorcycle, and I do it because I'm watching a video of my daddy doing it 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
And I was like, I'm like driving my truck bawling like a freaking schoolgirl. Like, so I'm not trying to cry, you know, because how cool would it be? Some chick working on her bike, watching a video of her dad doing something, learning
Filming
how to
it.
do it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Good night, Dallas.
baby. I go, I would
give me
fall.
goosebumps. Night,
Now-
Dallas.
Now I'm going to address Gene's question here. Says that YouTube is saturated with motorcycle vloggers. Yeah, it is saturated, but you know what? Every single one of us will do something a little bit different.
Yep.
Yeah.
It might be the same thing, but we have a different technique in doing it. And it's the technique that you might find that the technique I use might work for you, or the technique that Pro Monkey uses might work for you even better. It's all a
Use any
different technique.
that I'm using. Don't do anything that I'm
I was
doing.
going to say, or you can get a
Yeah,
laugh
dude,
out of
do
me.
what he's doing.
And
Or if you want to learn about the sports to rest, you know where to go for that.
yeah,
You know, I actually enjoy watching your videos about the sports to rest. You know, my feeling of the Sportster is that it's got a bad rap, but it's a badass bike, man. It's light, it's nimble. You can make it go fast for a little bit of money.
If I were young and skinny, yes.
I was going to say, if I was 200 pounds smaller, I could get on it.
That guy right there wants to know more about the Sportster S. I can see it in his
Yeah,
face.
You're so damn
Yeah, he does.
absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah,
this-
it's the AV Traveler. He's gonna have the new Sportster S in his.
I'm gearing up to ride it from New York to Daytona Bike Week.
Good Lord,
Um,
everybody's meeting the
Just to
monkeys, but
prove
they run from
everybody
me.
that you can travel on a Sportster comfortably, and it's just fine.
Whoa.
And
Wait, I don't know about comfortably.
Where did you get comfortably?
Wait, not comfortably.
I got a Corbin seat coming. I got forward
That's not
controls.
comfortable.
No.
Yeah, it's gonna be good, and it's gonna be funny because I'm gonna be riding by, and
Or
all
be
these
funny,
guys-
all right.
you're gonna see all these trucks towing baggers going to Daytona, and here I am riding a Sportster because
Hey, I'll be
All we're
towing
gonna
my
see is
bagger,
yours
but I'm gonna be in a
asking
motor
for, oh,
coach.
my ass.
Noggin, when I went to Biketoberfest, buddy, I seen a trailer with 4 baggers on it, and here I am on a breakout just chugging along like it's nobody's business.
Whoa. I will always defend the trailer people a little bit.
I
What
trailered.
was their license plate? Because you were coming from Tennessee.
It doesn't matter. They had their bikes on the back of the trailer.
No.
All right, here I'll end this trailer conversation real quick.
I'll go ahead and address
In
this right now.
2010,
Here's the
I
deal.
rode a '93 Softail with a Badlander seat from Connecticut to Daytona and back,
Oh,
to
would you do
Laconia
it
and
again?
back, and to Sturgis and back. I left Sturgis, South Dakota on a Friday at 11:30 in the morning, and I was back in Connecticut by 7 a.m. on Sunday.
How old were you in 1993?
40.
Okay, so
No,
you
in
were,
in 2010, when I went out to Sturgis in 93, I was 23 years old. But
Oh, well.
Wait. You were 40 or
Hey,
23?
I was 40 years old when I did those three on my 1993 Softail with a Badlander seat.
Ooh.
But would
It
you
was
do
a
it
bad
again?
idea, but I did it.
See, bad idea.
Yeah, the suspension is so much better on a Sportster S. It's basically like the Fat Bob suspension. It's got the inverted forks. So it's very
That's
comfortable
for
to ride.
cornering, not for
Breakout had the
distance.
same thing.
Yeah, no, my 48, that thing was so uncomfortable. You just a couple hours and you're like, all right, let me get off. But this Sportster S, I mean, I've ridden it long distance and it's
I'm sure you'll be fine. I really am.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do it.
That's what
It's
you want.
just
But
something a big
because
guy
you
can't
can
ride.
doesn't mean you
So-
should.
I'll go ahead and
Yep.
address the baggers on the trailer.
Yeah.
You know why I have an issue with that? Because all you bagger guys sit here and knock on the Softail guys saying you can't ride across country, but here we are doing it, and we see baggers on trailers going to a rally that's like 4 hours away or less.
No.
Oh, no.
Can't do
So
it.
that's
no,
where we
hold
get
on. And
issues
I'm gonna
with.
say,
All
I'm
you
gonna
got to
say
do,
this as a
all you
bagger
got to do.
chick.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on, I'm
Nick.
gonna step in as a bagger chick
One
and as
person at a
because I also
time.
have the crossbones. Let me step in here and let you guys, have a piece of what I'm thinking. So first, it's not that we say you can't do it, and nobody knocks the baggers any more than we knock the sportsters. Let's be honest, it's all in good fun. But the reality is, it's not that you can't do it. You could take a Sportster from New York to California
do it.
just fine.
They used to do it.
Guys used to do it all the time. But you're looking at, especially the ride to Sturgis.
Those guys didn't have jobs.
Hold on.
But
The week before Sturgis, you're looking at bad weather.
I ain't gonna disagree with that
Good
statement.
year.
Hey, Mrs. Monkey's got the floor.
Yeah, you're looking at
Yes.
hail the week before Sturgis on a good year. You're looking at hail. You're looking at rain. It takes us 10 hours to get out of Florida on a good day.
Yeah.
You're looking at flat and straight, not a great ride. You're looking at it's
That's a
not
miserable ride.
it's not easy to take all your stuff, and you still got to get there after 2, 3, 4 days riding, and now you're exhausted, and then you don't have a place to stay, so you're probably camping. So now you got to camp. I'm too old for that. And you can call me high maintenance. I'm fine with that title. I'm too old to be sleeping in a tent.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trailering to Daytona, but I'm in a motor coach. So, and I'm not
There
even
you go.
driving the motor coach. I'm going to be sitting on the couch relaxing.
There you go.
So-
We
so-
take our home with us, and I get to ride, and I ride to Daytona, but he takes our home. So that's a sacrifice we make.
Oh, dude, it's
That's
not by
just-
choice.
That's just the way it is.
I think
the
what
Tesla RV.
I think y'all
I
are
want the
wrong.
Tesla RV that I program it in, and that sumbitch is just like at my spot waiting for me. Because I'd rather ride. I would rather ride all day long. Like,
Here's
but I gotta
a
pull that
double-head
shit.
guy's opinion on that. All you got to
let me
do
clarify.
to ride a Sportster or an old bike is channel the rage. Channel the rage and ride that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Let me
that's
clarify on
what
that.
I'm doing.
And now I ride a 1999 bagger, and it's so nice. It's so nice.
Yeah. I
You
ride
set
the
the-
crossbones a few miles, and
Oh,
my
yeah.
back hurts, my knee hurts,
I
no
ride my own
windshield,
shovel and
no
just like
cruise control.
channel the rage and get through that shit, and you're the baddest motherfucker out there.
I did that
Smart.
600
Okay.
miles.
Yeah.
Tweet,
And
No
I want to
windshield,
hear
no
what
cruise
Tweedle was
control.
going to say. Tweedle was going to say something.
Yeah. I do not count toy haulers as trailers. So don't
Yeah,
get
'cause
that
you gotta get it
misconstrued.
there.
I'm talking about open bay,
Yeah.
Oh,
four
and the
lines
more
up
he's
row.
talking about is like Georgia to Daytona. Like
Yeah.
we'll go down through there and you'll see people leaving out of their house like 3 hours away from Georgia
Yeah.
to
Dude, Tweedle, Ray, I have laughed hysterically years ago when I used to tent at Leesburg because I would leave out of Broward, which is like Fort Lauderdale, and it's 4.5 hours to Leesburg. And I would head out of my street glide with my tent and all my bullshit behind me, and I'm rolling up the turnpike, and I would pass a truck with 4 guys in the truck with 4 ultra limiteds or ultra classics back then on the trailer and on an open trailer. So it's not an RV.
yeah,
They're literally trailering
it's what we
from
did.
Broward County to
Back in the truck
Leesburg.
full of
It's a
tents.
4-hour ride. What are you doing? Like,
Well,
I'm like,
you know what?
and I
This
would
goes right to
literally
Moto
go by
Noggin.
them and I would point and I would go, and I would laugh.
This goes
like,
this goes to Motor Noggin. I've been to your rally, Americade,
Yeah.
and I've never seen New York state plate registered bikes, gold wings and trikes trailered to a New York rally. Until I went to Americade.
Yeah,
so here's the foundational thing that I've said a million times about rallies. So, because you kidding me? When we first started this channel, every sumbitch had something to say and some comment or something said the other. Look, until we all have toy haulers, we are all going to the same place, and we are all coming from the same place
with the same job.
With the same job and the amount of time we can take to get there and get back. Shut the hell up.
That's right.
Right? Like I got to get there in 4 days.
Yep.
And I'm going to enjoy every minute I have there. And I'm going to sleep in my RV. And this is my vacation. And then I'm going to put on as many miles there as you did to get there. While you're sitting there with your sore ass in the campground all week, I'm going to be rolling. Like,
yep.
I mean, we literally 300-mile days in 40-mile-an-hour zones. Like, we put on miles the whole time we're up there. And then I got 4 days back. Until we're all doing all that, I don't want to hear it.
Tweedle, you get a kick out of this. So we have a friend of ours that has a badass performance bike, and he's put this amazing sound system on. And he enters competitions, right, for the sound system.
He also rides that.
He rides, and he rides hard, and he rides long. I mean, he's a hell of a rider. He's been riding 20 years, but he's a young guy. So the point is, he entered a competition, and they found that these local guys, so we're talking not even an hour away, in Daytona.
This is hilarious.
Local guys would enter this audio competition, and they're like, okay. And then one day they're in the competition, and they notice some guy backing his bagger out from a trailer to enter the audio.
Like at the location of the
location,
show.
and they're like, wait a minute, that guy didn't ride the bagger here. Okay, that's cool. The bike didn't even run outside.
The motor was
ring.
blown.
The motor was gone. And so now they've had to, you'll find push the son of a bitch around. All these local rides.
Oh my God.
Well,
It's a big hot rod thing. That's a big hot rod thing. Like in cars, you have to, like, to enter certain shows, you have to drive your cars 100 miles.
Yeah. So they're changing all the audio competition things in Daytona and Sturgis rules to say that you have to, like, they're closing the difference.
You got to ride her in.
Like, so you have to, if you're going to push it, you're going to push it far.
So these guys
Good night, Backline.
Well, when we came to Oktoberfest, we had a 16-foot flatbed trailer, and we had two baggers. And at the time, I only had a Sportster. I wasn't riding my 08 Nightster from Tennessee to Florida. I wasn't going to do it. You know what I mean? And I'm 6'2" and 250. There ain't no way in hell I'm going to make it back to the border of Tennessee. You know, I mean, I've rode long days, but it would have took forever. And you know, we hauled ours down there, and then I rode all over Florida, you know, Daytona and everything, and then hauled it back. So
that's all being smart.
Yeah, well, I mean, I say get there how you can, but now that I have an Ultra Classic, you know, I want to ride down there. You know what I mean?
Here's what blows my mind. I'm 6'5", 220. I rode my 16 breakout, no windshield, no saddlebags, just my luggage, from Knoxville all the way to Orange City.
Which that's
straight.
How far is that's far?
That's
600 well, I went through Jacksonville, so it's closer to 680.
Yeah,
on the mileage.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
and I did it one day. And everybody's like, "Did you break it up?" I'm like, "No, I rode it straight through."
But that's what you needed to do, and it's what you had. I think that there's too much judgment around. Oh, if you don't do this, you don't, dude. You know how many years in the saddle I have? Kiss my white Irish ass. I got nothing.
I've been riding for 34 years.
Well, I mean, you've earned that toy.
Yeah, like I don't
you've earned
what.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you worked for
5
it.
years in the saddle. What you think I should do? Like, you know, like it's not you, Tweedle. I mean, I
no.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like there's.
I'm with you.
In my experience, those that talk shit, just started riding. Right?
Or don't have a bike.
Ain't even going to Sturgis. They're not even going to the rally. They're just
don't
talking.
even own a motorcycle.
I was just going to make that comment.
They don't have an RV. They don't. You know what I mean? Like when you really dig down, you find all these shit talkers. We're not living the same life. So I've done that, dude. I've done this tent thing on an old fucking ratty ass bike, and I don't have to.
Yeah, I don't knock toy haulers because I'd be right now if I had the money to replace my truck and get a toy hauler, I'd be right there with you.
I call them. I call those.
My bed with me.
It's
I call those
sweet.
people door dashes. They go door to door.
Yep. Someone broke my stones
So
about trailering
just ride
down to
door to
Myrtle
door.
Beach for bike week. I sat there and says, "Oh, were you in Myrtle?" Like, nah, I couldn't make it. You know, the bike was. I'm like, so why'd you talking trash? You
Yeah.
weren't even there.
Right.
Yeah.
And all these poor guys that come from the Northeast to to bike week in Daytona, my God, they beat the shit out of them verbally. And they're like, there's 6 inches of snow on the ground when we
Yeah.
leave and it's 20 degrees. Like, give them, like, what I love to see is the photos, because by the time they get to around Tennessee, there's still a glazing of ice on the bikes, and then it melts off as they get down to Florida. Like, dude, leave them alone. That's badass to watch them do that.
And not only that is when they actually go back home, they still have snow there. You know, it's
Yeah.
still
Well, you know what? When I rode down to Daytona in 2010 on my Softail, it was cold here in Connecticut, and I couldn't wait to get to the Carolinas to warm up. And wouldn't you know it, it was sleet and freezing rain all the way through North and South Carolina.
Yeah.
And that was the coldest year in Daytona, period. It never hit 50 degrees. I was buying more sweatshirts than food and beer down in Daytona just so I could stay warm during bike week.
Yeah.
It can be cold.
Well, what about the guys we ran into at Sturgis?
That
we
was
were
hilarious.
We were at what restaurant was it?
We were
It
at
was,
Powder House.
Powder House. And these guys, and it caught my attention.
They were speaking Spanish.
They were
the
speaking
table next
Spanish.
to
So
us.
I was listening to them, and I'm like, hey, they're from Miami.
They said something with Miami.
And they're like, yeah, we rode up. And we're like, okay, so you rode up? And they're like, yeah.
They rode from Miami to Sturgis,
Which is, 2 hours south of us.
I don't think it gets any farther.
So 2,800 miles
in the continental U.S. That's about as far as you can get is Miami to Sturgis.
Yeah.
And then we're like, oh, so how was it? They go, it was miserable. It's terrible. I don't want to ride. I will never do it again. And it was some poor guys.
It was hilarious. They were like,
just like, it sucked. We hit rain. We hit hail.
My ass is killing me. I don't want to ride anywhere. This sucks.
They're miserable. They're like, this was awful. I don't even want. They didn't even ride. Like,
It's 2,300 miles. 2,400 miles
But
from
if you-
Miami to Sturgis.
but if you did it, you got it off your. If you have a checklist and that's on it, and you want to tick it off, that's awesome. That's
Yeah, but I don't have that list. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't
Whatever
have
makes
that
you happy,
checklist.
man.
Yeah.
We're cool.
I mean,
care what everybody says.
I rode to Sturgis from Connecticut, and I tell you, when I got there for the first 3 days, I was bent over, and I didn't do any riding when I was out there because, you know, a 93 Softail with a Badlander seat and 18-inch apes.
Badlander's
and
terrible. That's a terrible seat to actually ride on.
Yeah, and I did 800 miles a day for 3 days to get there, and I did no riding when I was out there, but I made it. I stayed at the Chip. I partied all week, and I left there Friday late morning, and I was back in Connecticut for 7 a.m. because I was a prospect for a club at that time, and I had to be there for a kegs and eggs party for another diamond club. So, you know, I made it where I had to be.
Here's the other thing I would say. If you were to, so I do 4 days to go to Sturgis, and I do
Good night, Gene.
four 600-mile days. I used to do 3 7.25 days pulling the rig. I would be on the bike 3 7.25 days anytime. Than pulling that freaking big fat bitch, like white knuckling in storms and trying to find a gas pump that I can get a 40-foot rig around, and like tell you right now, I would be on that bike any day, happier, more comfortable, whatever, than pulling that rig any day.
Yeah, but you know as well as I do, I don't want to sleep on the ground. It's not. I've tented and stuff. And took my kids camping, things like that. But I have health issues, and I have to sleep with monitors and things, and stuff like that. And I'm on blood pills, heart pills, 16 different pills a day. So basically, I want to be comfortable. I'm not going to go. I cannot deal with the 100-degree heat, and that's because of my health. If I'm out in it, I know my limits to where I can ride and what I can be in. But yeah, I'm like Mrs. Monkey. When I come back to the end of the day, I want to be comfortable. If I want to run around naked, or if I want to eat what I want out of my fridge, I mean, I'm sure, but
you really don't want to have that every sex for everything.
I want to be comfortable though. I don't want to go and be sleeping in someone else's piss and puke next to a tent. I mean, really, I don't. not
Ray,
going to do
it's
it.
probably mine, to be honest. It's probably my piss and puke, to be honest. That should be
Only if
sleeping in
there's
it.
screwball. Only if there's screwball.
But I mean, seriously, I want comfort for my
And
health, you know.
And then you want to go to like when we went to Sturgis, well, one of the years that we went, of course. And then a friend of ours was like, "No, we're tent camping." We're like, "Okay." She had to get up at like 6 a.m. to beat the line to the showers, walk a half a mile to the showers, walk another half mile to the restrooms, where drunk guys were trying to get into the porta potties while she was in there. And I'm sitting there going,
Yeah.
I'm not. It's not even.
We're
that I'm too
talking
old for that.
borderline sexual assault that was
I'm like,
going on. Morning.
This is your vacation.
Hey. Sometimes that might be wanted.
Well, I mean, you know,
It
we're
was
not
me.
that. It's not that we're too
saying,
good
like-
for it. It's just that we prefer, you know,
Yeah,
comfort.
Why
Yeah.
not? Why
Yeah,
have
there's
you not
nothing wrong
worked your
with that.
whole life, made all these
Yeah.
sacrifices to be able to have a little bit of comfort on your vacation?
That's
Why
right.
do you want to
Yeah,
suffer
Brody,
on
right
the
eyes.
time that you have off?
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
There you
I'd
go.
rather have
Yeah.
my bed, my kitchen, my bathroom,
Yeah.
all right there.
There you
know.
go.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't hate on people that throw bikes in their toy haulers.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
I'd be doing the same thing. But if you throw
But
them
I
like that,
tell
no.
Tweedle, dude, I'm
throw
with
them
you.
on-
With if you put that bike on an open trailer, go 4 hours.
Mhm.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
Like,
I
that's
mean,
what
you know, I
that
can
is
do
now.
that.
I agree.
You know, yeah,
They don't like it when you go by them just shaking your head like poor bikes.
yeah.
They get mad over
Those
that.
poor bikes.
I would. I'd ride by him and give him the finger and laugh at him, shake my head, because I know you're coming from South Florida to Leesburg.
That's not
That is
nice.
ridiculous.
Maybe there's a reason.
You know what? You know what?
Maybe.
You might be right.
Maybe.
I
Maybe
have to
there
admit,
is.
when
Oh,
when
she
the
is.
channel was brand new, I'd seen a thing, and the video was
Oh yeah. I know
interesting,
what you're talking about.
where a lady said, "I'm going to put my bike in the back of my pickup,
Yeah, I remember.
and I have a ramp. So you know how easy it will be to unload my bike when I get there. Is there going to be a ramp?" And the answer was, for the most
Everybody's
part,
gonna
they were
help.
like, yeah, they were like, yes, there's ramps at dealers, there's ramps at campgrounds. Most people were like, yeah, and if you just tell me when and where, I'll help you, sister, get that
Pick
bike
that
out
thing
of
out
the
of there.
We'll
Yeah.
lift that damn thing out.
And some 2 or 3 assholes are like, if you don't ride, then you shouldn't even go. This lady has a disabled daughter that she was trying to have. They were driving the truck up so she could unload the bike, and then her disabled daughter could ride on the back with her for a week. But there's got to be some asshole with a big mouth
Yep.
who isn't even going to the rally.
Don't
who
even
probably
own a
has Honda
motorcycle.
Rebel at home.
Or just a
Who's got a
keyboard
big-
warrior.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And it just, we all got to stop that shit. Stop talking
Yeah.
crap.
And that's like me.
Exactly.
That's like me. They would probably say so much shit about me, but they don't know my health issues. You know,
Yeah.
I've had
That's
4
just-
open heart surgeries. You know what I
That's
mean?
just
I've had
poison
major
to our
health
community.
issues. I need certain things. You know what I mean? I can't just go and lay out in a tent in 100-degree heat. You know, I can't do it.
100%.
You
I
know?
mean,
And-
that's
and
just
you know-
poison
you know
to
what
our
fixes that,
community.
Ray? You know what fixes that? A ball-peen hammer to the face.
Yeah.
It typically fixes all these little comments.
Yeah.
They get real straightened out real fast.
But I mean, serious, you know as well as I do. If we film it, then some asshole's gonna say, "Well, you didn't ride, or you didn't go fast, or you didn't do this, or you know."
And I'm going to say, see, now
You're
you
not a
can't walk
biker.
anymore, though. How does
That's
that
right.
work out?
Yeah.
Like, you know,
No, the problem is that with the advent of social media, as with all things, we
Oh,
meet
it's
great
terrible.
people, we do great things, go glide, we could make videos about all the things that we love and then with that comes all these people that either out of jealousy, envy, anger, frustration, or just because they want to watch the world burn, they got to say something.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
people have said some downright cruel and horrible things to us, and we're like, okay, whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
we can't begin to go over the things they've said about me, about our family, and it's like, you know what? Those people I always respond. I try to kill them with kindness. I go, you know what? You're
I
having
just
a
try to
bad day.
kill them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I say
No,
no.
the only thing,
That's
I've ever said, the only thing bad I've ever said is when I give Monkey shit for his total rebuild when he was putting new tins on his bike.
That's a question I got for the monkeys and everybody else on this panel. Is,
Good job.
how do you guys? How does everybody deal? Because I'm starting to get them now. The hate comments and the hate messages on you, and
I'll tell you, Doc. The
Hate
same thing
is
I always say all the
sweet.
time. I say, look, I
Sweet.
say on this channel all the time where I'm going to be and when I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
And if you want to tell me this,
That's
you
right.
come to my face and tell me, and I'll tell you right now, it's going to be a bad goddamn day. Make no mistake about the kind of MFer I am.
And
No, you're a man.
90%.
You know where I'm going to be, and you come to me right now and make racial slurs about my wife, I will take away your
That's
door
right.
and walk.
You see that tattoo, right?
There you go. Doc's got it. Like,
And 90% of them ain't even out of their,
like,
don't even
they
leave their
won't.
house. Yeah.
Those people won't
Yeah,
see
I
it.
must not be doing
I
something
got
right.
I got a special brass ball peen hammer that's on my bike.
Oh, mine is Damascus. Mine's made out of Damascus from Sanity Jewelry.
Y'all are too nice. I just got a 45.
Look, the reality is, and we've had guys that have come on and said some pretty mean things, and then when you try to talk to them, it's like, look, man, obviously you're dealing with something that has nothing to do with us, but you're dealing with something. I sympathize. So what? Either we talk it through, and some guys have actually come by and say, you know what, you're right, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to come out that way, or I was just angry. One guy said I was just jealous. I didn't mean anything by it.
Sometimes they do, yeah. Sometimes like,
Well, you know, I was kind of mean tonight, and I told Monkey he better change his bearings, and he learned his error of his ways. He's going to change his head bearings.
well,
now.
I said something about. I'm like, no, they look pretty good. I'm just going to repack them. And
Fuck
Goat
that.
said to somebody else, well, that's going to be freaking half-assed. And I just said, damn, brother, I'm right here. Like
And I'm with you on
tell
that.
me, like, don't tell
Jealousy-
someone else. Tell me, like, you know.
I
Jealousy
think
can be
Northeast
some of the worst
Racing's got it
enemies.
right here. Hating is needed because those who are the ones that get you views up,
Oh, yeah. I mean,
because they just love to hate.
It's fuel for me also. But, you know,
I
that
must be doing
jealousy.
something wrong. I don't have any haters. So
Well, the
apparently I may be
jealousy
being
is-
an asshole.
You'll get them.
Hey, Monkey,
get 'em.
there was no hate in that Monkey. It was just, God damn, do the right thing.
Well, jealousy is dangerous.
But I
for
will
people,
now.
You know what I mean?
I took that and was like, you know what? All right, I'll change the bearings.
Like
And I'll
Jesus,
you're
you
right.
got a toy collar, you can
$20
afford some bearing. Come on.
$20 is $20.
Hey, what you
Oh,
do
you
for
know what it is
20
also?
bucks, man? I don't want to know. Keep that behind closed doors.
But I'll tell you what, that I think what it is literally is that thing is like 400 here, 500 there is how that freaking chopper is turning out to be. So
Dude, been there a million times.
And it's just the beginning, my brother. It's just the beginning.
oh, I haven't
Okay.
even gotten into reassembly.
Yeah.
I'm going to discover some stuff. Like,
Oh, yeah. And, you know, your credit cards are going to scream.
Moto Noggin, how do you
just for
feel
what
about
just
haters?
tonight, I'm looking at the chain going, I should really replace the chain. Like, I should really start fresh. There's $150. Because then you go, well, I should really get the gold one, right? That would look really cool in the chopper with the gold chain.
That's what I'm going to do for the Lowrider S is the gold chain because of the
There you
bronze.
go. The stainless or the gold.
Nice.
You know, you start that, right? And that's $150 just for the chain. Like,
Yeah.
Yep. Like I said, the conversion kit's $300 to convert from belt drive to chain drive. And that's with the gold chain. But I think the gold chain will look really nice against the bronze wheels.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was
but
nice.
you know what? The head bearings, Monkey, that's not a good looking thing. That's a save your ass thing.
that's a
Yeah.
save your life thing. You're right.
Yeah.
But also, you look at that
That's
bike,
the
and,
real.
and really, the lump and the frame are almost all that's going to stay as it is.
Yep.
Right? Like I'm rebuilding the forks. I got new bars. I'm thinking about ditching the switch gear and going to just a starter button, and maybe not even a
Yeah,
starter button,
starter
just
on
new
your-
levers.
starter on your starter.
All right,
Well, I already got
DDK.
one on the starter
See you,
itself,
buddy.
so I'm thinking if I just flip the keys, you know, like, so the bike is going to be very different than when I started. You know, like it's not, you know, the frame
Make
is
it
the same and
simple.
the motor's the same.
You
That's about
only,
it.
you only need 7 wires to run everything.
I think I'm going to be down to 4.
Oh, well, see, up here in Canada, we need signal lights.
Well, you
No,
want
no
signal
signals.
lights. Yeah.
No
we're gonna
signals.
put signal lights.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to have a brake and a run and a headlight.
We go
That's
down to
it.
4 wires. 4 wires easy.
But Gold Glide brings up a good point. You know, something when we went to like Smokeout, which was a great rally.
Fuck, I
If you
love
haven't been there, that was so.
Oh my God,
And
smoke
something
out.
that you notice that kind of sets apart the chopper guys and the builders from what tends to be, it doesn't matter if it's Softail or baggers, but the Harley guys, let's call them Harley guys, is that they seem a lot more accepting of stuff and they seem willing to help. They're not judging. They're like,
Chopper guys are freaking awesome.
Yeah.
so
Anything you need, anything you need. I know I'm way the fuck up here.
Hey, it sounds like Goat Glide needs to make a flight down to Florida to help you out with the wiring.
He doesn't like the weather down here. He likes it cold up there. So
Oh, yeah. Screw that.
He doesn't want to ride his motorcycle year round.
What? You don't like the beach and women in bikinis?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm all about it.
Yeah, but the
Okay,
women
then.
are me. Unfortunately, it's me in a bikini. Like,
Well, he might enjoy that too.
You can handle me in a
you
bikini.
want to wire that bike? I got
No,
a nice
don't
rack
make-
too. Look,
don't make-
I got nice, you know.
Shot time.
Oh,
firm yet supple.
It was been a while. Time for
Supple is
shots.
a great word, isn't it? I love the word supple.
Oh, that's an awful word.
Firm yet supple. Are we doing
Guys, gonna
shots?
let me do a shot by myself?
No, hang on a minute. Damn it. Hang on. I have to get my bucket out.
I got my seltzer.
You got your seltzer? All right, right on.
What is that,
Hang on,
IPA?
Oh, here.
No,
So
just
a buddy
seltzer.
of mine, I put a stereo on his bike.
I
and
don't
he gave
drink
me a
every
fucking
night.
Fireball as payment.
Oh, I didn't know it. Just I seen a can.
Yeah, no, most of the time. But
Hang on a minute.
I drink
Sorry, it's
occasionally.
fat and mold and there's problems. Salud.
Salud.
Do the toast.
Salud, dinero, amor, que belleza sobra.
Which means?
See.
Health,
Which means we're all fuck ups and idiots.
health, money, and
Kinda.
health, money,
Oh.
and oh Jesus, health, money, salud, dinero, and love, because we're already beautiful.
There you go.
Well, I can tell you personally, thank you. That was nice. Honestly, the jealousy of people being jealous, like you was talking about, not to bring it back up, but I don't understand why they'd be mad and jealous like at someone like me. Because just because I do a channel doesn't mean I got anything. Because I have a motorcycle, I paid $5,800 for my Ultra Classic. You know what I mean? I ride the shit out of it. I mean, the things I
think
have.
people just see something they want and they don't have, and they lash
Yeah,
out.
and I
That's
mean,
all it is.
my cameras, my wife, you know, her work, it's points and a point system at work. You know, she ain't missed a day in 4 years. I've got all my cameras for free. You know what I mean? Now I've ordered stands and tripods and stuff like that off Amazon and my microphone and all that, but that's my money I've saved. I've earned that money and, you know, working in my disability and stuff like that. So, but I don't take away from the house, but I'm a poor dude. I'm not someone out here, you know, and nothing towards you guys that have brand new motorcycles. But what I'm saying is it wouldn't take them, you know, keyboard warriors much to go and buy a $5,000 or $6,000 bike and have fun and have the life, you know?
Yeah.
It's not about what you have. That's the sad part,
Yeah,
right? That it doesn't matter if we had a CVO or if we had a, you know, torn back
Which we didn't always have.
Which we didn't. I mean,
Right.
we all started from nothing, because God knows I was
Exactly.
growing
Yeah.
up.
And that's what
I
I'm
started-
saying. I have a $6,000 bike and I have fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I
started
love
on a
it.
$500 bike.
6 or
You know?
60, they're gonna find a reason to hate you, and that's
Yeah.
just the sad part.
I got
'cause-
that tattooed on my arm, and that means everything right there.
It's like a green goblin.
Nope. Fuck the world.
it's
FTW.
Right there, brother. Right there.
Forever two wheels.
yeah.
So,
Anger
you know what?
and
You know what I think is even more tragic? It's even more tragic than all the shit talkers and all that. Is if this same group of dudes and chicks, whatever, just sat down around a fire at a rally,
yeah.
Fuck yeah.
you'd love each other. You'd have a blast. You would laugh. You'd have fun, and it doesn't matter if you got a $50,000 bike or a $3,000 bike. You could have a good time. But these people just want to see the world burn. They just want to. They're mad. They feel slighted, and they want to lash out. And it's just not necessary.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I mean,
I'm all
How many-
about seeing the world burn. Don't
Yeah,
get me wrong.
I mean, I've had people sit there and says, "Oh, you probably want to ride with me. I'm riding a Honda Shadow, or I'm riding this." I'm like, I don't care, man. As long as you're in the wind, let's ride. Let's have a good time.
Yeah.
Watch the world burn.
Hey, I got a question.
There's
Off
Ian
subject.
doesn't ride a Harley, and he's
I
got,
got a
good
question
bike.
off subject. How
Yeah.
many people on the panel right now knows that Noggin's gonna stomp Hells on Two Wheels' performance bagger?
Oh, I want to see that.
How many people raise their hand?
Yeah, it's a whole thing down there.
Yeah, you got a lot of
Whole
people
thing.
rooting for
That's
you.
March 4th, and I'm going to be there for the unveil. So
Yeah,
the Hell's on Two Wheels. He's got to unveil at the Chromeworks tent on March 4th at Daytona during Bike Week. So I'm going to be there.
It's the begin. I don't even arrive until I changed things up this year, by the way, for Bike Week. I learned a lesson last year. I came for the front half, right? Thinking that would be, because that's how Sturgis works. Everyone's there for the front half. Daytona's backwards.
Yeah.
No one, not no one, but very few people show up for the front half. Like everyone shows up for the second half. In Daytona, it's different.
Yep. Well,
So
I'm
I
going to
heard
be
that
there
when you're live, I
I'm
was like,
leaving.
I'm not even going to be there yet.
I'm leaving Connecticut on March 2nd. and I'm not going to come back to Connecticut till March 12th. So I'm going to be there from the beginning to the end. And it's one of the first rallies. I'm going to be there for the whole rally.
Yeah.
I got something.
Which is awesome.
I got something.
Yeah, because if I had your butt sponsors, I'd be there too.
Well, the butt sponsor is only for Milwaukee.
Yeah, but the lube sponsors are coming in. You know you need some lube there. So
I arrive in theory the night of the
shit out of
7th.
my old piece of shit road glide. I don't give a shit.
yeah,
There you go. As long as you're in the wind and you're having fun.
I ride the shit out of my old.
And
bike.
It's going to be fun.
Best mental therapy that you can get on the planet. And you know what? I challenge you to change my mind.
My wife fucking never understood when I built my shovel. She got on the back, rode for like 2 miles, and turned this fucking death rocket around. Is what she said. I'm like, awesome, off.
You know what?
I rode that fucker for 20 years. Then I bought my road glide. She's like a little kid. I grabbed my fucking helmet. She's like behind me. Well, where are we going? Doesn't matter.
I'm going to the strip club, baby. Can't go with me.
Yeah. We did an afternoon ride, and we ended up in Whitefish, Montana, which you guys may not understand. That's like a fucking 12-hour ride. We went for the afternoon, and we ended up in Whitefish.
Yeah.
Days down there.
I came home from work one day, and my old lady had a really bad day at work. One of those bad days when you look at her face and go, uh-oh. And I said, what's wrong? And she told me she had a really bad day at work. I said, okay, the bike's, let's go on the bike. Let's go for a ride. I took her for a 2-hour ride. We came back. She was all smiles. Her mood was in better place. And a happy wife is a happy life.
Now here's
my wife fucking wanted to buy a bike, and we were coming over from Montana. And I'm like, at 50 years old, I'm not going to teach you how to ride a motorcycle. I'm really sorry. So I bought her a trike. She rode it twice. Went, I'll never hit highway speeds. Screw that. I'll get on the back of yours. And she's happy. She planned her whole summer vacation on the back of my bike.
Yeah.
That's freaking awesome,
But
right?
I'll tell you what I'm excited for.
But I don't give a shit when
Because
anybody rides.
the Hells versus Motonoggin race, I'm going to be on my chopper so nobody can fucking challenge me to nothing. I'm going to be like, hey, I ain't racing this fucking. Are you kidding me? I'll fucking die. I'm racing here and watch this shit. Now,
Hey, I'm gonna be on
31. Everyone's gonna be like, "We got to roll monkey." I'm like, "No, I'm sorry." I'm
gonna be on my stock bagger. So the only thing I did to it is a rear suspension and the mufflers, and that's it. And that's all I plan on bars, and that's all I plan on doing to it because I plan on doing a lot of touring on it, and that's what it's for, and that's what I'm going to do with it.
It needs to run. It needs to.
So we have talked about for the longest time, and I say this lovingly, I really do. A lot of channels on YouTube that are people who have been in the saddle 5, 6, maybe 7 years, who are very enthusiastic and very, very outward spoken about how fast they are and how this and that. I'm always like, you know what, though? I've told her, I said, I want to do a video on if you do this long enough, you're going to lose friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
People die.
Yeah.
And so this I ride like an asshole thing is lethal.
Yeah.
I ride like an asshole when I'm by myself.
I buried a couple of brothers. I'm sure Monkey and everybody else has. You buried some brothers?
6 that I've lost over the years.
Yeah.
That you look at things very differently when you start going, I've been to funerals where the spouse and the kids are there. And you're like, man, I get it. I totally get it. But it ain't worth it. You got a mortgage to pay. You got kids to support and feed. And so you start looking at this culture.
Had to get up anyway, huh?
I love my brothers to death, and I don't want to lose none of them. And
exactly.
I ride with the young guys from work, and they look at me and they go, "Holy shit, you don't ride like a grandpa at all." I'm like, yeah, until my wife's on the back.
You know, I've done my
You
riding.
ride with a certain level of precision, where
Yep.
where you worry about everyone around you. Because
When the-
I've done my riding.
When the
6
guys
inches.
with the 40s can't keep up with the road glides, it's just you learn how to ride, right?
That's
Yeah.
right.
And they're like, holy shit, we're badass. And then they ride with me, and they're like, holy crap, the old man can ride. Well, yes, that's what I do.
Yeah, it's who we are.
Back, I'm a grandpa. I ride.
But by
I
the
mean,
same token, I don't want to see nobody get hurt. I don't want to see nobody get
absolutely
crippled
not.
or
Absolutely
killed,
not.
because we've seen that, and we've
Very
seen
true, buddy.
brothers and sisters lose their lives, and so you start being, you look at it differently.
Yeah.
Put a
So
helmet on.
I think it's tragic. I have a
Put a
we have a
helmet
buddy
on.
down here. And what I'm talking about is we have a brother down here I love to death. He's 10 years younger than I am. I love him to death. And he is a fucking psychopath on his 160 horsepower road glide.
Yep.
And his buddies, beside that they're younger than me, and all of us go, you gotta chill the fuck out.
Yep.
Like, I mean, splitting trucks at 120 in Miami is all cool until you're dead.
Yep.
And it's not funny. It's not cute. Like, come on, man. We got years together. We got a lot of fun we can have.
Yep.
And I don't want to go to another funeral.
Absolutely.
You know
I've
what?
done my time at 100 plus, 6 inches from bar tip to bar tip, and from tire to tire, rolling with the club,
I
doing
got
what
nothing
you got to
to
do. But you know what? I don't do that riding anymore. I'm not with the club anymore. I'm out in good standing, but I'm not with the club. And when I ride, I sit there. If I want to run like a bat out of hell, I'm going to run like a bat out of hell. But if I'm going to sit there and just chill and enjoy the ride, I'm going to sit and chill and enjoy with the ride, because you know what? That's what it's all about, is enjoying the ride, whether it's going back and forth to work.
You can't enjoy the ride if you're dead.
And you know what? At going 100 miles an hour, how much you really enjoying the ride?
Well, no, it's pretty fun.
It is, but you miss everything.
95% of the time I ride by myself because I can go 100 miles an hour or 120 miles an hour and fucking have fun. But when I want 50 miles an hour, then I go 50. I ride by myself because
And I
don't
tell him
have
too,
to-
though, even if
I
you're
don't
riding
have to
solo,
deal
you're
with
riding
other
solo, but you got a family that depends on you. And I tell him all the time,
Yeah.
can we live without you? Sure we can. Do we want to? God knows no.
Absolutely
Jesus
not.
Christ.
No,
Wanna outlive
but that's
us,
why I
don't
ride by
wanna live
myself.
You got to think like,
That's why I
yes,
ride by myself,
I
because
have
I
a lot of
don't have
life
to
insurance.
Yep.
keep with other people's expectations.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pro Monkey, you got the little one, and you
Yeah.
got Mrs. Monkey, and you got Old Man Monkey that relies on you. You know, I got my old lady that relies on me, and I got my mom that relies on me. And you know what? It's not worth it at the end of the day.
And a whole lot of people that can learn from you besides all them
Yep.
on here. So it matters. Like, we were in Daytona, and about 4 bikes pulled up to our rig, and we're getting ready to do shots and have a good time. And this brother who I'm talking about, who I love, gotta love to death. He gets off his bike, and these other 3 dudes get off their bikes, and they walk up, and they're in his face like, I saw what the are you doing the whole way here?
And they're vets who aren't afraid of anything.
Oh, these
Like,
are some hardcore MFers,
and
and
they
they're
were in
in
his
his
face.
face going, slow the
Good job.
down, you're gonna
Good
die.
job.
Yeah, everybody look
And
at
I'm
what
looking going,
Northeast.
what is this? Like, what happened here? And there's an altercation, and you look at this guy and go, dude, you need to have babies. Like, you're
Yeah.
young. You need to have babies. You got to raise those babies. You got to this. Like, knock it off, man. Like,
Look what Northeast Racing just wrote on November
Yeah,
4th. I was
I read
cruising.
that.
They got hit by a car in a slow lane.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you got to. I mean, bro, I'm sorry that happened to you. That sucks. You know, let me know if there's anything I can do for you, because you're close by me. But damn, that sucks when that
Well,
happens.
I got a wife, 3 daughters, and a granddaughter. So I'm going to
There
ride
you go.
how I ride, and I'm not putting anybody in danger or myself. So
Yeah.
Well,
I'll get there when I get there, and I love
Exactly.
to ride the
You
way
don't
I
need to
ride.
speed
You
it up.
know, no.
well, look, I take the approach. I'd rather be loud and be seen. I don't have to. I'm not rushing anywhere. So
That's
I'm
right.
all about.
you're not.
Well, I mean, I'm not.
Because of everyone who I ride with who's a little fast and loud,
You
Gotta
ride,
keep
you
it
ride in
allowed
Florida
to
though,
go
and
out.
the speed limit's like 100 miles an hour there. You're getting ran over.
It's 175 actually, Tweedle, in
Okay,
South
Look,
well,
Florida.
it's straight
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's flat, so
You need
we
a
could do
trash
that.
turbo just to ride on 95.
But I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not taking needles at 100. I don't have anything to
Yeah,
prove with my
I
pure
mean,
height.
exactly,
Nothing
you
to
know.
prove to anybody.
Good night, Tiger.
I tell people all the time. I go, I'd rather have. I'll give up a couple of horsepower for a loud set of pipes. I like sounding loud. I like the bike. If people look at my bike, I think that's inspiring to young girls, inspiring to other riders. Say this is a bike. We ride it. It's fun. And we don't want to lose people in the next generation. We want to bring people into riding, bring them into Sturgis,
Right.
keep it going. We don't want the old generation gone because they feel they got to prove something, and they're going off. Who was it last year or the year before? Some guy they started racing over at Sturgis, and it was the only fatality or something, or at least the first fatality they had. They were racing. It was where's the animals? The park.
The Black Hills,
like the loop, the wildlife loop around there. Like they took a quick and they had a wreck and one of the guys went out and I'm like, what were you proving?
The world loses a lot anytime a biker loses their life.
Yeah.
And so you just gotta be aware of
you
that.
talking about the Badlands or the Black Hills? I mean,
No, Custer Park. It was in
Cluster Park. Yeah.
It was one of those, and they're like, well, we were just messing around. We were racing. One of the guys went down. And I'm like, well, what are you doing, man? I go, we're trying to bring people in. And that's not the way. I'm not saying you can't be young and stupid. I'm all about doing a burnout or trying to, do.
Your bike does burnouts really well.
Yeah, I know. You know that. And peanut
It
butter
really
whipping
does.
helps it go faster.
But the more negative coverage, the less people get into it.
No RDRS. That bike
All right.
does.
Just do me a
Famous
favor,
last-
Miss Monkey. Close your ears for a minute. They
Okay.
close? No, Mr. Monkey. Nothing sexier than a woman on a bike. Riding
Dude,
her
she
own
can
bike.
take
Much
that.
less
She
one.
knows
I
that.
tell you right now, I get so
Three
excited
into 10 every time.
when we pull into a gas station and her freaking cammed CVO, and every dude says shit like, "Oh, did you ride that here?" And she goes, "No, I carried it on my back, motherfucker." I love that because these dudes are like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, she's got more bike than you." It's
I
okay.
love the way the
This
guy
is
tried to
Monkey's
scooter on
gangster,
the
yo.
Masters in
This is
Sturgis.
Monkey is gangster. I love
She
it.
says all the time,
No.
"Show me how to do a burnout." And I'm like, "No," because I got to
That's
pay for the
that. That's
tires.
that.
No,
That's
they're
that
close.
Colombian blood in there being gangster. I love it.
No. You look. You look at Whip Magic. You look at all these amazing women. You look at.
Yeah, because she does 9,000 miles an hour. I was like,
I don't. I'm just saying. I want my daughter to appreciate motorcycles, to love them, to respect them. Look, and he knows whether it's guns or motorcycles. I want to learn how to take it apart. I want to learn how to put it together. I want to learn how to respect it, and I want to bring people into it. And we all do. Everybody here. That's why we do it, right? Go Glide's talking about building with his son.
Well, yeah, my daughter.
Got
Yeah.
3 girls, and I guarantee when.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other two is older, and I got 2 teens in the house, but my youngest, she's 14, and and when I got my Ultra Classic, I was going to sell my Nightster Sportster, and it's a 08, and I love it. It's a great little bike, and she's like, "No, Dad, you're not selling it. I want it," and I'm like, "Okay, then it's yours." You know what I mean? I don't have to sell it. I really don't. You know what I mean? I don't need the money off of it, and I told her, I said, "Well, it's yours then." And then they came out and said they was going to stop making the the motors, the Sportsters. And I was like, "We're definitely not selling it. You're going to keep it, and it's going to be in your riding. You know what I mean? You're going to ride it and keep this bike, so you can either pass it on." Yeah, and it was the first Harley I bought anyway. So,
Well, that shovel that I'm building for my son, that I built for my son, he's not going to have kids.
Good night, Miss Santiago.
He's got medical issues, won't have kids. However, my granddaughter, who's my other son's daughter, that'll be hers.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
That's hers.
You know what? The other thing is that I think
And she'll know how to rebuild that shit.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know,
I'm going to teach her.
She's 5
the other
now.
thing that-
She's 5 now, and she lays under my road glide and hands me wrenches.
That's amazing.
Oh, right on.
I think the other sort of bullshit
Teach them young, teach them right.
Yeah.
farce thing we talk about is the phantom car that T-bones you, and that's what takes you out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So I have lost 6 friends and family members to bike accidents over the years. Of those 6, 1 has been the phantom car. 5 out of 6
Was
was
doing
somebody
stupid, man.
they
It's
were
self-destructive.
being assholes.
Yep.
Seriously, of the 6 that I've lost, one was the car pulled out on them story that we all hear. Oh, what's going to take you out is a car pulled out on you. That's one.
Nope.
5 out of 6, one of them had a custom motor that had just been
It's
built, and on the
right
way
up
home
here.
they killed themselves trying to test it out. One of them was diabetic, and they had drank too much, and they lost consciousness while riding, and the others were all drunk. Like that's what actually takes
All
life
senseless.
out. It's not the car that pulls out on you thing. It's us doing stupid shit on our bikes.
Yeah.
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 That's what kills you.
100%.
I don't know,
Famous
I'll go
last
cars
words,
in
watch
cars
this.
texting.
We do stupid
shocked.
shit and we die.
I'm shocked.
But
I've never
we
heard-
talk about cars are the danger. Yes, but man, not most of the time it's us. We
It's
did
the
something
riders.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that with mine. It's always some stupid kid texting in a car trying to run me over.
Oh, that too.
But-
Oh, does it happen? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
If y'all want to see a badass female, she's like, I consider her the baddest one on YouTube right now.
Really?
Go
'Cause
check
she's
out
right
Indi-
there. So I mean, I'm just saying.
Go check out.
I'm just saying,
Indigo
don't
Moto.
say that was monkey,
No.
Tweedledee.
Go
What the
ahead.
hell, Tweedledee?
Go check out Indigo Moto. She's,
I was just going to say, you talk about
she's in
Indigo Moto.
Florida. Yeah, she
does a lot of
there's-
wrenching.
Look,
a
there
lot of
are.
wrenching,
Yeah.
a lot of
I don't know
riding.
if she. There's Moto, Sapsu. There's oh my gosh, there's so many. Whip Meza, who is amazing to boot. We've met so many people, and the thing that makes some of these people so amazing, women, men, it doesn't matter. We're all riders, right? It doesn't matter what you ride, how long you ride. It's just, and we're all trying to encourage people on the ride, right? 'Cause we
But
want-
I wished it would target some of them younger kids.
Yeah, it's
I'm all
the
about
thing
that.
that I see is so many of these people, you meet them in person, and this is the thing about, you meet them in person, and some of them, like Doodle, I met Doodle, she's a sweet person.
Doodle's badass.
She rides adventure bikes. She's this little, sliver of a thing.
She's cool as
But
shit.
badass, she rides her adventure bike. She's sweet as the day is long. And what I think is not only are these, again, women, men, it doesn't matter. But when you meet them, they're as amazing and as sweet in person as they are, the image they put on online. Traveling Paul, such a nice guy. We had a chance to meet him. What a great guy.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, so many guys that we really nice people, and it's like not just that they ride, but man, you meet them, like it's great to see that they are who you see online, and that's what we tell people all the time. I go, you could hate, you could do all these things, but man, we are who we are online. I know at least all the guys that we've met here, and if you want to hate, it's because you're looking for something to hate on, but it's not because
Right.
It's
you got a
actually
reason
because
for
they
it.
have something else inside of them, and it ain't got shit to do with us. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's
That's
their
it, Ray.
own.
You
It's
hate
their
it.
own issues.
Yeah, and you know
So-
what? But if you could fix it,
And that's a thing.
It would. Go ahead.
yeah.
I was gonna say, we've been to rallies before, and I've seen other channels that they're like walking toward us or off to the side or whatever, and I go, "Oh, hey!" and they look at me. They make eye contact and they look away and pretend like they didn't see me, and I'm like, "What the fuck is that look like?"
To be honest with you, if I saw you at a rally and before or after tonight, if I make eye contact with you,
Wink.
just like I was with Meg's motorcycle journey, I get starstruck very, very easily.
Well, no,
And-
if I didn't know him and he's
No,
walking
that's
around with
not what
his
this
cut
is.
on his shit with
This
6
is-
guys, I'm not going to
This
say
is
that
an
to him.
ego problem that these
I'm not
other
going to speak
channels
to him.
have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Where they don't want. They're like they want to pretend like they're fucking celebrity status or some
Yeah.
shit. And I'm like,
5-star
what the fuck was
accommodation.
that? Like,
Yeah.
You're not getting paid millions of dollars to do this.
They're not. And I, Brian and I had this conversation the other day, and I go, why don't more big YouTube channels, way bigger than us, why aren't they here?
They don't focus on any of the smaller channels because you're not
Because
big. We're
their
not big
ego
enough.
is
You're
so
big, but
goddamn
we're
big,
not.
They can't.
No.
They can't hang out with us.
They can't.
Look,
Well,
I
Monkey,
guarantee you,
if I-
those guys are knee deep in editing and all that, trying to build their brand to get where they are. It goes along the line with I've had this conversation with Boar about people getting free shit and all that, and I'm like, you spend a lot of money on YouTube to make content. A lot. A Monkey can contest to this. He's got a lot of it sitting in his garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And
I'm
there's
sitting here
people
right
that
now.
get pissed. Yeah, but there's people that get pissed because people get free stuff, and they're earning it, in my opinion, because they're putting out the content, putting in the hard work. And
What the hell's on two wheels?
Those bigger channels are still doing that grind. They're busy. They're out filming all the time.
They're not
out
too
doing
busy.
other stuff.
They're not
Yeah.
too busy to
Take-
be in this community.
Take Hell's on
Because their
Two Wheels.
channel's no bigger than mine. If you look at every month with the number of views, and where the fuck are they? Why are they not here hanging out with the rest of us? You too good for me? You ain't too good for me.
Monkey,
Hang
what
out
I
with
would
us.
do if I seen you in public, I would walk up, give you some fucking
Shit, I went straight up and talked to him.
your
Yeah,
head.
I would.
I reached out,
I'd
but
say
they,
that's
they
a
left
shot.
the
Big
campground already.
fucking
So.
on the forehead.
Like, we're gonna do shots.
Just
I see any of
fucking
you
big
like
hug
that's
and
just happening.
fucking
Like,
have a
Yeah.
beer.
Especially we're staying at the same campground, bro. We're gonna be doing. We're gonna get fucked up that night.
Doc, my rig's in the corner, and I have frozen Fireball outside the door all the time. Like,
I'll
we're gonna
find
have fun.
you.
Look,
I'll
look,
find
I'll
you,
sober
and
you up. I'll have Cuban coffee ready, like
Oh.
we did it. You know, we'll have
Oh.
Cuban coffee ready. We'll sober you right up before you gotta go.
But-
Well, you'll
listen.
walk
I
out
spent
there.
25
Needle.
years in the Army. You drink 1 cup of Army coffee, you're up for 24 hours. You drink
There
2
you
cups of
go.
Army coffee, you're up for a week.
There you
But-
go.
but-
I mean,
Just like Cuban
I
coffee.
understand
Keep it on
both
the same
sides
thing.
of it because I know
But
people work
Tweedle-
hard for what they get and what they want, and they do work hard. But when you having an event and say, "Hey, you're all invited," all YouTubers are invited, and regular riders are invited, and when people drive from out of state or different places and show up, and you're saying, "Hey, thank you." See, you know, they can't even take time, or they don't even acknowledge you as another YouTuber, even though you are. There's something wrong with that, in my opinion.
You know
And I
what, Ray?
understand. Now, I'm not
gonna
trying
go
to get
on
into
record.
an argument, but like I said, I get that they've worked for 10 years getting where they're at. I respect that. But like Pro Monkey said, what is 30 minutes to an hour out of their time to just, you know, because some of them, and I get it, but some of them don't want to be part of this YouTube community. They don't. They want to be big and on their own,
They wanna be
and that's
famous.
it. Yeah.
Yep. You know, it's like I
Exactly.
said to you, but in the past, right? The best thing, like even when I was in a club, I used to tell my club brothers, you know, as a diamond club, be humble. You know,
Well,
you
I mean,
earned
it's-
that diamond. Yeah, it's on your cut, and you earned it. But you know what? Being humble and being who you are will get you further than anything. Okay, if you're an asshole, then be an asshole.
Yeah.
But if you're a good-hearted, cool person, be that good-hearted, cool person. Don't be that asshole.
Well,
Be
I mean,
who
like
you are,
when I was in
be honest.
Oktoberfest,
Yeah, you know,
I didn't even know. I mean, I'd followed Monkey for a little while, but I didn't even know he was going to be there. Me and my wife was doing Oktoberfest, and my brother and our friend, we went to do Oktoberfest. I didn't go to meet, and I was shooting video then, but I wasn't like really looking. I wasn't following like where they was going to be or anything like that. And we was in the Harley Davidson store down there and came out, you know, at the Destination Daytona and all that, and there they sat. So I just went up to them and started talking. I mean, I didn't care, you know what I mean? They were sitting there by themselves, and I just went up and started talking to them. And then there was a couple more I talked to, and I didn't go for the YouTube. I was going for the vacation and the experience. But
well,
and they talked to me though. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, it was like a 45
Hey guys, I'm
minute
gonna hop
conversation.
out.
all right.
Bed.
Yeah,
I'll see
not
you guys
very
later.
good.
Please,
Yeah,
Good
Very
talk.
good.
Take care,
Good
hon.
stuff.
I mean, I was going to Ocean City Bike Week, and I knew Meg's Motorcycle Journey is going to be there. That's her hometown rally, and I met her in Gettysburg, and she's a sweetheart. I don't know if any of you guys ever met her or talked to her in the past, but she really is a down home country girl sweetheart. And if you haven't watched her channel, go ahead and watch it. She's really easy on the eyes. But most importantly, she's a down home sweetheart. And I
said easy
made
on the
sure
eyes.
that I was going to be at her meet and greet because I wanted to see her again. I wanted to introduce my wife to her because she didn't get to meet her in Gettysburg because the old lady didn't come to Gettysburg. But it's, you know, I love meeting fellow YouTubers. I look forward to it. I look forward to the rallies. A lot of people don't like the rallies. I love the rallies. I like looking at what's coming out, what's new. You know, I have
That's where you see it.
relationships. I have relationships with some of the vendors at the rallies that I look forward to seeing them. And when they find out I'm not going, they text me and break my balls, and vice versa. But you know, I love meeting new people. You know, because how do you make friends? By meeting them.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, and I have more room in my life for friends than enemies.
Well, that's like Tweedledee. We talked on here, and then shit, I was like, look, why don't we just meet up? We're 45 minutes away from each other. And we did, you know what I mean? And now
Yeah,
we're
but to be
friends, and we've
fair-
rode together twice. And
To be fair, you thought I was going to.
Yeah, and you almost ran him off the road.
I didn't
No, that was
know.
DDK.
That was
Here's
He didn't do that with me because I made sure he knew I was right there the whole time. He did that with DDK.
the
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry,
Let's
that was
not.
Old Man
here's
River.
the whole
I'm sorry, that was
issue.
Old Man River DDK.
Okay. No, the first time, what'd you say, Tweedledee?
Oh, you thought I was going to leave you hanging, just have you come out
Well,
there
I
and not
mean,
just
you
show
know,
up.
you've been told, you know, people tell you things and
Say
you never
something.
know, you know, and it's like, is he really going to show up? You know, I mean,
I thought that's what
It's
you
like
said.
701 Traveler. He came to Oak Ridge to get his stereo system worked on at the Volunteer Audio. And he messaged me and it's like, hey, I'm here. I'm like, well, where are you at? I'll come see you. I stopped what I was doing that day and went to go see him.
yeah. And I mean,
So
you know,
here's the core issue for me. And now the wife's walking away, so she can't kick me under the table. So the core issue for me is when you look at YouTube overall, what matters is your number of views. That's what matters. Right?
Does it?
That's what makes you big or not big or or some bullshit, right? These channels that we don't see don't have any more views than I do.
exactly.
They don't. They're when someone actually turned me on to say, oh, you check out this app or that app, you pay a couple $100 a year, and you can actually stack your channel up against other channels. And it sucked me in, and I went down the rabbit hole. And I swear to God, I'm like pulling away from it because it just fucks you up. And you know. But when you first see this stuff, you go, right, these big channels, they've only been doing this longer. They're no bigger as far as views go, because views is what matters. How many people per month or in a year watch your videos? That's what matters. None of these big channels are any bigger than mine, and they're not here.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit. You're not
I've seen
better
some
than
with
any of them.
150,000 subscribers, and they might have 900 views.
They can
if
have
that.
double that.
Yeah, yeah.
And they still don't have the views in a
yeah.
year that some of our channels have. And that's what matters is how many people are watching you.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit up your sub count. I don't give a shit.
Well, I think that's got a lot to do with companies too, though. They look at people that's got subscribers and not views.
I have a
look,
job.
Here's one thing: is there are clicks in YouTube. Are those
Yeah,
bigger
but they got to
channels
stop
part of
because
another
bikers
click?
don't have clicks. Bikers don't believe in that shit. We hang out, we get drunk, we have fun. We
You
work
look
on
at the
our bikes.
motorcycle community, you got plenty of clicks. Yeah, there's people in those
yeah.
clicks that associate with other people from other spots. But yeah, there are clicks in YouTube.
Yeah,
Well, we gotta
I
bust
want
those
to
up.
like. I'm gonna when I'm down in Daytona, I'm gonna take a day and take a ride out to Blockhead Moto. Of course, I'm gonna reach out to him and let him know, hey, I want to come out and see your shop and introduce myself and everything. And I hope he's receptive to it. I watch his videos. I'm a subscriber of his channel, but I'm hoping that he'd be receptive to me coming out and visiting his shop while I'm out there.
I don't know him. I'm not
Yeah,
I'm not
I don't
talking
either,
smack
but-
about anybody. I swear to God. It's just a
Snake
matter
venom?
of if
my mechanic.
if you're big, but if you check your stats and your views are no higher than a lot of other channels, you're no fucking better than any of us. You should
Exactly.
be hanging out with us. You should be at rallies. I'm not going to your house. Come to our house and let's hang out at a campground where bikers go to do burnouts and get drunk and do shots together. I'm not going to your frickin' church of yourself.
Well,
You know,
but
like,
you gotta keep something in mind too. There's a lot of people on YouTube and watch YouTube that are enthusiasts that's not into the biker lifestyle and wouldn't be caught dead in a place where me and you would walk into and be like, hell yeah, let's party. They wouldn't be caught dead there. So you got those people mixed in YouTube also.
Yeah, I mean, I look
that's
at it
fine
this way.
too. I'm just saying. I'm sick and tired of this fucking royalty bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay. On that note, I'm going to tell you this. As far as royalty goes, I've actually dined with the king and queen of Luxembourg. I met their son, the Crown Prince at a bar in Luxembourg, and we shot pool and drank all night. I was invited to his house. I didn't know who the hell he was. I treat him like a normal person. And I went to his house for lunch, and the taxi guy's like, "You want to go here?" I'm like, "Yeah, why? Is it safe?" He goes, "Yeah, it's the safest place in Luxembourg." We pull up. It's the Palace of Luxembourg. I end up having lunch and dinner with the King and Queen of Luxembourg, and I made friends with the Crown Prince. And 2 years later, I was working in grounds crew at Sacred Heart University, and he pulls up in the limousine with the president of the university. We get out and we start talking German to each other and hugging each other. And he's like, "How the hell do you two know each other?" I treat everybody the same. I don't care if you're a king, the president, or some homeless guy. I'm going to treat you with respect until you disrespect me. And that's just how I am, and that's who I am.
Can I get a
this
minute?
shit long enough, and you get a certain level of whatever fucking success we want to call it, it becomes more and more ass chapping to go like, why? Who the fuck are you, man? Like, no one watches you any more than they watch me. I'm still just a dude.
Yeah.
I have a job. I make a living. I pay a mortgage to support a family, and I work on my own shit in my garage. And as many people watch me do that as they watch you. So why are you better? Like, why
I get
are you
what you're
not
saying.
in here?
I get it. Yeah.
Okay, Monkey, I'm gonna call you out. I was like,
Call me out.
I was like your 700th subscriber, right? And used to talk all the time, but now when I say hey, I get nothing.
In the comments?
You're talking right now.
Dude, every day I go in and I respond. Every day I go and I like try to respond.
Nothing.
Every day
I get nothing, man.
I would like to weigh in on that. I did message you at Daytona, and you didn't message me back.
Wait,
I guess
you
was out.
messaged me while I was at Daytona?
Yeah, I was at Cracker
He was
Barrel.
too drunk.
Cracker Barrel.
When I'm at a rally.
I was at the Cracker Barrel.
Hey, Monkey was too drunk to message back. That's why.
Yeah,
No,
in all
no.
seriousness, if it's currently during the rally and we're there and you message me via social media, I'm not going to see that shit till I get home.
No, but if I say hey on a live stream, hey, how you doing? And I
Okay,
get
that's
nothing.
me
so I
because
knew exactly
I handled
where
the
you was
mouse
parked.
during the live stream.
Well, it's all your
and
fault.
it's
your
One person at a time.
I'll tell you
But
this
it's,
much.
it's
I
like,
blocked many
man,
of people.
I've been there since the beginning, like literally since the beginning, and I get.
All I can say is I give it hell trying to.
I know. Hey, you try to read every comment and go through
I
every
try
one
my
of them.
damnedest.
Yeah.
I get that. I get that.
Don't go, Glide. You don't get treated any better than Dallas does, and I blocked
Bullshit.
Dallas many a time by accident, and they canceled many.
This is bullshit.
Show, man.
Ghost Glide, he's got you blocked. That's why.
Yeah.
Hey,
He
Monkey,
does.
I've
Monkey,
done that
seriously
so many
though,
times. Oh my god!
I knew exactly
Glide,
where your
Douglas.
rig was parked. You know, you just look down that first street on the left. It was at the very
Yeah.
end. Yeah, I knew exactly where you was parked. And if I'd have had my saddlebags then, you would have came home decorated to pineapples. I'd have set that right up. It'd been like,
Rito, you weren't the one that did it at Sturgis, right? Because
But
somebody
no,
did
I
that at
wasn't there.
Sturgis to a rig that
But in
was
all
parked.
seriousness,
That
in
was-
Oktoberfest, here I was saying, like, here is where I am. I have got 17 frozen bottles of Fireball. You come at this time, and we are drinking. And
We
like,
had
I like.
a good number of people show up.
Oh, hey, there's my bike.
Hey, speaking of Fireball, have you tried the Jim Beam Fire yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually had Beam Fire before I ever had Fireball. And then I tried, hang on, I still got the bottle from the last.
No.
No.
What was it called?
I like the
Catch
Jim.
Fire.
I like the Jim Beam Fire over all the other fires.
Really?
Yeah,
I like Fireball.
it's less
Jim
sugar.
Beam Fire's good. Jack Fire
Jack,
is good
Jack
also.
Fire is fucking awesome.
I
HD,
actually
buddy, all
like
right over
Incinerator is really good.
Yeah.
And I like, what's that?
Yeah, but you can't
I
drink
think
it.
HD
Yukon
froze.
Jack Fire.
Yeah, man.
Yukon Jack Fire is 100 proof though.
Jack
Yeah.
Fire
Yeah.
is fucking awesome.
Oh.
It'll tear you up from the bottom
Yukon
up.
Jack Fire is 100 proof. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Try Jack Fire and ginger ale, or
Yes.
sorry, Jack Apple and ginger
Yeah.
ale.
Oh,
Yes.
the Jack Apple and
ginger
ginger
ale?
ale.
Ginger ale and Jameson Orange is good too.
Ooh. Jack Apple and
A little
ginger
bit.
ale is where it's at.
I made
Oh, I'm
a,
sorry. I didn't mean to like jump the trail.
That's
the
okay.
rails there.
I had
just-
so I
just
made
said that,
some
like, I
creamsicle
feel like we
moonshine.
need to recalibrate
Ooh,
what
nice.
we think is big in YouTube. Like we need to
Mhm.
and those people who are like up on a high mountain, you stay up there. The rest of us are gonna have a
Listen,
fucking party down here.
When they're
Like,
up on a pedestal so high nobody could reach them.
Hey, Go Glide, you
She's
know you were
great.
talking about, oh, will people watch this video? I tell him all the time, I can't help it, but there's a site that I follow. I don't follow I try to follow everybody, but honestly, I can't watch a lot of videos because what time do you have between a kid and work and life and taking care of this
No,
going on?
absolutely.
But there is a site where there is a little Korean lady who just makes food and eats it, and
oh
she gets
shit!
1 million views a day.
This chick's got to have a Bentley.
I
Let
mean,
me
what is
keep this.
who is sponsoring her?
It's
Ramen Noodle.
Noodles.
She doesn't even talk.
Maybe
She
the
doesn't
butt
even-
plug company too.
Yeah, she gets sponsored a lot more than that.
Dude.
And I'm telling you,
She's
there
got a
is
lifetime
days
supply of
where
ramen noodle.
Us big famous YouTube biker channels, dude. She's rolling around in a Bentley with a freaking helicopter, taking her everywhere, and we're
Yeah.
fighting over table scraps.
a
Why don't
million-
we all just have a drink and have a good time together and hang out over a fire at a rally and
Fuck
stop
yeah.
worrying about how badass we are? Like
I'm never going to get down to your rallies because they're so fucking far away.
I have extra bikes, Goat. If you want to get on a goddamn plane, I will give you a bike to ride.
Yeah, and I got an extra bike too. You want to come to Connecticut and go to Laconia, bro? That's a 4-hour ride.
Fuck yeah.
I'm
I'm in.
not shitting, dude.
I'm in.
Come down. I got a bike. Take it.
I tell you what, I'll put you on the 131 Lowrider S.
Doc,
Fuck yeah.
what is Laconia more a destination rally or a riding rally?
It's a riding rally because you have the Kangamangas Highway, and I call that the mini Tail of the Dragon.
Okay.
It's beautiful up there.
Oh yeah, Google the Kangamangas Highway. You'll see what I'm talking about. You're going through the White Mountains of New Hampshire.
And
It's
can't you go over to
absolutely
Mount
beautiful.
Washington from there too?
Hey,
And-
You guys need
Mount
to
Washington
come north. Come north. Ride the Going to the Sun Road.
and
Wait, in
going
both-
up
are you
towards
insane?
Motonogan.
Going to the
Dude.
Sun Road in fucking Montana. I'll meet you there.
Yeah,
Look,
It's too far north.
Wait. Unless
We're Floridians.
Unless-
That's too far
Well,
north.
you
Yeah.
can fucking
if
load
Rick
your shit
Rule's
up and
gonna
come.
be there waiting for me, I'm not going up to Montana.
You
in
watch
the cold.
military bikers fucking Going to the Sun Road?
Mhm.
Have you watched it?
I
He's
hate
a buddy
him.
of ours. I haven't watched that one, but he's a good.
I
he's a
hate
friend,
him.
man.
Oh, that
I
is
hate him.
probably
You
I
can't, you
hate
can't
him
get
for that.
there, Mike.
as a matter of fact, if you
I
watch
hate him for that.
you can
That's
hate
a
him.
strong word.
if you watch my
No.
video I
Yeah.
did for Laconia Bike Week, the intro, the 30-second intro I did, which was way too long, is the Kangamangas Highway. It was dark and gray that day. It drizzled. Who cares? But the views, the twisties, the change of elevation, it's absolutely beautiful.
Come to
I
the
thought it. I saw some guy
man.
posting
telling
saying that,
you.
oh,
So-
Laconia is this and that. And I go, I heard it was a nice riding up there. I don't know.
So here's my favorite thing about military biker, and Marine rider, military biker. We all hung out with Sturgis this year and had an inappropriate good time.
Oh,
But my favorite is like me and military biker and Marine rider joining military biker and like 6 other British and Scottish bikers on one of their live streams at like 4 p.m. our time, and it was like 9 p.m. theirs. And
Yeah.
me and Marine Rider are just going, what are they saying? Like, we're just like looking around. It's like heavy British and Scottish accents. Ah, da, 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 da. And me and
Yeah.
Marine Rider are like, I don't know what they're talking about. Do you know what they're talking about? They're like, a Honda Fireblade, this, with this.
On the
this
race to
hotel
road,
in France
what are you doing
is a
over
great
there?
place. And we're like, what is the fuck? Like, and they can, dude, I watched the brother polish off freaking
We can
fist
drink.
of a Jim Beam apple, like during the route, like the open.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's one thing about Canadians. We can drink. You know what?
Well, what else you gonna do in the wintertime?
Well, yeah,
Well, you're
it's always
Scots.
winter here. So you know what? American beer.
Shovel snow.
You know what American beer and
No.
sex in a canoe have in common?
I don't drink beer because I'm a man.
They're both fucking near water.
I
Hey.
drink whiskey because I have testicles.
would you
All right.
stop?
I'm just saying,
You're so
whiskey.
stupid.
Whiskey. You know.
Come up.
He's
No,
muted.
not Crown Royal. That doesn't count.
I got muted.
Oh my God! Now you guys are gonna compare liquor.
There you go.
You're
There you
off
got
mute,
me.
brother.
Tweedle, what are you drinking?
He's drinking in the entertainment.
See?
He's
See?
Jack Daniels.
Tweedle got me.
Yep.
I knew it.
I got the big one.
I usually dine on moonshine, but
I
that's all I got
usually
right now.
look.
There
That's
you go.
that's my quote of the night. I usually dine on moonshine. Like that's. I usually dine on moonshine.
I tell you what, Pro
Tattooed
Monkey,
in my arm.
I gotta make some creamsicle moonshine to bring down with me for
Oh my
bike
God!
week.
He
Nice.
loves creamsicles.
And I don't use Everclear
He's pulling it out now. Hey, I got it right here.
So the
because
wife and I,
Everclear tastes nasty.
Butter
it's
pecan
nasty.
moonshine.
No, I'm talking creamsicle, like the creamsicle ice cream.
Oh, I'm not done yet.
Oh, yeah, I know. You got lots of shine.
Oh gosh, no.
Banana cream pie, banana
Is that
pudding,
that-
banana
is that
pudding
old
moonshine.
Smoky?
God.
Is
Oh,
that
God.
old Smoky
I
Monkey?
won't drink that banana stuff. A creamsicle.
Now,
I
if you want me
think
to
it
pull out
is.
the bougie
Tweedle's
drink,
face. Look at
If you want me-
Tweedle's face.
you want me to
that
pull out
ain't
the bougie
moonshine.
drink, which is the Johnny Walker Blue I have. That's the most bougie drink I got in the house.
Hey,
Tweedle?
Doc Harley, can you bring up Snake Venom's comment because I 100% agree with him. That what Monkey's got is not moonshine.
That's true. That's true.
That's a fancy drink.
That's totally right.
Absolutely.
He's right. He's right. Touche. Tushy.
Yep.
Not made in the woods. It ain't moonshine.
You know, out in Tennessee, I know they make good moonshine in the woods.
Yeah. If you want some real moonshine,
So being
You guys gonna bring some down to Daytona for us?
Great.
I get.
Hey guys,
mean,
I'm
do you
gonna go
want
ahead and hop
clear?
off screen. I'll be
Canadian.
inside chat.
I'm not going to
All right,
answer that question and make myself a target on the way.
When do you arrive in Daytona?
Who, me?
Yeah, what day?
Oh, we lost
I plan on being there on the 2nd, but depending on weather, I could leave.
Oh, you're gonna be there like a long time, or are you going the
Oh
first
yeah,
half?
I'm probably coming between the last month of February or last
Yeah,
day of
it's so slow.
February and the 2nd of February, or March.
March.
And then I'm gonna stay for the rest of that week, all the next week, and probably leave sometime after that the following week.
All right, I'll get there on the 7th.
Yo, the 8th's my birthday.
And I'm gonna have many a drink for us.
The 7th is your birthday?
The 8th is my birthday, March 8th.
Oh, so you turn
I'll be
21.
53.
And Doc's staying at the same place. Where are you staying, Tweedle?
Orange City.
Where?
Orange City.
Like a hotel or a friend's house or what?
Friend's house. I'm staying with Hells on Two Wheels.
Oh, right on.
Well,
I got
we'll
a
be
key
at
to Fort
Camaraderie.
Dave.
Are you staying in the what do they call that? The
I have a key to Fort Dave.
Fort Dave, that's what it is.
So
You gotta follow the bylaws.
I've already accomplished all the bylaws.
53,
I just got to do them again for somebody else. But yeah,
I'm
I've already
coming,
done all the
I'm
bylaws.
coming to Tennessee in March. Coming to Tennessee in March.
Well, shit, you're in Tennessee. Might as well just come straight to Florida.
Yeah.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
that far, right? We're
No.
only down for a week. My wife wants to do the pilgrimage to Jack Daniels to Lynchburg, and then we're gonna like wander around.
That'll be fun.
Lynchburg, you know, Lynchburg's a dry county.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely. But if you do the
Probably
English,
about-
part, it's okay.
Do all the tours though, and you'll be wasted.
You'll probably be
Yeah.
about 14 hours from Daytona.
After you
Yeah,
do
that's a day
after
trip.
you do that little tour,
14
might wanna
hours
head
to
east.
Daytona from Lynchburg, is it
East?
really?
well, I mean,
East to
it's-
Kentucky, no, north to Kentucky.
no, you want to go East Tennessee. It's a lot better things up here
East
than it
Tennessee's
is
good?
Memphis. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can make
Yeah,
it
I
shorter
wanna go
if
to
you're
Memphis.
driving.
want to go to Memphis? So we're
I
going.
wouldn't, but I mean,
and-
unless you go see Elvis's house, you know, and they got like a pyramid thing there.
We're
But
No,
about
I'm doing
7
that.
hours to the Georgia-Florida line. That's the funny thing, because I have family that says, "Oh, we're to be in Destin. You can come up for the weekend." I'm like, "That's 9 hours from my house."
Yeah, really?
Florida's
It's only
close.
fucking 9 hours, man. In Canada, 9 hours is the next town.
Yeah, right.
That's
Like,
your neighbor.
Seriously, people are like, "Oh, I'm in Florida. Come visit them in Pensacola." I'm like, fuck you. That's really far. Like, you know,
Let's see where I was staying at. I think I hit maybe an hour, 2 hours. It didn't seem like it took very long. It could have been 3, but Georgia was like the longest stint of my ride. And them cops in Georgia, man, there's some assholes.
Yeah, they
park
are.
up on top of the daggum interstate, you know, right there at the overpass and radar, and have another cop pick them up.
They do that in Connecticut too.
Well,
the cool thing about the Cackleberry is that the main area is free.
Yeah.
You don't have to be you don't have to stay there to be, you know, like we'll be over. And the funny thing we found out this last time, no one gives a shit. If you're not staying, you park anywhere where the bikes are, and then you just walk over to a buddy's rig, and no one cares. Like,
That's what I did. Yeah.
But you
I'll
can't
be
drive
walking
right up
from
to
my buddy's rig to your rig.
We went in and parked and went to the bike show and watched all that, you know, and
Went to the Cabbage Patch.
yeah,
some
and we did all that.
You can walk right into the campers, and nobody
Yeah.
cares.
You just
Swear to
walk
God,
right.
nobody
There's
cares.
hundreds of people walking right across the street. Just
Ray, you picked up a little coleslaw from the coleslaw wrestling because you know.
no,
they sell
I
that
don't
thing
get down
after
like
you
that.
wrestle
That's nasty.
gross.
Sorry, I don't. Yeah,
I
I
just
got a
learned that
wife.
there's people that bag that and sell it.
Yeah,
Yeah, they really do. They
Yeah.
bag it and they sell it. That's it.
$10 a bag. Rotten freaking cabbage in a bag that some bitch rolled around in
Not
for
rotten.
2 days.
It's lightly used. It's
Oh,
like,
no.
it's
Slightly
like a
used.
bike.
No,
Lightly
it's
used.
fermented. That is
Yeah,
fermented.
slightly.
Yeah, because they got
Like,
vegetable
HD
oil in it.
knows. HD picked up a bag. He knows. He's like, yeah, lightly used. You know,
No.
low mile.
No,
Did you
No.
use it in your salad?
Sure. No, you eat it straight out of the bag.
because
That's-
then I just eat it on the way to the hospital. Like just on the way. I'm like, it's easy.
That's like going in somebody's refrigerator and their lettuce is like 3 or 4 days old and it's slimy.
And you follow up with a moonshine.
No, Ray, because nobody's private parts have been on the lettuce in the refrigerator. It's
That
not
you know of. That you know of.
Oh.
Everybody
Homemade
complained about my beef
mayonnaise.
and cheddar, and here they are buying rancid
Beef and cheddar.
cabbage and vinegar or oil,
You know,
whatever they put in it.
All you know is somebody's hairy brown eye's been on that fucking coleslaw.
Oh.
No.
Oh my god.
No. I don't understand how those girls don't have infections. Like
Yeah.
Guys,
they get out of that and they're like, oh yeah, I need to go to the doctor right now.
oh,
Yeah, exactly. That's
It was
just
kind of
gross.
funny watching it because there's one girl's like, "You better not throw me down in that," and he's like, "Do you know what you signed up for?" I went live on Instagram for the first 2 or 3 of
my
goes around. It was funny.
Yeah, most of those girls have daddy issues.
Well, I'll be honest, man.
Most?
Some of the
Nothing wrong
best
with that.
time.
Most.
Every single one of them. Like
smells like shame and regret and bad decisions.
God damn, I'm glad.
I'll be honest.
Dale's got it right. That ain't mayo.
I'll be honest.
so we were walking down Main Street in Sturgis last year. You were with us.
What?
We were walking down Main Street in Sturgis, and she was the first one to say anything. A whole about 4 or 5 bikes rolled past, turned left on Main. They were blasting past on choppers. And these dudes on these bikes, their age started with at least 6, right? But the chicks on the back were naughty 20-somethings. And they were all of a certain organization whose colors are very rouge and very blanco, right?
Yeah.
Is there, right? I looked at her and she just goes, they were real pretty.
They have a great clubhouse too out
I
there.
don't know where they got them. They were on the way to the clubhouse, absolutely. But I was like, you roll, man. Like,
Hey, Snake
I've been
Venom,
to that clubhouse. It's a great clubhouse.
Snake
you're right?
Venom.
Yeah.
And actually, anybody that goes to Atlanta on 75, go between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning
What?
to Atlanta.
Jesus.
And if you have to go through the day, go around 1 to 1:30ish.
Oh yeah.
I rode straight through on going up and coming back during
There's
those times.
nothing-
Did not get
Atlanta's
stopped.
awful to ride.
Pulling my rig, I swear to God, to this day, you'll be in the lane that says 75 north, 75 north, 75 north, 75 north, 75 north. Like, when the hell did the lane change halfway through the goddamn city? Like,
And
now
you
I
got an
to
exit
change
at
two
less than a
lanes to the
tenth of a
right.
mile.
Dude, in a 1-ton diesel with a 36-foot rig in the back, ain't nobody letting you over. You're just like trying to goose over to the right. Like, I swear to God, that city.
Yeah, and even the
you gotta
280,
pick your times.
the 275 or 285 they got that says it's a bypass around Atlanta. It ain't no
475.
better. 475.
It ain't no bypass.
It's like
No,
the
it ain't.
295 around
Yeah.
DC. That ain't no better.
My
It's
GPS
not
took
better
me
at all.
straight through.
Yeah. And every year, I think I've got it figured out because I kind of hang to the right, even though it says left, and all of a sudden I'm in the correct lane. You know what I mean? Like, there's something halfway through the city where the lanes aren't painted right. And if I hang to the right, I end up being in the correct
Well,
lane.
it's
and stay on
it's
75.
Georgia.
275. Yeah.
You got it right. It's Georgia.
You know, it's
I
Georgia.
typically
It
Bunch
stop
of
right
inbred
there.
mouth breathers.
I typically leave here on the night before I intend to leave, if you know what I'm saying. And I get 5 hours in, and then I stop in North Florida just so I'm 5 hours in, and then I'm rolling at 5 a.m. that morning, already 5 hours in, if that makes sense. And then I get through Atlanta probably around lunchtime, which sucks, but at least it's not, rush hour. And then I stop in North Georgia or Tennessee or whatever, but
Chattanooga.
yeah. So I
Go visit
typically
the
take about 4
choo-choo.
days to get there.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
after
you
you
roll-
hit,
you roll
because
right
after you
past
hit
me
off of
and
75, you're hitting 65 straight north. So
Fuck.
75 through Tennessee to
40.
what's my next highway?
49.
well, I mean, it'd be if you go to Chattanooga, you're going to get on 65. And
No, he can hit 75 and go up towards Knoxville. Get
Well,
right
yeah,
past
but
North
that's
City and hang a left on 40 and go.
Yeah,
straight
but
down
that's going
40
on up
29 or 20 something I pick up. And where the hell?
but he likes to go up through Monteagle Mountain and shit. And
Oh, dude, I had an accident in. I didn't have an accident. There was an accident in North Florida, and they sit me up Little Red Mountain Road pulling my freaking camper. Like they closed the highway. I didn't have a choice, and I'm pulling my rig up that highway, laughing hysterically, going, "I'm going to cause a 7-car pileup because some of these turns." When I turned left, my rig was all the way in the oncoming lane. There was no way around it, and magically no one came around that turn and hit my camper. I don't know how.
Luck.
Yeah, it was just
Yeah.
luck. They sent me up Needles Highway pulling my freaking camper.
Wow.
Like, yeah.
That sounds like a normal East Tennessee road.
I would, I got stuck on the Blue Ridge Parkway once in Virginia, and I literally was kickstands down, bike off for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just,
an
you know what?
accident or
I
just
took
traffic?
it was an accident. And once traffic started moving, I just got off, found a motel. I didn't care if it was a base motel or, a Sheridan, whatever. I just had to get some sleep because sitting out there for 8 hours, I was beat.
You just roasted.
Heading to the
The,
Keys.
the thing that doesn't make sense to me that I don't understand is that how is it that I pay my taxes with a big ass smile on my face, all of them. I don't dodge
yeah,
nothing.
24 to 65. Yeah.
And then somehow in all these states, until I get to Iowa, every single rest area says that I can't just sleep for a couple hours.
That makes no sense.
What's a rest area if I can't rest for a little bit? I don't get
I've
it.
never
Really,
seen
like
that.
I do it anyways.
giant signs that say no overnighting. Like no.
Well, you're not. You're just
Well,
getting.
you're not overnighting.
No,
but they
you're not.
say
You're just
that if
getting a
you
few hours.
stop,
They'll knock on you.
all the RVer sites say that if you stop and you climb in the back and fire the generator and just don't put the slides out or nothing, that a state trooper is going to knock on your door at 2 a.m. and say you got to move on.
Didn't they do it to the old man when he had his heart issue?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
the
did it to
old-
Dad.
the old man.
He was sleeping in his truck for a couple hours, and a state trooper knocks on the door and says, "You got to go." Well, what's the point of the goddamn rest areas? And you got truckers. Somehow truckers get away with it, but RVers can't.
Well, I seen people in cars on my way down to Daytona because I left at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I pulled in and they got pissed off because Harley Davidson pulled in next to you.
Yeah.
And,
Much noise. You disturb their
Oh, yeah.
slumber.
There was probably like 15, 20 cars of people asleep. And then I guess I pissed them off enough. They woke up and started going on the road. But
I don't get it, man.
Goddamn
There's signs
bikers.
everywhere say no overnighting. State troopers will evidently knock on your door in the middle of the night, and you want to say, "Wait a minute." So I I pay my bills. Here I am, pulled off. And what you're telling me is you want me to make the road dangerous by a tired driver pulling 14,000 pounds. Like what?
But I think if
Let
you
me-
pull in for like 5 or 6 hours,
I think you'd be all right.
they have it on camera. They know
They
if
made
you're
the old man.
overnighting or
He
not.
was feeling. Well, we ended up having to drive.
No,
pick
man,
him
it
up.
was having a quasi heart
He was
attack,
having a
and they
heart
made
attack.
him move on. Like
Yeah,
it was
they're
stupid.
like,
Like,
He's like, that, just resting for a few hours. not feeling well.
I sent brothers from the organization shall be named up to like find him and straighten him out because he was in someplace in Georgia.
And they're like, nope,
It was
belong.
bad. So what I do now, the whole way up, is I buy KOA campsites because they're like $40-$50. Now it's not like you're burning money like it's nothing, but I can pull into a KOA at midnight and
And you're guaranteed a place. Yeah.
And I pull in and I plug in power, nothing else, and I sleep, and then you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm burning $50, but I don't have to worry about a freaking state trooper knocking on my door in the morning.
Yeah.
You know?
Seeing up in Canada, we got 800 miles from south to north in one province.
Yeah. Are cops gonna like screw with you if you pull off there to sleep?
No, you pull over to sleep, you go to sleep.
No, in Iowa North they won't. Iowa doesn't care. South Dakota doesn't care. You know what I mean? Like Kansas.
Like we're
doesn't care.
800 miles from south to north of one province.
Yeah.
How many states does that cost?
But Georgia, Tennessee, and Illinois.
Yeah.
They care.
I think Michael H is around my area too. Yeah, him and Snake Venom.
Yeah. They know the roads, don't they?
Yeah.
You would think, right? You think I'd be able to, as long as I'm not putting slides out and setting off smoke machines and light shows. What do you give a shit if I sleep for 5-6 hours?
I'd stay in the truck and just lock the chair back and see if they're doing.
Yeah, but I got a fat.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah.
Night, Corey.
Night, Corey.
Dayton.
Take care, hon.
Hi, Corey.
And it may just depend on the state trooper if he's having a shitty day or a week.
That's
you know,
it.
That's the
Oliver
problem
Springs.
with the popo. You
they
gotta worry about what day they're having. So
That's
I
right.
did a video about Sturgis saying don't carry in Sturgis.
Oh.
And oh my God, the freaking Patriot drum wielding lost their shit. And I'm like, dude, Sturgis, they bring cops from 150 miles, 200 miles in all directions. And you can be right about your rights and what you can do and what you can't do.
You'll
And
go
you're
in a
supposed to
fucking
spend the
jail.
goddamn night in a clink. So I'm like, don't carry in Sturgis.
I think I would carry to Sturgis, but I don't think I'd carry in Sturgis because I don't know
Exactly.
the laws.
Exactly. Well, no, dude,
And even if
the
you know
laws,
it,
the laws are fine. South Dakota is a constitutional carry state. Like you can carry in South Dakota. The problem is Joe Popo, who's a cop in Iowa, thinks he's a lawyer, has no goddamn idea what the law is, but he's still pulling you over and searching your bike without proper rights, locking you up. Like, don't do it.
Tweedo, you heard what happened.
You know the answer to that is carry a copy of the Constitution and make sure you
Doesn't
know it.
matter. You can be right, and you'll still be in the clink.
He carries an attorney,
And
with
then
him,
there's a
they
lawsuit
still
that
tried to pull
follows.
us over, saying that I was a
Canada, we
lady
can't
of the
carry
Eagle of the
anywhere.
night. They accused me of being a lady of the night. They accused him of being drunk, which he was not.
I wouldn't know.
He
Yeah.
blew clean. He read clean. He did.
I blew that cop and still ended up having to sit in the car for a while.
It's all
You didn't
about
say blew a cop.
power, and we still had a couple hours
That-
we lost.
That's
because
the
they
problem.
decided-
That's the problem.
because he was a pot-faced, young kid.
I wasn't a young kid. I was like,
You, the
oh, the cop was. I was like, what are you talking about? I'm an old man with a freaking expedition. That's an old man's car.
No,
Anyway,
pulled us over. It was a young kid, not the
Jamestown.
police who knew what to look
Oliver
for.
Springs.
In Canada, we
Dayton.
can't carry anywhere.
Or they bring their laws to Sturgis.
Yeah.
So in all fairness, the guy who gave us a hard time was from Box Elder, so he was local. But
he was a
young
South
kid.
Dakota state trooper. He was just being a dick.
He was a kid. He couldn't have been more
He
than
was a-
25 years old, and he wanted to exert his power over.
Well,
Here's
I
the
got a
problem
free.
with law
Flex his
enforcement.
muscles.
How
Here's the
small of a
problem with law
world is
enforcement.
this?
They think they're fucking lawyers. That ain't the same job. They think they know what they're talking about. They don't have a goddamn clue.
Not
They're just
all
like
of them,
this
just-
big mouths
It's usually the
in
younger
little
ones.
blue uniforms and Ford Crown Vics. You know, like walk. Fuck cops. I don't
And
like
they
them.
think when they get that badge that
Yeah, they
that
do.
gives them title to be your daddy or to
I
have
don't.
power
Nope.
over you.
They don't. They ain't my daddy.
I tell them all the
I know,
time.
but what I'm
lots of
saying
times.
is when they go through that class and they become a cop, them young ones think that they're the authority. They have authority over you, like they're your dad. You know what I mean? Like they can tell you what to do anytime, and you're going to listen. You know, and I'm like, no,
No,
It's
I
usually the older guys. You're right. It's usually the younger.
Yeah.
It's never the older guys.
No, it's the younger
are cool.
guys. They think that
I
that badge
walk
gives
through
them some kind of
downtown,
title.
If I see an old popo, I walk up and go, "Hey, man, how's it been?" I've done this. I go, "How's it been this year? How are things?" And they'll talk to you like, "Yeah, man, it's
You know
been
what?
good,
On the
but,
flip side
you
of
know."
all this, when I was in Gettysburg for Bike Week, there was some guy who was literally falling down drunk. I mean, literally belligerent, falling down drunk. The cops looked at me and says, "This guy with you?" Nope, I don't know him. They're like, "Can you move over?" I says, "Absolutely." They sat him down on the bench right on the main road there in Gettysburg, and they told him, "Sit here for a few hours and go back to your hotel room."
Yeah.
You know what? They could have arrested him for, public intoxication, drunken disorderly, disturbing the peace, and all that, but they didn't. And when the cops were walking away, I looked at them and I said, and you guys know me and what I think of cops. I looked at them and says, "You know what, guys? Right on. Make sure you get home safe to your families tonight," because they did the right thing.
Yeah.
You know,
That's the truth.
Sturgis cops will treat you that way. They'll say, "Hey, man, just sleep it off here on the curb. Don't take your bike. As long as it's before 2, they'll tow your bike after a certain hour, but they're not going to take you in for that." But the young cops in the small provinces like Box Elder, they'll pull you over. And you know what the reality is? All the degrees in the world ain't going to make
It
you
don't matter.
right.
You're
and
still going to be in the jail that night. You'll still be in jail that night. You're still going to wait. So 2 days later, a judge says, "What the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah.
Dismissed. You're out."
And
But still, you were in jail for 2 days. Your life's been impounded. So I always say, like, you can be right and still be in jail.
Right.
Like it doesn't make sense.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. So when I got pulled over the first night when we were in Sturgis, we actually had bike trouble and da 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 da. So we ended up in my freaking truck trying to drive to the tip, and we got pulled over. And the cop was like, he walks up and he goes, "You know how fast you're going?" I go, I don't have a clue actually. He goes, "You're going 37 on a 35." And I went, "So what?" And the cop laughs and goes, "I just want to see if you're drunk. Have fun. See you later." And he just walks away. I'm like,
that's funny.
"What?" Like, so we leave. We go out to Rapid where our hotel room was. We go to a bar. We have one drink. We've had no drinks all night except for this one. We pull out. Cop pulls me over. He takes me back to the car, and that's where I'm. And he's like, "Whose car is that?" I go, "Mine, Sherlock. It's got a Florida plate. I just gave you a Florida license. I mean, I'm not like freaking, Perry Mason or anything, but I thought maybe it might be my car." Like, we're going through this whole dance. Then he asked me to say the numbers backwards from this to this. I said it right. He lied and said I hadn't. So that was his excuse to pull out the box to make me blow. I blow legal. I'm like, this is a racket. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is? He then asked, "Who's that woman in the truck?" I go, "My wife." "You've known her?" I go, "Long time, mother of my child. What are we doing?" So he keeps going and keeps going. And
That's your highest level of education.
he asks my highest level of educational attainment. I'm like, what?
He was probably trying to see if you was going to be smarter than he was.
Well, no, he
I'd
says, "What's the
I'd have been a
highest
smart
degree
ass.
you have?" And I go, "Lots."
Yeah. I'd have
I
been
got
in
lots
jail.
of degrees. I'm like,
I'd have been in jail.
So we're keep going. And finally I go, "Look, dude, my wife's probably freaking out and she's assistant attorney general. So I probably need to text her and tell her everything's okay." All of a sudden, Mr. Piglet's like, "Oh, well, this and that." He's trying to backpedal out of, I go, "Hey man, like, you dug a hole."
He said,
Yeah.
"Smell something in the
He
car."
smelled something. I go, "No, you didn't. I'm sober. I just blew sober." So you really have to treat Sturgis kind of, because there's some really good dudes who are just trying to keep everyone from getting killed, and then there's some dicks who are just trying to lock people up. So you got to be careful,
Yeah, those are usually the out of town cops trying to lock.
And I was
people
going
up.
to say that's probably because
Problem,
they
the dude
bring
I
them
had
in.
was a South
and-
Dakota state trooper. It wasn't an out of town
But
guy.
he was
That
one
was
of
the
those
weird
young
thing.
ones.
I
was
would say
like-
some of
Ray was
those they
saying-
bring in though. Them young ones. I'd say
No,
some of
he was
them.
a South Dakota state trooper.
I know what you're saying, but I said some of them other young ones though that they bring in
Yeah.
from out of state.
Yeah.
They probably come in like they're cock of the walk and they're there to like authority figure. You know what I mean?
This guy had
going
zits all over his face.
You're
He looked
right,
like he
you're
was
right.
12.
Here's a
Guys,
serious
it's nice to be
question.
the younger guys that got something to prove.
All right.
Those guys from out of state that they bring in, are they in out of state vehicle cop cars?
No, they
No,
they
they're local.
they roll. They get paid like subcontractors, but they have Sturgis police uniforms, Sturgis police patrol cars.
okay.
Like
Yeah, they're
it's- but
deputized
the
in
funny thing
Sturgis.
is,
Because I'd
Those
see him and be
guys-
like, "You're not a South Dakota cop." Peace.
they're-
I'd be in a
those
high-speed
guys
chase.
are typically pretty cool though. Like they really, their job is to keep people from dying. Like that really is like that's all they're doing.
Trafficking and drugs. That's all they care about. You're not driving drunk. You're not running drugs, and you ain't trafficking.
Well, they're supposed to
That's all they care
control
about.
the rally, like
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
just
so
peace.
what Doc was saying, I would totally not be surprised to see one of those guys say, "Hey, dude, why don't you sit on this curb and chill out for a little
We've seen
while?"
them do it.
Yeah.
It's like,
And,
hey,
and you know, like
leave your bike.
leave your bike, chill out, give it a
then-
couple hours, and you'll be all right. Like that's all they're doing is trying to stop people from dying.
Yeah, and you know what? I have more respect because they're doing the protect and serve instead of
Yeah.
the harass and intimidate.
Exactly. Yeah.
all right, guys, I'm gonna have
So
to get
we-
off here. I got a busy morning tomorrow, so
See you, Ray. Be
All right.
good, man.
Take care,
Hey,
Ray. Thanks for
letting
coming
me
on, bro.
brother. All right,
Appreciate
man.
it.
You guys be
Good to see you.
good.
So
Yeah.
one of my favorite Sturgis police like reality shows. I can't remember what it's called. Sturgis Live or Sturgis something. Anyway, you got some local Sturgis cops, right? During the rally, they get called out to suspicious activity on one of the rural highways by Devil's Power, right?
I know which one you said.
Right? So they drive out in the patrol car, and there's a chopper on the side of the road with a man and a woman with a fire. And so these guys go,
A bonfire, like
these
a
guys,
little.
yeah, these guys go, are they cooking meth on the side of the highway? Like, what are they doing? They get out of the truck, they go up to these people, and the old man, it was an old man and a woman, they just go, no, man, we're making s'mores. And the cop goes, okay, just go sit on the hood of my car. My partner here is getting interviewed. The other partner's like, so where are you from? Like the other partner's interviewing part. The other cop searches the bike, searches the whole site, comes back. He calls his partner over, and on camera, he goes, I think they're making s'mores.
They just pulled over.
They really were. They pulled off and started making s'mores. And
That's crazy.
so they let him go. So they're trying to not laugh hysterically while these cops are going, you can't just pull off and start making s'mores. You need to go to your campground or something. And so there they are in their cop car. They can't even speak. They're laughing so hard because they just busted some people from literally making s'mores in the alley.
That's
So
hilarious.
I guess y'all kind of have a cop show like that down in Florida.
Florida man, you don't shoot him. He's terrible.
Well, no.
Yeah,
it's
well,
like-
you
it's
down in
like
Florida, you
camera
guys have
crew-
bath salts.
No, it's like a camera crew that follows the cops around. Because me and Miss Hellbelly, we went to stop and got something to eat, and we was warned that they were in the area, not to do anything stupid because they were in the area filming.
You know, I'll be honest
So-
with you, born and raised in Miami, I've never had a terrible interaction with for the
No.
most part.
Cops are pretty cool down
For
here,
the
believe
most
it or
part,
not.
they're like, look, you know, once in my youth, they gave me like 4 tickets in one time. And honestly, I kind of had it coming, and they could have done a lot worse. But that was in my youth. I'm much wiser now.
You give her a German car with a turbo, and some shit's gonna happen.
Look, it was a.
I-
it was a
I
lot
tell you.
off the road.
I got an AMG Mercedes, and
Nice.
oh, forget about it.
Yeah, you see, you're practically asking for one. But no, the cops in
V6
Miami, I think, are better than most. They're kind of like, look, man, you're not
Yeah.
doing any. They're looking out for the
Agreed.
major things, the drugs, the trafficking, and you know, just don't drive drunk and things like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, for the most part, they'll let you go. The state troopers, you're never going to get out of a ticket with the state trooper. But again, they're not going to give you a terribly hard time. They've knocked down like, oh, you're going 90. Well, I'll bring you down to 75 just so you're not, you know,
Florida cops are looking
they're not
for
terrible.
human trafficking, high-powered rifles, like serious drug trafficking. Like that's what their job is. They don't give a shit about you going 85 and a 75. You know what I mean? Like that's why 95 is like a NASCAR track.
Oh,
Because they don't care. That's
Well,
Michael. Yeah, the rules.
4 is
I
the
just
same
had
way.
that- Yeah. Go ahead, Tweedle.
Oh no, 4 is the same way. If you ain't running 100, your butt's getting ran over.
Yeah.
yeah.
And me and Miss
Mike-
Hellbelly, we was screwing around at a red light, and we launched out and blew past 2 baggers like they was sitting still. And I look up because I just happened to look down, and look up, and there's a cop sitting there.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I'm already caught, so why even? I just kind of like let off the gas, didn't hit the brakes or nothing.
They also won't chase a bike. We have so many chases down here.
They know you don't have a prostitute in the back bag and an AR in the left bag. You know what I mean? Like they're not looking for that. You know,
Seemed like they didn't give a crap.
Here's the nice thing in Connecticut. They actually passed it, and it went through the state Senate, that if a cop, local or state, is in a chase with a bike, if it goes into high speed more than 2 miles, they have to break pursuit.
They have to break it. Yeah, I've heard that.
Because it creates a dangerous and life-threatening condition for the person they're pursuing.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing
gonna
too.
be
Because
eyesight.
I've said, call me a fucking whatever, but the point is, if you're gonna do something stupid, I used to have crotch rockets years ago. You don't have the right to do something stupid that's gonna kill somebody's kid.
Right.
You know, like that. It's not about you being cool. If you cause an accident and somebody's baby dies, I'm gonna cave your head in on the side of the road.
Bingo.
Like you don't need to worry about the cops. They ain't gonna make it.
Nope.
Because you don't have that right. You don't get to do that.
Listen.
So I love stunting. I really do. I think it's cool. I love to watch it on a private and closed course at rallies. Yep. I love to watch dudes bring it to 1 o'clock and smoke. You don't have the goddamn right to hurt somebody's child.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. So when I see these videos of these douchebags on Instagram doing freaking freewheel burns down a main drag in Lauderdale, that ain't funny. It ain't cute, and I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yep.
That ain't funny. Like that, you're gonna hurt somebody's kid. It ain't about you being cool on Instagram.
You and I are the same, because I have zero tolerance for people who abuse kids, whether it's physically, mentally, or sexually, and people who abuse elderly.
Yeah.
That I have zero tolerance for. And I ran into some of your brothers here in Connecticut from the organization that won't be named, and they were going out to help a kid. And I said, and at the time I was a patch, I says, yeah, you want me to come along and handle business for you? They're like, no, but if we need you, we'll call you. I said, okay.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah, I mean,
just,
I agree and I
gotta,
disagree.
Yeah, go ahead.
If they're on the street and there's no traffic around, have at it. Go for it. Make the video, you know? But if there's cars around, you don't know if you're going to have a blowout when you're on one wheel.
Right.
But that's
you don't know if your
the
buddy's
point
going
is
to
they
come
don't
over
ever do the
in front of
videos when there's no one's around. They want to do the videos when there's traffic all around them because it's cooler. That ain't funny, man. Like it's not funny. It ain't cute and ain't cool. Do it. I don't give a shit.
That's the same way with racing. I mean, if you pull up at a red light, there's nobody in front of you, nobody on, you know, pretty much
We've
dead.
all done that. We've all taken off a red light. Him and I do it, you know.
Gone.
That's one thing. And if
but that's not when you see them filming and posting videos. They want to do it when there's cars all around them.
Yeah.
That ain't funny. That ain't cute.
Well, you see that in every major city. They're on quads, they're on dirt bikes, they're on street bikes. And
what's that called?
Goat, are you leaving us?
I'm out. I gotta go make some supper. I'm fucking tired. It's 10 or 11 o'clock. Gotta make supper, go to bed.
All right, go.
Yeah, bud.
It's good.
Good night. Thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate it.
Take care.
No problem. See you around.
Yep. Peace.
Yeah.
And yeah, so you don't have the right to hurt somebody else. That's like the whole thing. You got to keep separate there. Like you it's not funny. It ain't cute. It ain't cool. Split lanes at 110 when there's a freaking mommy in a minivan ain't cute and it ain't funny.
Nope.
And you're gonna pay. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't split lanes here, so I don't have that problem.
I don't even try to split lanes. I'll go down the breakdown lane, but I won't split lanes. If there's traffic, I'll go down the breakdown lane 15,
We run
20
the
miles.
shoulder.
Yeah.
We can't even do that here in Tennessee.
Oh, you
Oh,
can't
you
do
can't
that
do
in
it.
Connecticut
We
either,
can't do
but I
it
do
here
it
either. We
anyways.
just do it.
Like heading to the Keys, sometimes you get a bad accident. Like when Bull and us, we took a ride down to the Keys. There was an overturned tractor trailer, and there's only one road. There's a stretch of the Keys where there's only one lane each way. Like you're kind of stuck for that little bit of road. And if there's an accident as a kid, my dad would say, turn the car around, we're going back, because you could be there all day and run through a tank of gas and you'll never move more than a couple miles. So you had to. So we had to run the shoulder.
When we went
quite
to
a bit.
Key West last time with Bull, we ran the shoulder for 7 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're literally 7 miles on the shoulder with people blowing on and flipping us off. Dude, is 105 degrees on air-cooled motorcycles. I'm running the shoulder, kiss my ass. And then luckily, right before the cops, this dude ran out in the shoulder and was like, right now, like, so we jetted in right behind his car, and the cops were right there. And so he grabbed a freaking cooler and grabbed Cokes out of it and gave us drinks because it was hot, man. Like, we cannot sit there 6 hours. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do it.
But Michael had the question about the music. I'll tell you this much. I had this conversation with the motorman the other day, and we were talking about his bike. I was asking, what kind of pipes do you guys run on that? Because I couldn't tell. They didn't seem like Vance and Hines or something. I think they get a little bit of a stipend.
Depends on the county.
Yeah, to modify their bikes. And he's like, no, we can't do anything that doesn't come from the dealership. So he goes, if the dealership can't put it on and the state won't pay for it, they can't modify their exhaust or anything. But the bike sounded really good. I think it's just the motor or whatever. Yep. But he was telling us, he goes, yeah, we really enforce the music, the regulations against music. And I go, well, look, do me a favor. If you see a silver CVO rolling down, just don't pull me over. He goes, no, you know what? I'll be honest with you. The only guys we pull over are, the Beamer guys who are popping wheelies in front of the courthouse, doing that nonsense, causing
and the slingshot
and the slingshots with the loud music who sit in front of, while
Christmas trees with 3 wheels.
Yeah.
Like,
other than that, we don't give you guys a hard time. So
everyone I know, when they see one of those slingshots and the guy waves, they fucking back. Every person I know gives them the finger back if they wave at him, because that's not a motorcycle, that's a car.
I don't flip them off, I just ignore them.
Hey, real quick, I want to get back to East Coast racing here. Yeah, I do know the guys over at East Coast, and they're a bunch of stunt guys, and yeah, they do it on the highway, but most of the time they do it in closed parking lots. They're a big stunt group here in New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah. You know what? My whole thing is you hurting somebody's baby. That's all.
Yep.
That's all that matters. Like, you do you. I don't care if you kill yourself, whatever, but you don't have the right to hurt somebody's kid.
No.
Oh,
you got the right to hurt yourself all you want, but you know what? You're not just hurting yourself.
I'll watch you kill yourself.
Well, here's the thing: is you kill yourself, who you hurting? You're hurting your family.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to know any different.
I've told her a million times ago, there's ever an accident that took my daughter from me, I'll walk right up and pop that fucker in the head in front of a cop. I got
oh yeah.
Prison's fine. If you don't have a family to provide for.
I didn't know this, but I've seen it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard though, because we all have families, we all have responsibilities, and you want to enjoy this. And we realize that every time you get on the bike, it's a little more dangerous than a car. It's a little more dangerous than walking down the street, and we all take chances. But the reality is, don't put yourself in a situation where you're going to take out a family of 4 in a minivan because you decided that it would be cool. Or don't put yourself in a situation where you're going to have to, somebody's going to go home and have to tell your family that you went out doing something stupid because you felt like you got to prove something to somebody.
Yeah. And you know what? You're not cool. You're stupid.
Yeah.
The funniest thing I ever saw, was we were doing a memorial event for somebody who lost their life, and we're all standing there in traffic, but like with plenty of notice. We weren't surprising anybody. Like, we had kind of closed the lane off. The cross is being placed, and this car comes up, and I don't know what this guy was thinking, but he came up to where we had closed the lane off and decided to jump the clutch and pretend like he was going to hit somebody. Like, he was being super aggressive with the car. And then finally, 6 guys run over. He changes lanes, and one of the guys walks out of the group of us and just writes his plate number down. Like, nothing's going to happen right now. the guy who wrote the plate number down was a homicide detective for the city we were in.
Mm.
And he walked over and he just said, he's going to have a really bad couple months.
Yeah.
Everywhere he goes, there's going to be a cop. Everyone like sit in front of his. He better not park incorrectly. Like, and because the cops then showed up and said, we heard there was an altercation in traffic. And that guy walks over to the police and says, it's fine. We're going to handle it. And he shows him his badge. And this organization a little different. He says, we're going to handle it. And these two cops got in their car and drove off. Like, don't screw with a group of bikers. You don't know who you're screwing with.
Exactly. You know, you could end up with a bunch of Leos, or you could end up with a bunch of outlaws.
One of them, it could be a group of outlaws, but one of them's a judge. Like you really don't know what you're screwing with. Like,
no. And you know, it's. I had a woman try and run me off the road one time. Literally, I almost hit the curb on my lowrider S, and you know, I've very short fused at that time, and I put the kickstand down, stopped in front of her, and got out, and I started screaming. I was about ready to pound her window, and next thing I hear is the siren. I see red and blue lights, and I just calmed down, and the cop asked what happened, and I told him what happened. He asked her. He came back, says, "You have a license?" I said, "Yep." And he goes, "Okay." He goes, "Well, it's basically a case between he said, she said, just be safe and tone it down a little bit." I said, "All right." And I left.
The problem we have down here is tourists.
Yeah.
So we were heading over to the other side toward like beach area. The two of us were just going to ride around and look at mansions and have a good time. Like go have lunch. We're just screwing around on the bikes, just having a nice little ride. And there was construction, so the lane was pushed off. And so in Florida, the bike goes first, right?
Okay.
Like if their lane is ending, you let the bike merge.
Mhm.
And this son of a bitch freaking almost traded paint with her.
Oh, wow. I would have beat his ass.
Into a freaking barrel.
Yeah.
And so I went around the backside of the car and cut him off and got off the bike. And he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. And I was like, you don't come to my state and pretend you play freaking tourist in my state. And the wife's in the passenger seat going, we don't know what happened. We don't know what. I go, no. I don't care where you're from. This is my home. We'll like I'm in this, and the guy drives around me and takes
bury you in the alligator farm.
Yeah, like Florida, like I am Florida man, motherfucker. Like I will be as crazy as you want at red light. And our cop will
Florida
always take the side of the local.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Like
Florida, you got alligator farms.
Yeah,
Or Tito Diaz, and where I am, we got pig farms.
Pig farms, yeah.
There's just no need to be that way. I was telling him this last trip, heading back from Daytona, I was riding back, and some guy in a pickup.
Not on the back.
No, on the back. I was on my bike. But I headed back earlier because usually I have to be back earlier for work and for the baby and stuff. So I was riding back, and some guy in a an SUV damn near ran me off the road, and for no good reason. The funny thing is,
Roadstar Warrior. I love that bike, by the way.
Yeah.
But for no reason, just because he had something to prove. He was racing some other car, and he's like, apparently, 90's not fast enough for him. And he's like, almost put me into the wall in the median. And I'm like, what's the need for that? Where's your hurry? You're driving an SUV. You're not driving a freaking, a sports car. What's going on? And they just ruin your day in a heartbeat. And we had that issue, I think it was last year, Christmas Eve. I went for a ride early morning. They were still asleep. I go, let me go on the bike and get a ride in. And some lady almost hit me, damn near took out my back tire, and I did the same thing you did, Doc. I was like, I put the bike down, and I'm like, not put the bike down. I put the kickstand down. I'm screaming at her, and she's like, but what? And I go, I got a kid to call home to. I have a family. Yeah. I go, you almost ruined my day because you're sitting there listening to your radio thinking it's cool, and you almost took me out.
Yep.
And God knows you saw me because I got more lights than a freaking, Indian taxi cab, and I'm louder than most bikes. I go, there's no reason for you to have come up on me that way. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I go, sorry, I'm not going to explain to my daughter when I'm not coming home.
Yep.
So
good night, Grandma.
Be careful. So, and that's just the frustrating part. Like, they just don't take it seriously.
I love Northeast Racing's comment.
Where's that?
You can do your stunts, and I can kill you. But how do you think that's going to make me feel once I've killed you? Have you thought of anyone?
So, come Come on.
That's another Connecticut dude right there.
Night, Gremlin.
You're stupid. I have to kill you. Then I feel bad. Have you thought about that at all? I mean, come
Actually,
on.
I wouldn't feel bad, to be honest with you. I wouldn't feel bad. You're stupid and I had to kill you? Yeah, I wouldn't
That's
feel
the whole
bad.
thing down here, though. If a tourist comes down here and acts like an asshole, you're gonna lose
Dale's
the
right.
Florida cops because I'm a Florida man. Like I'm local. You don't get to come down here and act stupid.
Yeah, you pay your taxes in Florida.
I pay my taxes.
Oh, I'll play the girls part real quick. Oh my God, I'm so scared. Oh Jesus.
Dude, when she did her CWP course, the guy actually said, "Hey, if you put one right here on the guy, make sure you just spray the rest of the rounds, and then drop your gun with a slide lock back and cry for the cops. Like it doesn't matter if you're the best friggin'. You can take the guy out with a single shot right there. Make sure the gun is empty and you're crying when the cops get there."
Yeah. You know, my wife, we bought her because she's a former military police officer and I'm former military. So we went out and bought her a Charter Ohms revolver, 38 special for the house. And it's
I got one of those.
It's a hot pink frame with the nickel colored barrel and the nickel colored drum. And the reason behind that is if she ever shot an intruder in the house and she goes to court, they're going to hold the gun up and the jury's going to say, yeah, she's not Rambo.
Yeah.
She has a cousin, Pedro, that gave a pink pistol to his wife as a gift, and then she didn't like it, so he carries it. So Pedro's a freaking thug. I mean, there ain't no way around it. He's a scary MFer, and he carries that pink pistol. And the joke is in the family, you tell him it's gay to carry a pink pistol.
Well, you know what? How would you feel getting shot by a hot pink gun?
There you go.
He's like this giant dude, like, hey, is something wrong with my gun? What, you gotta say something to him?
Or as you would say in your videos, the pew pews.
The pew pew.
Pew pew.
Dude, Northeast Racing's a funny guy.
Who do I want? You gotta be PC nowadays, so I gotta let the dead person know how to feel. I mean, literally, as he's laying there, he'd be like, I told you don't do that.
And now I feel bad.
I feel bad, and you caused my feelings to be bad. You know.
And now I need a safe
You ever make
space.
it to one of the rallies down here? HD?
Hello,
What's
Texas,
that?
wake up.
You gonna be able to make it to any of the rallies down
He
here?
was making brisket. That's how Texans.
Oh God, brisket just sounds so good right now.
Oh my God!
Oh, hell yeah, it
Amazing
does.
right now. Like a little brisket.
I will probably go to the Lone Star rally in
nice.
Galveston.
That's not down here. She said, "Are you going to come down here?"
Oh,
Focus.
sorry. I thought. Sorry.
Don't mind him. Don't mind him. I'd like to make it out to that rally. His sister lives.
Lone
in
Star
San-
rally's good.
his
I
sister
like
lives
to
in
make it
San
out there
Antonio.
too.
Yeah, we should make.
Yeah,
I've
last
been to the
time-
Rot rally.
Yeah, we talked about that the last time we were both on camera.
Yeah.
The Rot rally is now
a little sketchy.
It's not what it was. It
was
not
fun
what it
last time I went there.
Yeah, it's not that anymore. Unfortunately, Pro Monkey, it's not. Or at least I haven't been to it because it's held in June, and I think the last time it was last year on the days of the rally here. It was 100 degrees.
Oh,
Like,
it was hot as hell last time.
I really don't want to stand outside in 100 degrees. I really don't want to do that. I'd much rather just ride.
Yeah, but that's Sturgis. It was 107 last year at Sturgis. Like
the hottest Sturgis ever recorded.
it was
I think.
hot.
Whereas 17 was one of the coldest.
Oh God,
wasn't it?
17 was
It
in the
a-
50s all week.
I
It was
passed
wild.
out.
Like,
17, I was still riding on the back with him, and I damn near passed out in the back. It was so cold, and we had to ride into town, and I'm sitting in the back going, "Dear Jesus, please, if you let me live through this, I'll be through anything." It was
15. I
Fair
stayed
baby
through
Jesus,
a
4 pounds,
hailstorm
6
to watch.
ounces.
There you go, dear. That's exactly it.
We were at the Rot rally in 11, I guess it was. My brother-in-law had a booth. He was selling T-shirts and shit he would design. And this guy is drunk and out of control. And he walks up and he's being handsy with this woman. And my brother-in-law, who's connected with dudes down there, is like, I'm pretty sure that's blah blah blah's old lady. He's got his hands on. And all of a sudden he goes, yeah, I know her. That's such and such's old lady. So that all clears out. A couple hours later, we're sitting in our campsite, There's thicket all around us, like mesquite thorns and stuff.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
of a
yeah.
sudden, here comes that guy running for his life. You know that look on a guy's face? Breaks through the thicket, runs through our campfire. I mean, like freaking full sprint, blood all over him, running through thorns. And all of a sudden, a certain 1% club shows up through the thickets, looks at my brother-in-law and I. We both go
that way.
That way.
And they just freaking take off after him. And we're like, that dude did not live out the night. You know, like
No, no.
Yeah.
Did you when you went to the Rot Rally? Did you participate in the bike parade? Or
no,
No.
because my brother-in-law he was selling his design. Well, actually, it's not.
Oh, okay.
So he was selling his. We were basically there working, and then camped in the where the horse the cattle corrals were.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
T, when's Lone Star? What month is that?
That's in November, so it's not.
November?
That's one of the nicer things about Lone Star. Lone Star
Yeah.
is usually in November when it's not 100 freaking degrees outside.
Sure.
Yeah, but in November we'd have to fly out and like borrow bikes, and I'd be in a freaking stock bike.
Well, how
like,
long's the ride?
You know, Monk, why don't you just get
The problem is
Vespas?
getting out of Florida.
Have you been to Florida?
The
really
thing
far.
is with
Monk, why don't you just get Vespas? Fly out and get a Vespa.
Wait, you mean the nicest people on
We could fly out and borrow bikes, but I would feel like such a fruitcake, like rolling around like, no, we just got in.
Oh,
These
don't
were
worry.
in my
Hey,
stock street
don't
glide.
worry.
Like,
Hey, don't worry. Salty, truck and biker,
no, I don't ride an
Knuckles
Indian.
TV.
I won't do that. So
Knuckles TV. I mean, myself. Big Schmitty riding. Don't worry, we won't make fun of you too much. It's okay.
Oh yeah, no,
Don't worry,
I
we'll be
take
all
your
right.
word for it.
oh, it would be brutal.
Hey, you seem real
It would be
sincere
brutal.
there,
Me
AT.
in like a stock street glide, rolling around with low bars and stock pipes.
No.
That would be brutal.
No,
Like,
Just like it was in Arizona.
Yeah, right. In
Hey,
Vegas.
let me,
No, in Arizona, I would ask Shope to loan me a bike or Yaffee or somebody like.
You were
loan
on the
me
stock
something.
street glide in Arizona.
Yeah, but it was an ST and it was nice.
Yeah.
good Lord.
Yeah.
Hey, Snake Venom, I got Daytona in March, and then I want to go to Junebug and Thunder in the Smokies. I don't remember what exact months they are.
Thunder in
But-
the Smokies is September, right around the same time that Smokeout is.
Yeah, that won't work because I got an event that I'm throwing in Harriman, September. I think it's the 14th that weekend. It's gonna be a 4-day weekend. So
Yeah, I
got
wish
an
I could
event
get
going
out to
there.
that one.
So I might not make it to Thunder in the Smokies. But Junebug
Is there a
Boogie,
way
I'm
for you
trying
guys to end at Smokeout or something, Tweedle? Is there a way to work that out? Or
I think Smokeout's the weekend before. It should be, anyways.
Hmm.
It might not. I got to look at the other dates. It could be. I mean,
That'd be a fun
I
time.
plan on having everybody come in on that Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, nothing but all day riding, and then Sunday everybody pretty much goes their own way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, see, 25 minutes. So you already know the hotels. They're right there by 40. Right on the other side of Cracker Barrel.
Now going back to the Rot Rally for a second, monkeys. I don't know if it's permanent or not, but where you guys were for Rot Rally, that which is the Travis County Expo, is being renovated right now. So that I think last year they had it somewhere else, like on a Customer's Ranch or something like that. What's that?
It's been 10 years since I've been.
Yes, yeah, I was gonna say it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
They had it at the where you guys went, which is called the Travis County Expo. They moved it to somewhere else in another smaller town, whatever, somebody's property, whatever, outside of Austin. Now I don't know if the bike parade happened, or I mean I'm working, so I just don't partake in it anymore. Plus, it's just like it's 100 freaking degrees. I really don't want to be standing outside. Plus,
What city are you
I'm
in?
afraid
HG?
He's in Austin.
Austin? You're
I
in
live
Austin?
north of Austin. Yeah, I
Okay.
live north of Austin. Is where I'm at.
All right.
My sister's
only
in San
like-
Antonio on what the hell's the road? She's on the same road as the
Right by
the Alamo.
Yeah.
Um,
Not far from there. The main drag.
she's like
Yeah.
3 minutes from the frickin' Alamo downtown.
Tweeto,
but
you
I'm-
got another message here.
Yeah, him and Michael H. Y'all need to run over to my channel. My email's in there and the links to my Instagram. Hit me up on Instagram Messenger if y'all have that.
Yeah.
It's called the Tennessee Ride and Moto Meetup.
That looked from
But-
what I've been hearing, it's going to be a great event. I wish I could make it to your event this year, but I have a total of 5 events I'm going to,
Wow.
and yeah,
But it looks
All
like both
local?
of them's like 30 minutes
No.
for me. So y'all hit me up, and yeah, Devil's Triangle is literally like 2 minutes from my house.
oh, yeah.
So y'all hit me up, and I'll get DDK and Ray's Moto Life, and we'll all go riding one day.
Yeah, right on.
Y'all are not far from us at all.
Now,
So, Tweeter, what do you have in terms of actual riding time year round? So, how many months are you looking at actual riding?
Well, I made it to December riding.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Right
Okay.
now, I got
I'm still riding in Connecticut.
this bad boy right here right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
there you go,
I've
playing
heard
with
that
your
they
rubber
work
again.
better when you put them on the bike. I mean, I don't know. Look, I
Well-
don't pretend to be a.
Friday, my front one's coming in, and it's going to Hard Luck Cycles in Oak Ridge to get the tires put on.
Nice. What size is that? That was the thick.
That is a
looks like wide
240.
wheel. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a breakout, so it's got a big old fat.
Yeah,
rear
big old
end.
back tire.
He
Love
used
that
to.
look.
A fat bottom
Mr.
girl.
Monkey, he used to say he doesn't ride a bagger anymore, but now he rides a mini bagger. Is that
I
what
got
you
saddlebags
call it?
that are quick detachable.
Oh.
So, yeah.
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 Hey,
Now,
TJ,
Mrs. Monkey, just get back to you about my events that you said if they're local, they're not.
Yeah.
I got
So you're going
Laconia.
all over.
Well, of course, I got Daytona,
Yeah.
Laconia, Gettysburg, PA.
Oh, I want to go there.
Oh, it's a great rally. There's no traffic. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm going to Milwaukee, and then the Catskill Mountain
The
Thunder.
plug convention.
Yeah, and then
Apologize.
Catskill Mountain Thunder. And
Oh, okay. That's fun.
that's the same weekend as Ocean City.
Okay.
Maryland.
Yeah, and I had a great time in Ocean City last year, and I want to go back, but I was invited by some friends of mine to come up to Catskill, and I says, okay, I'll come up in 2023. So, you know,
Fun.
I got to see in Ocean City, I got to see Godsmack and Chevelle live, and for $85 Godsmack, and for
Oh, I know.
$85 a ticket, it was a great show.
Really?
Here
Yeah.
you go,
My
monkey.
father loves to talk smack about Godsmack. As
Right
as
there,
band.
Tweedle. Hold that right there for the.
He's got a halo.
He's just playing with his. He's just playing.
He's
I
playing
told
with
him
his
it works
rubber
better
again.
When you actually put it on the bike, it tends to
Is that
be.
a
Quit
240?
playing with your rubbers.
Yeah,
Quit playing with the
240.
rubber, buddy.
Wear them responsibly.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, gotta have protection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a bald spot like that wide in the back of my Dunlops right now. So
Yeah, I want to hear about your Dunlop.
We don't want to hear about your bald spot either.
Dunlop didn't like Florida too much. I left too much of it there.
So, see, sorry, sorry, I really wouldn't, just saying,
You're
Oh,
fine.
listen.
just saying.
Oh,
You know
look
what,
at the
both-
long.
I hope you all-
those long, luscious
Both of
locks.
y'all can kiss my ass because I'm losing.
I
all
hope
the
you
time.
all enjoy your fucking hair. I hope it keeps your head warm.
Wow.
Listen, for 25 years, I had a crew cut.
Me and
I
Monkey's
haven't
in
cut
the
my
same
hair
boat.
since I retired.
What is that, Doc? I don't
Yeah.
care about your crew cut for 25 years. Like, my heads look like a freaking testicle bag for 20 years.
It felt
so-
like a Pantene commercial there for a quick second. Like he was just like,
Yeah, really. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
That's it. Don't hate my locks. Don't hate my beautiful locks.
I've been bald a long time.
So Doc. Well, I know. I think we've talked about it with HD before. But are you going to make it to Sturgis or?
I would love to, but I don't think that's going to happen until 2025 because I have to budget for it.
All right.
Well, there's no butt plug company that's going to send them to Sturgis, so he's got to work on that.
Would you
And
really?
I want to ride again to Sturgis. So
How long is that for you?
800 miles a day for 3 days.
Oh wow. Okay.
We're in the same boat.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's a long ride, but I figure on the road glide with the extra cushion seat that I have, extra thick
Definitely
cushion,
nicer.
it may be a lot better than
Keep saying that. Keep telling yourself that. That's
If it
fine.
makes you, if it makes you feel better, I have a buddy that is in Idaho that is leaving February 14th to come all the way over here to go to Daytona.
See, I have
What does
this
he
thing called a
do for
full-time
living? He
job.
could do that.
That
He's in
that
Idaho.
doesn't make me feel better. Evidently, he has no responsibilities on this
How can you
planet.
take that much time
He's
off?
retired.
I'm not.
Oh,
I don't
But
give a shit
if you're
about
like me
retired
and you're
people. They can do
retired,
whatever
you
they
can do
want,
whatever
whenever
you
they
want.
want.
Exactly. But he's
Listen.
still throwing down the miles from Idaho all
That's
the way
true.
to
I
Daytona.
don't
I'll
care
be-
if you take 2 months to do it.
7 years I'll
It
be
doesn't
retired.
impress me. Like he can do 100 miles a day for
Hey.
2 months and be like, I rode 9,000 miles. I don't give a shit.
I don't
Like,
think he's
like,
looking to impress you. I think he's just enjoying his retirement. Is what.
Yeah.
you know, like
He's
it-
just coming to
no.
hang out in Florida to get away from
That'll
all
be
that ice
fun.
and
That'll be
snow.
a good time though.
No.
That's look, the old
God
man,
love him, but you're not gonna make me feel bad.
the old man, the old,
It's like,
the old man. What was that trip the old man took with his buddies? It was
oh, they went all the way out the $1 Million Highway, and
Yeah,
they went
That's
4,000
beautiful.
miles from St. Louis in a big loop. But I was like, you're all a bunch of old bastards that don't have to be anywhere at any time. You're not
No,
impressing
And it probably hit every strip club along the way.
I'm sure.
no, they're
Like,
respectable gentlemen who
they were
only
old
stop-
Marines.
No.
They're old scumbags who went from titty bar to titty bar in a big
The
circle.
Marines, of course, they went titty bar to titty bar.
That's our father.
I've been to a lot of titty bars with
Oh
him.
my
Trust
gosh.
me.
Oh, wait, I had that image in my head. No. They only stopped at respect.
They went to
They
churches.
went to church every Sunday. Yeah, okay.
They stopped at every church along the way.
Right.
Just because there was a stripper pole in the church.
Exactly.
And they were
There was
worshiping.
There was one called Mercedes. There was one called Porsche. I
A
don't know. Why do they all
star.
have car names?
Bambi.
And there was all this glitter everywhere.
It was just the smell of daddy issues and regret.
Smell of something. That's what they was drawing that.
Cocoa butter. The smell of cocoa butter.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh,
My dad will
gosh.
tell you the story about getting out of the Marine Corps in 1969. And him and his best pal, they were both discharged same day. And they rolled from San Diego to St. Louis in 2 days.
And that rental car, right?
1969. Do the math on what you have to do to go from San Diego to St. Louis in 48 hours in 1969. My dad will tell you. My dad will tell you there were drugs involved.
Oh, Jesus. No.
Like,
Well, he got home
48
from
hours
Vietnam. There were drugs involved in Vietnam.
He goes, we stopped only literally to put fuel in the cars, and then we're right back on the highway. Like,
Not my father-in-law. He was a
no, he
saint.
does. He took me
He
to.
was a good.
My father took me to Sturgis in
Listen,
1990.
Listen, his father's a Marine. That's all you need to say. His favorite color flavor crayon is probably purple or red.
Here's the thing: he's so old.
doesn't get that.
He's pre-eating crayons joke. Like he doesn't get it.
Yeah, he was like, "What is this whole
He's like,
thing
what are you talking about? Eating crayons?
It was
Like,
military, wasn't it? Military.
no, Marine Rider.
Marine
Like, I'm
Rider.
gonna bring him some crayons. And my dad goes, "Why would you bring me crayons?"
Oh my God, Mark.
Because Marines eat crayons. And Dad goes, I was in the Corps for 4 years and killed a lot of men. I never ate any fucking crayons. Like he's just like I don't. What are you talking about? Like
Sense of humor varies from that.
it's just yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the modern military has a real dark sense of humor, so a lot of
Yeah,
older
they-
vets
they
can't- they can't
Yeah.
bridge that gap.
So tattoos. My dad does not believe in tattoos because he says his body was owned by the Marine Corps. I don't have the right to get a tattoo. I'm government property.
I didn't give a shit.
Yeah,
I got mine while I was in.
Listen, when I went to, as soon as I got out of basic training, I got my actually out of jump school. I got my first tattoo.
Dad
You
got out in '69.
Yeah,
He was
oh,
in
that was
Vietnam
'89
all
when I got
68.
my first tattoo.
He was in Vietnam all of the calendar year '68 and the beginning of '69, and then he was a quick reaction, quick kill instructor in San Diego for another year. So I guess he got out in '70 or '70. Yeah,
Wow,
something like that.
he got out when I
So-
was born.
Yeah, so he's like they don't have a sense of humor. There's no.
Yeah, no,
My dad lived in a Quonset hut for his in his boot camp. There was no room in barracks.
Yeah,
I think back
I
then-
had Vietnam vets as drill sergeants, and it was rough.
I think back then though, those guys were more the jar head, undoing the thing. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
they were
that
real.
was what
They were real
were
Marines.
instead of being crayon eaters.
Oh, my dad thought it was hilarious. I was in San Diego for work, and I had a freaking big ass Cadillac for a rental car. And Dad says, "Go to MCRD and see if they have like T-shirts." And I'm like, okay. Yeah, Tweedle's already laughing. So I pull up to the gate, and I go, my dad was a drill instructor here in the '60s, and he asked if I could see. He asked me to see if there was like souvenirs. And this Marine jumps in my driver's side window and gets like nose to my nose, and he's screaming at me. My dad's on the Bluetooth, like in this. Put your goddamn lights on the driver. Take the keys out of the ignition. You should not be here. He's just like screaming at me, and I'm just like this. And my dad just goes over the stereo. You're fucked. And
Hey, let me guess, you changed your shorts after that, didn't you?
So a couple minutes later, the Marine comes back and he slaps this freaking pass on my dash along with my keys, and he says, "Go up here, turn left, right, left, right, left, right, 100 yards." He goes, "And there's a museum right there. Tell your father I said Semper Fi." And I'm like, and Dad's laughing hysterically on the
Oh, I
stereo.
bet he is.
Rolling
He is
laughing.
enjoying every fucking second of this shit.
So I start the car and I go up around and I find the museum and I walk in, and it is amazing. The MCRD Museum in San Diego is like every era of the Marine Corps, through every war, every weapon. It's really cool.
Good night, Northeast.
And
Good
I'm
night,
standing there
Northeast.
looking at this gallery of the rats. What the fuck you call it? When you go down in the
Tunnel rats?
tunnel rats. My dad did that. And
That's
so I'm standing there
crazy.
looking at this museum of tunnel rats. And while I'm standing there looking at it, I'm like taking pictures and I'm texting him. All of a sudden, 2 DIs walk up. And they stand next to me on either side. And they have their hats under their arms and they just stand there. They don't say anything. And I realize they're just fucking with me. Like they're just standing 3 inches from my shoulder, 2 Marine Corps DIs with their hats under their arms. And I call him and I say, like, there's 2 DIs and one's on either shoulder. And I feel really uncomfortable. And I don't really know what to do about it. And my dad's laughing his ass off. And I go, these are the 2 scariest some bitches I've ever seen in my life. And they're like 5'4". Like I'm bigger than both of them. And they're really scaring me. And my dad's going, they're just fucking with you. Give them a minute and they'll walk away. And I just hang up and I stand there and they just stand. I swear to God, like they were so crowding me for no reason. And they just walked away. And I'm like, you evil sons of bitches. Like, what is wrong with those guys? Like,
They're fanatical.
they are. They really, these guys.
And you know what they're fanatical about?
Touching my shoulder. And it was just to freak me out.
You know what they're fanatical about?
Being Marines.
You got it.
Yeah.
Michael H. I went in Navy in '97, and they were crayon eaters then, and I'm not Gen Z, so
yeah.
So Marine Rider was going to bring my dad a crayon cake in Sturgis. It didn't happen, but he was like, I was going to bring him a cake of crayons. Like
Marine Rider's a cool dude. I met him in Gettysburg. He's a stand-up dude. I like him a lot.
Yeah, he's
I like
a
him
great
a
guy.
lot. Yeah, he's a good dude.
I actually do like the military biker. I hate him because I'm so jealous of him because he's gotten to ride through Glacier National Park and I haven't. So that's the only reason I say.
Yeah, but where he lives, it's like freaking frozen ass tundra 8 months out of the year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they don't even have they have ats up there.
Yeah,
I can't understand him, so I don't get to watch a lot of his stuff.
Oh my goodness! No.
No,
he's nuts. He's cool.
We didn't eat them in '93, '95. Oh.
All I can tell you is they did not eat them in 1970. My father straightens me out rather regularly about we were not crayon eaters.
Yeah, see, they started that in the Navy when I went into basic. Then I got out and went in the Air Force, and there was like a big thing before I retired. They did the stress cards.
Yep.
You
Well-
hurt my
So you were
feelings. I
Navy,
need
you
a
said?
timeout. Yeah, I
Well-
started out in the Navy.
I was Army Aviation, so I always says almost Air Force.
Oh wow, look at that.
Look at that. Right on, man.
Look at that
Yeah.
handsome young devil there.
Man, you just went to shit after that, didn't you, Tweedle? I'm just saying.
That's
like,
when I had hair. That's what the military
Right?
does to you. Just took all my hair.
So my
Best years of my
brother-in-law's
life,
dad-
man.
My brother-in-law and his brothers grew up on bases all over the world. So my brother-in-law's dad went in the Marines, served his entire 4 years in the Marine Corps, and wanted to be a helicopter pilot. And at that time, they didn't have helicopters in the Marine Corps. So he got out of the Marine Corps and then went and signed up for the Army. So
Yeah.
he did full 4 years in the Marine Corps, then got out and joined the Army just so he could be a helicopter pilot.
I
So
served
he's
with a guy who did the same thing.
He was a helicopter pilot all throughout Vietnam and then stayed career. So by the time he retired, he was a full bull colonel. But the funny thing is he was a full bull colonel in the Army who had also been a Marine. So his resume was great at the Pentagon because he had been in two branches and yada yada.
You see that?
That's cool.
Look at that.
I worked on the hydraulic system on that plane. Oh, I
Yeah,
actually
C-141.
KC-135.
Oh, 135?
Yeah.
I jumped out of 141s.
141s, you had to have a huffer to start them, I do believe.
I don't know. They were already running when I got to board them.
I think. I could be wrong on that.
They were already running.
And yet you still jumped out of a perfectly good plane. You know, I never
Damn right. For an extra $110 a month? Absolutely.
It's a good deal, honestly.
I tell you what, though.
Need to get a shadow box for my medals because
Yeah, you and me both.
You're collecting dust.
You and me
You guys
both.
need to do that. We have the old
But-
man's.
Oh, dude.
yeah.
Well,
Many
I mean,
years
I got
ago.
my flag from retirement here. But,
Oh, okay.
I mean, I need to get
So
my.
two things. Many years ago, I shadow boxed my dad's medals and ribbons, and I gave it to him for Christmas. I put all this freaking effort for him, and he opens it and he goes, "This is all fucked up." I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "The ribbons are all out of order. They're all wrong." And I'm like, "There's an order."
Yeah.
Like,
There's an order for this?
like they were all wrong, and so we still haven't fixed that because I had to send off to the Pentagon to get his sheet because he has a. The funny thing is he has a presidential commendation, a Silver Star,
Purple Heart.
Purple Heart, da 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 da, but he says he doesn't have a Silver Star, and I'm like, well, the Pentagon says you have a Silver Star, and he goes, well, I have this medal, and we pull it out. I go, that's the Silver Star. Like it's the gold star with the silver star in the middle. I go, what are you? And he's like, I don't know. It's been a long time. So there's all this shit trying to figure out what goes where. And then this is just maybe 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a call from a buddy. One of his really good friends from high school was also in the Marine Corps, and he was over in Vietnam, and he died at the Battle of Khe Sanh. So the brother, before he had like been mortally wounded but lived for several weeks afterward, he has the flag from the Battle of Khe Sanh from his I'm not going to say something I don't understand, but from his installation. It's muddy, it's dirty, it's got bullet holes in it, et cetera, et cetera. So this guy then dies. His brother years later finds it and calls my dad and says, I'm not a Vietnam veteran. This feels wrong. I want to give you this flag and then you do with it what you will, but it's not proper that I have it. My dad gets it and says, this is the battle flag of Khe Sanh. Figure out what you're supposed to do with it. And I'm holding this flag that's muddy and has holes in it and et cetera, et cetera. And so I go to the local it was in St. Louis. Not the VFW. Jesus Christ. Anywhere. And I said, what do I do with this? And they go, properly fold it. And they help me to fold it. And I find the case and I buy it. And then I present it to my dad going like, I don't know what to do with this. You're the Marine. It's a Marine that gave us to it. This is the battle flag of Khe Sanh. And Dad goes, well, that's amazing. Put it in a frickin' closet. So I have in my house what is supposed to be a battle flag from Khe Sanh. Like, not clean. It's filthy. But it's folded properly and in a case.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I want to find a VFW or something that would verify it and do something with it. You know, like
Well, without like a certificate of authenticity or any sort
that's
of
the
written
thing. Like, what do I
documentation.
do with that? I have a Marine who was mortally wounded in Vietnam, who had the flag, who then passed it on in his effects to his brother. It's all hearsay, right? Like,
I just think that generation just doesn't.
Well,
they
unless
were
there's
received
documentation
differently, so
still
they
that the
just don't talk about it
military
much.
gave it to them, if that's still available, then it can be backtracked to that.
Yeah.
I would happily give it to a VFW for them to verify. I mean, all the flags.
You're
might even
better
have
off giving it to
on.
like a Marine museum.
Yeah.
But usually when they get like that, they get destroyed anyway. So
Yeah, because
it's
I'll be honest with you, you bring it to a VFW, they're going to destroy it.
yeah,
I
it's
don't wanna do that.
unserviceable. So
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, proper disposal.
I kind of feel like it would be cool to go to some place that would verify it or not. I don't give a shit. Just have someone love it. That's like
Yeah. Well, right now it's in a house that's loved and respected by you and your dad.
yeah,
So-
it's stored and it's secured and everything else. But I would love to find someone that would do something with it that it would matter.
Yeah.
Military and taking records.
So the question is, would there be a serial number on the flag that I could find and know?
Probably not.
not that I know of.
I mean, I flew a lot of flags over Iraq and Afghanistan on my helicopter and also at our TOC. And we made our own certificate of authenticities were signed by company commanders, the brigade commanders, and the person who flew it. And, I presented them to certain people and things like that. And I have one that I flew for my wife that's that we store and we keep that I flew in Iraq, and another one I flew in Afghanistan. But other than that, I mean, to me, that's, the value of it is the memories that was with it.
Yeah.
Right.
And, it belongs to me. And when I go, it's probably going to go to my godson because I have no kids.
What's TOC? You said it flew over your
Tactical Operations Center.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know.
Yeah, see, I could have got my flag. When I retired, I could have had it flown in like the Titan Stadium or over in a war zone overseas, and then it would have made its way back to me. But I was like, I'm not gonna make them guys go and do more work when they're already trying to do work. So I just said, no, it's no big deal to me.
I was a flight engineer on my Chinook helicopter, so whatever I put in it, I put in it. That was, part of my daily duties was taking care of my aircraft. So if I spent 5 minutes hanging a flag up, whether it's on the ceiling of the helicopter or hanging off the airframe in the back, so you could see it flying as we're flying forward outside, and I did that plenty of times.
Yeah.
Just put a padlock on the bottom eyelid.
Marine Rider just started his own MC, not his own, but a whole bunch of Marines and veterans he's real tight with. This started their own MC recently. It's blessed, et cetera, and and going well. So maybe I could bring it to them, or there are several local clubs I'm tight with that are many of them are vets, but they're not vet clubs.
Right.
And to have that proudly displayed in their clubhouse could be cool. Like
because I know Marine Rider was part of the Combat Vets Motorcycle Association, and I was too.
He was. Now he's got his own club now. Yeah.
Good for him.
I know one you might be able to go to. I don't know if they're in Florida though.
Well, we have Leathernecks. We have all those down here. So
Combat Vets. And...
No, it's not. It's not one of those. It's actually a Vietnam.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got one here. That's the only reason I know about them.
Gentlemen, I'm calling it a
gentlemen.
Gentlemen, these are fine.
You should do one more shot.
No, I got.
You should do half a shot.
I'll do half a shot, and that's it.
See, so easy. See.
Don't go saying that.
You can tell she rides a CBO. You can tell.
I gotta let the dog out, and then I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, you should let that damn dog out. You guys wanted that dog.
Not you guys. Your daughter, and you don't say no to her.
Yeah, right.
He spoils her.
Butter pecan or banana pudding?
Oh.
Banana pudding.
Oh. No.
That just don't even sound good.
It's as strong as Fireball. Actually,
you know what? I'll take a shot of the butter pecan.
Really? Okay.
If you like that stuff, why don't you come up to Gatlinburg where their thing is and
I'd love
without the butter.
Dude, Tweedle. every rally, I wake up and open my door to bottles of apple pie or fire like
Or pickles.
Everclear or pickles or like seriously, dudes leave offerings in the middle of the night because it's late when they find us, or especially the last day. Dudes are rolling out and they spend that last day driving around the campgrounds looking for my rig. When they find
Cheers.
it, they just leave a bottle in front of the door.
Cheers
Like,
to our servicemen and women.
Oh,
There you go.
awesome.
I have brought many an illegal moonshine across state lines. That's all I'm saying.
Shh, shh. Hey, don't ever, ever, ever indict yourself.
Salud.
Plausible deniability.
That's
I
it.
drank.
That is good though. That tastes good on ice cream.
That's a big
There
old
you go.
swaller there.
Here you go. $5
It's been a pleasure
unlimited
seeing you as
sample
always.
stocks.
Yep.
You
Y'all
guys
can get
take
lit
care.
for
Have a good
$5
night.
in
Ride
Gatlinburg.
safe.
Ride. Where are they riding to?
When they do get to ride.
Tomorrow.
Next week
Do I
to
get
go
my
get
soda
tires.
back now, or
Yeah, I'll leave you a
that's
little
just soda?
Good night, Miss Monkey.
Not
Yeah.
as funky.
Take the chair with you. Take it. Take it. Don't. No, I got to work in the morning. Don't leave. Woman. Damn it.
Work in the morning. It's 1:03.
I got meetings in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta work in the morning too. I gotta leave the house at 7.
Yeah. I'm working on it
Yeah.
too.
I probably won't wake up till about 11 o'clock. So
It's got to be rough.
Beetle. That's not
That's
cool,
definitely-
man. You don't just call people out like that.
What the hell, dude?
Sorry. I mean,
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, I'll tell you how I feel
I'm-
about that.
Mute his mic.
I actually will have coworkers sending me messages in the middle of the night. Then I have meetings in the morning. And then after the meetings, I will be out in the garage working on that godforsaken chopper.
That beautiful
Take that chair
chopper.
out of here. Oh, the boy want to say goodnight? Oh, my God.
Oh, the
wow, he's so
puppy.
big.
Oh, my God. He's heavy.
No, you love that puppy.
Hey.
He's all mama.
He's a good boy.
He's beautiful.
He's a good boy. Oh, he's fallen.
Boy.
But he was asleep, so
He's
He
can
snapped
tell.
out of it.
He will.
He's a good boy.
All
So,
right.
Tweedle,
Well,
what are your
take it up.
rally plans this year?
Daytona. I guess I'm going to Loretta Lynn's motorcycle and music.
That'd be
revival this
fun. I want to do that one.
I want to try to get the Junebug Boogie. I don't know if that's going to happen because it's like an hour and a half away.
I missed that, Tweedle. What?
Junebug Boogie.
Okay.
That I got another one. What was it? Smoky Mountain. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it to, but they have one actually at the Smoky Mountain Harley dealership. B2 Visionary.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to hit that one up, my event, and I'm gonna try to make it out to Dallas at least one day.
Nice.
It's too bad that Smokeout's completely out for you because of the conflict thing, man. That'd be fun to hang out.
Good night, Snake Venom.
Well, I mean, it's not really out. I still may, money permitting and weather permitting, I still may run out there for a day because it's only a couple hours away. I think it's like 3 or 4 hours. Not
How
too
about
far
you,
for me.
Mr. Monkey? I know you got rallies planned: Sturgis, Daytona, Biketoberfest, Smokeout. Any others?
So we'll be at Daytona in March, theoretically with the chopper.
Mm-hmm.
April, Leesburg, which is honestly maybe my favorite rally of the year anymore. Leesburg's freaking wild. But that's Central Florida. Sturgis in August, Smokeout in September. Biketoberfest is the one that I consider expendable for this year just because of cost. I don't have any butt plug companies that want to sponsor me going to rallies. It's
Maybe Julio's Man Thongs will sponsor you.
Maybe Julio's Man Thongs. We'll
Yeah.
find that.
Yeah.
And then that's pretty much. Oh, but I'm going to CSSTL in St. Louis in February, which is not a rally, but
Yeah, it's like a
it'll be
rally.
fun.
Yeah.
So 23 is going to be a badass year, man. I got a big ass show in February to be at. Daytona in March, Leesburg in April, May, June, and July. I'll probably be building the dresser that I take to Sturgis if things go the way I want to.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sturgis in August, Smoke out in September, and then Biketoberfest in October is probably the variable.
Now the CSST rally, they giving you a press pass?
No, I plan on buying a ticket, man. Like I don't, you know.
I forgot
I mean, the
one. I'll be
expenses
at
of
Run to the
flying to
Hills.
St. Louis, I'm
Hey.
paying for a hotel room and yada yada yada.
You don't walk up there and say, "You know who I am."
I don't do that
walk up
shit,
there and say,
man.
"You know who I am."
I don't do that shit. I really don't. Like I you know. One of my favorite, and I'm following the duel on a motorcycle model, which I love to death. We were at Boar's Nest in Deadwood with Harley and all these channels, right? And those that think they're really important were off doing their bullshit, and me and Doodle and the missus were hanging out, and Doodle's like the biggest channel there, right? And she's very quiet, just sweet, lovable.
Yeah, that doesn't
She's
surprise me.
she's a wonderful human being. And people, because Sturgis is our thing, right? Like of all the YouTube bullshit, probably, I don't know this, but probably more of our viewers per capita go to Sturgis than other channels, because my whole channel started with my
Sturgis.
experiences going to Sturgis since 1990 when I was a kid. So we've not, I don't know how to say it, I sound like a douchebag. Probably a lot of our people are Sturgis. So here we are at the Boar's Nest, and people kept walking up to the wife and me, and Doodle is holding their freaking phone to take a picture for them. And I'm going, do you know who's holding the camera?
Who that is?
And they're like, yeah, she's very sweet. I'm like, she's huge. Like she's with
on a motorcycle right
like
there.
multiple motorcycle companies are courting her to try and get her attention. Harley had given her a bike because she doesn't own a Harley. And I'm like, Doodle on a motorcycle is taking our photo. Like that's freaking hilarious. That you know,
she's awesome. I love watching her stuff.
She's so nice, and her and the missus really hit it off. And I liked her video about going to Sturgis as a single woman and how it wasn't creepy.
Yeah.
Because people said like, "Oh, dudes are going to be inappropriate." Like,
I kind of felt like that was set up, like it was being looked for to be that, knowing that it wasn't.
I kind of wondered if it was like that, and then it didn't happen, and that's
the
how
way I
Sturgis
took
really
it.
is. Yeah,
because she did that on Tinder too. She did a motorcycle girl Tinder profile thing.
Yep.
It to me, it's kind of like she's actually actively looking for that.
And then
I don't know why. Well, I mean, on Tinder, I ended up stopping watching the video.
How about you, HC Traveler? What are your rally plans? Lone Star Rally? Anything else?
No, I mean, most of the traveling that I have to do is probably going to be more in the AV. Well, it's going to be partially, I guess you could say, HD, but then you got to put in the aviation. Like I would love to go up to Milwaukee for the 120th.
Yeah.
But if I do, it's only going to be for like I fly in Friday, fly home Sunday, or fly in Saturday morning, and then fly home Sunday. So I won't be there for a long time. Now I've had people tell me, hey Jack, come on up. Da, 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 da. I'm like, hey, let me see if I can. I'm limited by funds too.
Right.
Yeah. Like I could use miles and points, but if I had to guess, in July I'm gonna need time to build the bike that's probably gonna go to Sturgis with me. Like it'll be. I love setting myself inappropriate deadlines that I can't make.
But you end up making them anyways.
I do, but not with. I mean, I had hair. That kind of bullshit. Like,
start pulling out the beard.
I
was out there fucking around the garage the other day. No bullshit. I'm out there like pulling some wires and stuff on the chopper, and I follow Billy Lane because he's down here in Florida, and I met him, and he's a good dude. And
yeah, you look like a little girl. You look like a little when I saw the picture of you talking with Billy Lane, you look like a little giddy, like a little schoolgirl talking to him.
I was Billy Lane, man.
And you know what though, HC Traveler, if you were talking to Billy Lane, you'd look the same way.
I hating on him. I am not.
And so would I.
Freaked out, and he is so freaking nice. And I'm hanging out, and I'm bullshitting, and I go, yeah, man, like your YouTube channel needs to be a lot bigger. And I'm like, And I go, I would like to tell
I
people
do
that you
this
have a
thing called that
YouTube
live
channel because
stream.
you're really big. And all of a sudden he stops and goes, dude, I know who you are. I watch your channel. And I went, what? I like cried like a little girl for a minute. Like, Billy Lane watches my shit. And I'm like, and we sat there and had a beer. And I was like, dude, we should do a live and hang out. And he was so like, yeah, man, whatever. Like, he's so freaking nice. Like,
But didn't you tell me? Didn't you say that like the people that work for him say that he's way too nice and they have
he's
to
too
stop?
nice. They
But,
said
you
that.
know,
Yeah,
So
I've
the
heard that
next,
too.
so the next, his dude walks up and says, "Come by the tent tomorrow." So the next day, I go up to the tent, and he's like, "Yeah, Billy's not here, but I'm talking to the guy." And I go, "Dude, he is so freaking nice. I don't care. He's cool as shit." And he goes, "Yeah, that's the problem. Like, he's so nice, we can't get him away from people.
Yeah.
Like, he just loves to talk to people
He
so
needs a
much.
handler.
He has handlers that are like, dude, you got to move on. And Billy doesn't want to move on. He's like, oh, you got a 74 shovel? What? Tell me all about your bike. Like, and the guy's like, dude, we got freaking good stuff to do. You know?
Yeah.
So
Hey,
my
Snake
buddy
Venom,
Jason,
that's
the
in
first
July
time he
or
met
June.
Billy, was at, I think it was Daytona. And Billy says, like, so what'd you come on? And Jason goes, a 65 pan. And Billy goes, wait, shut the fuck up. You came on what? And he's like, I have a 65 panhead. He goes, where? We're going there right now. Where's this bike? And like Billy just walks away from like all of his celebrity shit because he wants to see the 65 panhead this dude rode on. Like,
Billy is legit, man. You know, I've never met him. I've only seen his stuff, and you know, and from what I see, he's legit. You know, Indian Larry, his shop is an hour from me. I haven't been there yet. I plan on going.
Gasoline Alley is only an hour from your house in Connecticut?
Yeah. Because he's
You're
right
an
in
hour from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
have you been to their big party every year?
No, but I want to go.
Yeah.
You know, I've been out to OCC. Funny story with that was my roommate in Iraq. He saved every penny he made because he wanted an OCC chopper. And when we came back, he's like, hey, I want you to give me a ride. We're going to go out and buy my chopper. I'm like, all right. So we go out there. He picks up one of the custom production bikes and he rides it away. We get 20 miles down the road and the open primary falls apart. So we're finding all the bits and pieces we can. We get a tow truck. We bring it back to OCC. Paul Sr. comes out screaming and yelling at the tow truck driver, bring that piece of shit around back. 3 hours later, he comes out, says, your bike's done. He says, oh, thank you. He goes, oh, here's your bill for $3,000. He goes, $3,000? I didn't even put 20 miles on the bike. He goes, you see where the driveway ends? That's where your warranty ends. It's a custom chopper. So he ended up getting all his money back.
That's how custom choppers work. Like,
yeah.
You know,
So he ended up getting all his money back through court, and he calls up Jesse James when he had West Coast Choppers. And he tells Jesse the whole story. And Jesse's like, I'll build you a bike. It was $15,000 less. Now, the bike he got from OCC had a stock 80-inch Evo. The bike he got from Jesse had a 100 cubic inch S&S motor with a Baker 6-speed, made his wheels, one-off wheels from block aluminum, made his frame from tubes for $15,000 less and shipped it out. And, you know, we had to put the forks on it, the tires, the tank, the fenders. And, you know,
so you got like crates.
Yeah. And for $15,000 left, he got a 10 times better bike. He still has it and rides it today.
See, there's one name that I don't hear a lot about anymore that I throw in there with Billy Lane and Indian Larry, and that's Matt Hotch.
Yeah.
He built some badass bikes too.
Who? I'm sorry.
Matt Hotch.
Matt Hotch.
He was on Biker Build Off.
Yeah.
TJ.
You know, I do have a sore spot with Sturgis because Sturgis, they have their biker build off show, and I wrote into Sturgis that I wanted to build a bike and enter it in the show, and they sent me the application. You got to give them an outline of what you're building. Now I was taking a Volkswagen GTI turbo diesel engine and putting it in a rigid frame, and I figured with a 300 back tire, that'd be the best rat rod whole shot bike you can get.
Diesel too, yeah, right.
Turbo diesel.
Cool. Yeah.
And they says, hey man, that sounds like a great bike, sounds like a lot of fun, but your shop's not that well known, so we can't enter you in that show. This was the indoor show I wanted to get into, because inside was Billy Lane and OCC and Indian Larry and all the big names. I wanted to get into that show for my little shop, and they said my shop wasn't that well known, it wouldn't draw a crowd, so I never built the bike.
Chris from Cycle, that hanging out with them, I kind of feel like you end up making friends with that connection to that generation, right? Like you knew Indy and Larry, Paul Cox is still their good friend, et cetera, et cetera. And I feel like you get this feeling, and Chris has said it before a million times, that like, if you want to be famous and wealthy and cool and this, that, and the other, don't go in the motorcycle business. Like really good quality bike shops, nobody's freaking heard of them. Nobody's famous from building choppers unless you're Mondo at Denver's, right? Or Sugar Bear for making springers, or it was from 2000 to 2004.
Right.
Yeah.
He's like, everyone got rich over 4 years, and you still have, who's your hangover? You've got Paul Yaffe.
Yep.
Right? Like that's pretty much the only dude.
Well, Arlen Ness.
He's dead.
Yeah, but his company's still going strong.
I don't think I would say no. Arlen Ness's company is not selling parts like crazy. Like
I like the way they were.
I think your really, really reputable bike shops today are, of course, J&P and Dennis Kirk, right? They're selling parts like insane. But then you've got Lowbrow, and you got TC Bros, and you've got these companies that are selling parts, but nobody's getting rich anymore. Like that period's over. Like
the custom chopper phase is gone. Now we're back to the custom chopper phase is gone. The big wheel baggers is in, or the fat big wheel baggers is the more craze. I got a streak light in the garage. I did a fat 180 tire kit on.
Now the big wheel baggers, I think that's pretty much coming to an end. The big thing now is performance bagger.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks they have to have a performance bagger.
But I think even that's dying because people they completely switch, right? Like whatever's big, it completely flops to the other side. So I think touring bikes are going to come to an end, and it's going to go back to performance small bikes or something, because no one's doing distance anyway.
Yeah.
Price performance softails,
Yeah, exactly. So I don't like
news. Exxon says, I didn't know this, that Arlen Ness sold to Polaris.
Sold parts, because they sold Victories. They had Arlen Ness edition Victories.
Wow.
The Vegas, they had a Ness edition Vegas. They had all those bikes. But
see, I like what you just said there, because that might be. I got wind of Harley on their 120th is re-releasing. They're bringing back the Breakout, because it was still sold overseas, but they're going to bring it back next year, or actually this year. A new Breakout with a 117 in it.
It makes sense.
That would be cool.
If you look at what's cool right now, what's really cool, not what people are buying and spending money on. What's really cool? Young kids buying Sportsters and chopping them and buying rigid rear ends and welding them into the Sportster, and that's what's cool right now. If you go to a bike night, prime example, I went to Clematis Street Bike Night here in West Palm recently. And it's not massive, but it's big enough that you had all different amounts of money, people showing up, right? So you had pan heads, you had shovel heads, you had vintage 2-stroke Japanese racers, you had all kinds of interesting stuff. But 7 or 8 chopped Sportsters show up with bunny ears on them And those are the bikes that everyone went, holy shit! Like these bikes showed up and back in, and everyone wanted to look at the Chop Sportsters with bunny ears, and they were unpainted with rust on the tanks, and they were the coolest dudes at Bike Night. These guys on these like built on a budget, choppers, and big bikes with stereos and silly shit like that. That goes so far, and then people flip exactly the opposite direction.
Yeah.
As they always do. And so I don't know how you're going to do that, because the Sportster S is not a choppable bike. So what do? The breakout's perfect.
Yeah. Or the Softail standard.
That depends, because a lot of people are more the 13 to 17 years breakout, like mine with 5-gallon gas tank and the twin cam, because they redesigned everything when they went to the M8s, and they have a smaller gas
114
tank.
breakout with 20-inch bars was pretty badass.
If they do it right and they use the same exact styling as the 13 to 17 breakouts with the 117 in it, they might actually get mine back.
Yeah.
But if they don't do that, I mean, it has to be that way. If it's not that way, then I'll keep mine.
I don't know how you build a bike that would be. So you're selling to the 32-year-old, right? Can't even turn a damn screwdriver. So they're not going to frickin' chop up their bike for a rusty, crusty, frickin' badass Sportster chopper. That takes a real man, and that's not me. I mean that I'm trying to talk about that buyer. So how do you sell that?
Yeah.
And it's got to have wild paint and a 117 motor and not tall bars, because it's not legal. They got to do that aftermarket. But you know what I'm saying? Like, the breakout is the best platform.
You want a good laugh? You talk about the 37-year-old biker who's not a wrench. I had a friend of mine who was here, who was helping me. We're working on his bike, and I says, "Hey, hand me a Phillips screwdriver." He goes, "So what?" I said, "The one that looks like a plus." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
And that was legit. He was totally lost in the toolbox.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I really do want to see, like, what are they going to do with the CVOs, because I think the 22 CVOs were some of the coolest bikes they've made in years. Like that
I could tell you, I could tell you, my gut feeling is they're going to have a CVO Road King this year.
Yeah, they're missing that on the website, right? It's just a special.
Right. I knew they were dropping the Road King standard, and because of that, it's giving me a gut feeling that they're going to have a CVO Road King.
I'm excited to see what happens. I think that I'm already pleased to see that the bike that I would be buying is unaffected, because I'm a Street Glide Special or Road Glide Special buyer as my platform to start, right?
And they'll still come in chrome or black.
Right. And I would buy black paint, because the shit's all going to come off anyway. So it doesn't matter. I'm not going to pay for a color I'm going to take off.
Right.
So
yeah, I'm at war with Harley right now because of how they're doing the parts shit.
Yeah, with your cruise control.
I ordered the cruise control back in December. Now it's already out to May 10th or 13th, something like that. They just keep pushing it back and pushing it back. But there's like 10 Harley shops that actually have it in stock, and they could be like, "Hey, this guy ordered it. Send it to this address. Here's your payment."
Okay, can you just order from that Harley shop?
No, because Harley, in their infinite wisdom, you can only buy from the dealership that you were in its territory.
That's not true. I bought stuff from.
You ain't done it this year.
Utah. Yes, I did. From Utah.
They just ended it. You can't buy from Utah Harley. You can't buy from Sir Dyke.
Here's the thing. Now. Here's the thing, though. You can blame the dealers for that, not Harley. Because Harley dealers are the most whiniest bitches on earth about, like, no, you can't sell to something in my area. It's my area. Like, literally, that's the dealers that start that shit, not the company.
That's not the dealers. That's actually Harley's corporate policy.
I understand that.
It probably came from the dealers.
From the dealers, because they don't want anybody buying anything from outside their area. And so this is my bubble, so you can't sell inside my bubble. So that's dealer shit.
And they were probably crappy dealers to begin with, too.
Right. They don't have nothing in stock. But so you got to kind of like try to trace it back, because it's Harley has been pretty heavy handed with
Hello?
No, I'm not.
I don't think of it.
Did
I
Monkey
can't
freeze
back
up?
now.
Monkey freeze. Okay, there you are.
It was weird. So yeah, I mean, if you look at historically, the dealers have been incredibly resistant to things like leather jackets and the bullshit that makes them money. And so Harley has to force them to do things. But I'd be willing to bet money that parts exclusivity policy thing comes from the dealers, not from Harley. Harley's supposed to sell parts. They don't give a shit where you live.
Because here's the thing, Harley Davidson, the corporation, they get everybody's outgoing shipments statements, and they go through them with a fine-tooth comb from every dealer. And if they're sending to you at your house, they get big fines and shit from Harley.
Yeah, I was trying to buy. What the hell was I trying to buy recently? Oh, the rubber bumpers that you get under a CVO seat from the factory.
Yep.
So if you take the crash bars off the rear, there's rubber bumpers that go on the frame to set the seat up about a 1/4 inch off the frame. I needed those because I blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I get online, I find them from a dealer in St. Louis that's Cerdike that sells parts, blah, blah, blah. And as soon as I plugged in my shipping address, the website said, nope, can't sell it to you.
That's who I always bought my parts from.
Cerdike?
Can you order directly from the Harley website though?
Yeah, you can, but now you're
Not
in the same
that
situation
because it
that
was
I
an
am.
OEM service parts number.
Well, they actually have that one thing opened up where you can blow it up, where it actually goes to the fine parts. It wasn't in that.
But if you click it, then it asks where you're from, and it tries to place the order crediting your local dealer. And if that's on back order for 8 weeks or 9 weeks or whatever, then that's what you're waiting, even if the dealer in Georgia has it.
Yeah, because that's the way I am right now with the cruise control. Is it's showing Knoxville Harley Davidson, and I don't even shop at the Knoxville Harley store. I shop at either Bootlegger or Smoky Mountain. The Smoky Mountain, I guess, technically would be outside of my shipping area, but they have no problem ordering stuff and sending it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's crap that I got a 6-year-old bike. I could understand if it was 10, but it's 6. So it makes no sense why they don't have plug wires in stock. And it's not
plug wires
Harley.
Harley.
It's the dealerships.
Yeah.
None of them carry the stuff. They should have at least one set.
Back in the day, Doc's Harley in St. Louis would give you 20% off if they didn't have it in stock.
Yeah, they won't do it now because all my parts would be discounted.
Doc's Harley used to stock the entire catalog, and if they didn't have it in stock, it was 20% off.
Wow.
Yeah,
that was their hoping it wasn't in stock.
But the thing is, they always had it. They had everything. They had literally one on the shelf at all times of every single part in the catalog.
Wow.
So if you walked in and said, "I need this," they had it, so you weren't going to get your 20% off. So.
Yeah, it's crazy because Morristown Harley Davidson actually had my plug wires in stock, and I called them. Was like, "Hi, I need these." And I was like, "I need them shipped to my house." They're like, "Oh, what's your address?" I give them my address. "Oh, you're outside our dealer territory. We can't sell them to you."
Well, for plug wires, I wouldn't buy OEM anyway.
No,
Screaming Eagles, the 10 millimeters.
I still wouldn't.
Well, I'm not going to now. I got to find somebody
I'd buy XL or any of these other brands.
Yeah, because right now Harley's got me so pissed off. Once the cruise control comes in, and then I get the CVO gauge for my bike, I'm not buying anything else Harley. If I do get another Harley, it's going to be private seller.
The CVO stuff for her bike, you have to provide them with the VIN number to order anything.
Yeah, because they're VIN locked.
Yeah.
Well, this
for 10 years, they're VIN locked.
This gauge is supposedly an accessory, so.
What gauge is it?
It's the digital gauge. It has the RPMs on the top, but everything else is digital with the gas level in it and all that.
Why'd you go with custom
that
dynamic?
was stock on a CVO, but is also an accessory. You can order it. Yeah.
Why'd you go to something like Dakota Digital?
Because I don't like the way they look.
Oh, okay.
I just like that one better, and it said Harley in it, but the way Harley's being, I might end up stripping every Harley Davidson emblem on it and putting my logo. Be like, well, there you go.
The Tweedledee Davidson.
I like to build a bike next year and then sort of show just for fun, like everything is home wrenched, right? So wheels and tires and everything else. Like I've got like friends that are make wheels, but like also Harley wheels are cool too. Like the CVO wheels you can buy as an accessory now. So I'd love to be like, so kind of like this chopper, even though I have friends that have like Jason helped me figure out the frickin' upper trees that I could not get those to free. But everything else on this bike, I want to be me. Like I did it. My garage, me, like no one else involved. Except if I have to make a phone call, that's one thing, but like I did it.
Yeah.
And on the next dresser I build, I'd like it to be like I did it. Nobody touched this bike but me. I might have to call in a friend if I do a stage 2 or whatever, because I haven't done that yet. And I'd just like to have somebody sitting there next to me who has, like Jason's done his own stage 2. I've watched every video, kind of like Forks though, but I've done that now. But every video you watch on doing the stage 2, you always end up halfway through going, what? You know, like halfway through the video, you're like, I got to put my fingers down on the tappets and go, oh, now I'm at top dead center. Why the hell do I know what that feels like? If you haven't actually done it, you're just hearing a guy say, oh yeah, well, you're left back. Oh yeah, that's top dead center. But I don't know. I haven't, my fingers aren't there. Like
you got to remember, you got to buy specialty tools too. Bearing puller remover.
I got that.
And oh god, I forget what they're called.
The bearing puller.
Detect the runouts on the crank. You got to check that.
Well, only if you're going to gear drive. You're not going to gear drive. You don't check the runout unless the bike has a shit ton of miles on it.
Right. Now, there's a secret. You don't have to worry about going to top dead center. And it's a well-known trade secret within Harley Davidson is you could bring, when you're breaking torque on like your rocker arms, because that's where it's most critical, and applying torque to your rocker arms, you loosen them at a quarter turn at a time until the bolts are up off the rocker arm assemblies. And then
see what I just said about what? That's exactly. It's like what? Like you just got to see. For me anyway, I got to see someone do it. Now, once someone's done it, I could do it all day long. You know, once I've watched it being done, it's just me. I don't equate things like that. Like I got to see it, experience it. You know, put your finger. Oh, okay. So Jason, who has built pans and shovels, did his own stage 2. You know, so if I did buy a new bike with a 114 and I wanted to cam it and other things, Jason just helped me and he would show me how to do it. And now I know, now I can do it. Right. But until I put my hands on the motor and done it, it just doesn't seem natural. You know,
right.
I could do all that, but I'd just rather take it down to Miami and have a certain builder do it.
But it costs so much, man. And there ain't a decent builder in Miami.
Oh yeah, there is.
I enjoy
I live here.
Oh yeah, there is. I know them.
Oh yeah, who?
All American Cycle.
Oh yeah, but that's not a dealer.
No, not a dealer, but that's where you take them to. That dude's like
stuck down here.
Have you actually listened to the sounds of his bike? They're all unique. They don't sound like your typical M8 Harley.
That's fine and dandy, but the dealers down here, I mean, Alligator Rally's always been good to me. I never had a problem with them, but I actually had a good friend of mine buy a new ST from Peterson's in Miami. And then they're like, oh, we're going to go stage 2 on it. And I was like, isn't an ST stage 2 already?
No.
Well, they were trying to sell him the cam that was already in the motor.
What?
Yeah. They're like, oh, stage 2 torque cam's what you need. Da, 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 da. So I'm standing there with my service advisor, who's a personal friend of mine, Alligator Rally, with this rich guy who just likes to write checks. And I go, can you call them and get the part number of the cam they're going to put in your bike? And he's like, yeah. And he calls and he's like, da da da.
Da 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 da.
Da 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 da. I didn't mute him.
There he is.
So we actually caught in real time Peterson's in Miami trying to sell my friend the cam that's already in the motor on a Rogue Glide ST. Now, I don't know if they were going to take the cam out and put a new one in that was just like it. I don't know that. Or if they were just going to take the money, give him the bike and say, yeah, we did it. I don't know. But they were trying to sell him what was already in the bike.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I don't trust dropping my stuff off at mechanics unless I know them.
I really do. I'm still not a fan of South Florida mechanics, though, man. Like, I feel like my mechanic shouldn't be missing teeth, and they should have long hair and a beard. And I live down here, and everyone down here is a liar. Florida's the fraud capital of the country. They're the lyingest motherfuckers that ever lived. So I swear to God, every dude I talk to down here and they say it's up, I'm thinking it's probably down. You know what I mean?
Go watch Official Mac.
Official Mac. A YouTube channel's going to tell me what I know from living here.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying go watch him because he's always there, and you'll see firsthand off his videos what those bike builds do.
Official Mac.
Yep.
So a guy with 9,000 subs.
I don't know how many subs he's got.
With an average view of 2,000 to 4,000.
There's getting the analytics.
He's pulling his analytics and shit.
No, is going to show me something different than I know from where I live.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying check this guy out because this dude, not Official Mac. He's always there at All American. You watch their stuff and just watch it and pay attention. You'll see things that you're going to be like, what?
Yeah, I know I will because I'm a skeptic. I'm a professional skeptic.
Well, you might be a professional believer after that.
Not so far.
Well, just watch. They got racing videos.
4,000 views. Where's this guy live? Here's my point. Here's my point. If they live in Florida, they're a liar. They are, man. They freaking are. They're a liar.
All right, so we established that Pro Monkey is a liar because he lives in Florida.
No, I'm from the Midwest.
Yeah, but you live in Florida.
You live in Florida, so you're calling yourself
I kept my Midwestern values.
Oh, see, now there's a caveat.
No. I'd say right now. So when the shit was going on, right? One of my very best friends that I love to death, they said when the shots first came out, right? My buddy says, I'm going to get a shot tomorrow. And I go, how? And he's like, well, because you can get a shot. I go, but how, man? Like, I got a elderly, disabled veteran father. I got a young child. Like, how are we getting a shot? He goes, well, I just lied to him and told him I'm a teacher. I'm like, what kind of Florida man bullshit is that where you just lie about what you do for a living to get, like, that's Florida shit. They just fucking lie. You know, like it and I'm like, I don't work like that. You know, like
snake venom. Unless you want extra parts, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I was just saying. I don't know if that's a good thing to do that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good place to take your bike.
Don't drink that Kool-Aid.
Yeah. I've heard bad things about that.
I've heard their motors fall apart.
I don't know. I got a buddy who's got a moonshine bike that runs like hell. And he abuses the shit out of it and it ain't broken yet.
He probably got his bike done on a Wednesday.
That spare valve keeper ain't busted through the oil pump, apparently.
He's what's Tiny running? 150 horse, 155?
I tell you, the Moonshine's videos are entertaining, though.
I don't watch them. I don't know.
How did you like the one where they say, yeah, we're doing our dynos and we don't have enough room in our shop to strap the back end down, so we have to put a jack under it. And pretty much just admitted to everybody that they fudge their numbers because they haven't sitting on a jack on the dyno.
Yeah. Wow.
Dude, that's
they actually got called out for that. And I just
they?
seen that on Instagram today. Some dude caught it and actually called him out.
That's why I just like my bike, man. I don't chase numbers.
Yeah.
I got 135 horse, 145 pounds of torque. My shit will start every time, and it runs just perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, I want reliability.
That's what I got.
Yeah,
My bike's going to start and run every time.
But I ain't got to change my lift or not my lifters, my tabbets out every 10,000 miles either.
You're what out? I'm sorry.
The God, I can't remember what they're called. They're on the what?
The tappets?
Yeah.
That's your lift.
Oh, you don't have to if you just do basic shit. If you chase numbers and you go after 160 horsepower, then yeah, your motor's going to be unstable and it's going to need that kind of shit.
Well, the lifters aren't actually, they're Chevy lifters. You know that, right?
No.
Yeah. They're modified. They're supposed to be changed out every 10,000 miles. That's why a lot of people that's building big horsepower. Now, I'm not going to say that with yours because it's a crate motor.
Yeah.
But the ones that's actually throwing the kits on there and all that, they're supposed to be changing out those at every 10,000 miles.
So when
usually
you buy,
they don't know that.
If you buy the 131 kit or you buy a crate motor, you're buying exactly the same parts.
I would say, well, that crate motor could be the same way then. It might need it
It's
every 10,000
exactly the
miles.
same motor and is not Chevrolet parts by Harley Davidson.
I will say this though. Well, it's a known problem with the M8 through a lot of builders. They're the same exact lifters as a Chevy motor.
I know. I measure when I build a stage 2. I have I bought the lifter measure, different size lifters I bought from Kevin Baxter, so I can measure the lifter bore and order the lifter size from Kevin Baxter for each bore. So you get. I've actually had one bike I did 4 different size lifters for the diameter. Half a thousandths here, thousandths there, and just so you get
the problem is the bearing. It's inside the roller that sits on the cam.
Yep.
Can't get the correct amount of wool in it, and it ends up locking up and creating flat spots on it and destroying the whole motor eventually. Definitely destroy the cam.
But that's not everyone's experience. I think here's the thing. If you buy something
is what I'm saying.
and you abuse the shit out of it, it will break.
Yes, I'll agree with that.
All right. But if you buy something and you just ride it and every once in a while have a little fun with it, just like a 383 stroker I had in my Chevelle and just like all the shit I've had for 40 years, it won't detonate on you. If you abuse things, they will break.
If you
and
ride
so
hard,
all these channels that are going, my motor broke. Dude, I just watched a video of you last night pegging that fucker 6,000 RPMs, wagging the ass in and da-da-da-da. Well, yeah, man, if you abuse things, they will break.
It's a push rod motor. It's going to break.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. If you baby it, like that's what I was saying with your crate.
Mine's not babied, but it ain't broken either.
No, that's what I'm saying. You probably don't. You ride normal, right? I mean, you're not.
No, I do stupid shit every once in a while too.
Everybody does stupid shit every now and then.
Right, but my point is my bike don't knock, it don't tick. I got no problems at all. My buddy who rides I think like a psychopath, the guy we were talking about earlier, who has got probably 20,000 miles on that motor, it ain't knocking, ticking, banging, nothing. Like it runs fine. It was built by Moonshine. I'm just saying, if you abuse shit, it will break.
Yeah, that's another name that's been brought up a lot with grenades. Is that guy? I've heard a lot about him with stuff grenading, and now he's working with them. They're gonna have more issues.
Dude, I don't know, man. The bottom line is, I don't understand why everyone's trying to have the fastest, Mercury Grand Marquis in the lot. I don't
want the fastest.
It's you're taking these big ass fat Cadillacs and trying to push them to the absolute limit, and then burn the tire down the street for 5 miles, abuse the fuck out of it, and then it breaks and go, oh, I don't know what happened. This is bad. This place is bad. Dude, maybe if you just rode the fucking motorcycle and didn't try to abuse it every mile of its life, it wouldn't break.
Well, I tell everybody else, high performance equals high maintenance.
Yeah.
If you build a high performance motor, I don't care what motor you build, whether it's a Harley Davidson or Indian or Chevy or a Ford or a Dodge, you build a high performance motor, they're going to, and you run it to its limits, they are going to break.
Yeah.
It's that simple. You know, I don't care how much oil pressure you have or how much fuel pressure and your timing and all that. When you abuse equipment like that, it's going to break. I mean, look at these drag race cars that, you know, run quarter miles and, you know, 200
They
plus
tore
miles
'em
an
down
hour.
every
They
run.
tear them down
Every run
every
they get
quarter
tear 'em
mile.
down. Yeah.
And you know what? Sometimes they don't even make the quarter mile. They'll blow up right there, you know, at the 330 mark.
That's why they have the straps on top of the motor to hold the goddamn supercharger on if the motor lets go.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't detonate and kill somebody in the audience.
Exactly.
You just can't abuse the shit out of things and then go like, I don't know why it broke. I'm going to tell everyone.
And if
why
you
it
do
broke.
abuse it, like I plan on abusing the living snots, and I have, out of my lowrider S, but that's not my only bike. So
That's
when
your
I
toy. You can
abuse
do
it, right? If I abuse it and it breaks, it's on me.
But see, the thing is that there's a lot of these engine builders that they don't know what parts work with what parts.
Bingo.
Because there's a science.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
A lot of things go boom and grenade out. Even if, say, you're a little more overzealous on the throttle.
But at the same time,
30, 40, 50% of the time.
If you went back 40 years, what we have today that seems to be a bit unique is that 40 years ago, you didn't have guys buying brand new Chevy Suburbans and then taking them to fucking Midwest 4-wheel drive and saying, make it have 3,000 horsepower. Now I'm going to pull my camper to the campsite this weekend. I'm going to do a burnout the whole way. And then I'm going to whine that you did something wrong when you built my 3,000 horsepower. Like, dude, you got to have some accountability in the way you treat your equipment.
Yep.
You cannot abuse shit and then go, I don't know why it broke.
Yeah, exactly.
You're taking a touring motorcycle, pushing it to its absolute limits, and then going, oh, I don't know, these things are all fucked up. I'm like, no, man. Like,
you know, I never got that. Why a touring bike when you could get a soft tail and be even faster?
Buy a Hayabusa and have a nice day.
Well, Hayabusas can't corner.
But
well, okay, buy an R1 and have a nice day, and then when you're dead, we don't have to listen to you complain.
There are these guys that have pretty much racing Harley touring bikes that can sit there and smoke a Busa all day long.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my buddy Tiny smokes Busas on friggin' quarter-mile runs all the time. But the point is, these like suddenly they're the greatest race rider that's ever lived. Go buy an R1, kill yourself, and I don't have to listen to it.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing with a lot of these engine builders that they don't spend the time to measure things out and clearance, and you know, something as simple as the thickness of the head gasket. You could grab 5 head gaskets off the bench, and they're not going to be the same thickness, and they're
from the same manufacturer on the same day. Like,
you want about a 30 thousandths clearance compressed between your head and the top of your piston.
Clearance.
Let me ask you this.
Clarence.
Do you use any RTV in your stuff?
No. Well, I do on the inner primary for the bolts, mounting bolts, because they go into an open hole where there's oil and it's required.
And on the case halves. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one specific dealer loves putting RTV in. Jugs go down, they put a big old gop and they just keep going. And
that's no good.
Say it's for clearance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the RTV on the inside of the motor because when you torque it down and it spreads out, it's going to go on the inside of the motor. That's no good.
You know, they drop
but if you're
parts
building
in the motors
old
too,
shit, you want the gasket that has pre-beaded RTV on it.
Yeah.
Because there's variation. Like the Sportster I got, there's a leak on the left side that's the whole time I've owned it. Some it just pisses oil. And I take everything apart this time with an eye for that, and I see there's a scratch. It's not a gouge, it's not cracked.
It's just a scratch.
At some point, somebody was clearing a gasket off and they scratched the shit out of that lip with like a friggin' standard screwdriver.
Yep.
That's where it's leaking. There's
They
no.
make
That's exactly the spot that oil's pissing out of that. Not pissing out, but it's leaking pretty good.
yeah,
But the gasket that was on there was an old cork. It was very thin. Didn't have the bead pre-applied. So I'm going like, isn't this going to fix it? And all my buddies are like, yeah, man. Like you sand that sucker down, get her smooth, do a pre-beaded gasket, and you're not going to have a leak anymore. And I
exactly.
mean, right now it leaked. Like we used to jokingly say, like, if there's oil on the bike because it was leaking. If it
That's
wasn't
the old
leaking, it was out of
AMF
oil.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when you said you was going to throw it off your roof too.
Well, that might still happen. It might say like, I don't know. I'm gonna take it to Daytona, have a good time. As soon as it's not leaking and I can prove that it's like running and right on whatever, and I'm gonna have some fun with it, then I'm gonna sell it on. I'm gonna start over with something older. But no. Back to that thing. Like I everyone should have fun. Everyone should do what they want. But at the same time, if you buy a
Take responsibility for your decisions.
yeah, if you buy a big, fat, heavy, low-performing motorcycle, and then you take it to someone and throw a bunch of money at it, and they put a big-ass motor in it, and then you beat the fuck out of that bike every day of its life, and then it breaks, well, that you did that. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to abuse the shit out of something every day of its life, go buy a jet bike. It'll take it, but then when it's going 180 miles an hour around a turn and you're dead, I don't have to listen to it.
Right. Or it pukes a piston out the front and oil goes down your back tire.
But it won't. That's the point. Those some bitches just will not die. Like
I've seen it.
I don't know. I got my dad's 1978 Suzuki RE5 up there at my mom's storage building.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. But if you ran that thing to the absolute limits of what it can do every day of its life, what's going to live longer, you or the motorcycle?
Probably both going to end at the same time.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to be in. Right? It's going to be over.
Yeah, right.
One deer. That's all it takes is one deer
Like,
at 100
anybody
miles an
seen
hour.
Tweedle? There was a fireball. It was really impressive, but
Bike was cool.
The bike was really cool.
I think Tweedle's last words was "Hold my beer."
Well, actually, I
watch
found
this.
online. I have a brass brake pedal for the chopper that says "Oh shit."
That's awesome.
Yeah. I can't remember where the fuck I found that. Thing's 40 years old, but yeah, it's the exact size. It just says "Oh shit."
Yeah. Yeah. I found a friend of mine gave me a box of a whole bunch of old parts he had laying around his garage. I went digging through them one day, and there was a Maltese cross horn cover from like the 70s. And it was rusted and pitted and everything. So I took it to my powder coater. He sandblasted, powder coated it black for me. It's on my Road Glide.
Cool.
It's almost as old as I am, but
cover on that chopper, but I took it off and found a smooth chrome one because down here you never know who you're going to run into.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, the part supplier, the only person I knew that bought all the inventory for that RE5, he ended up passing away, and nobody knows where all that inventory went.
I was gonna say somewhere in a barn is like a freaking honey hole of everything you want, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because I'd actually talked to him, and he's like, "Well, what's your VIN number? I can tell you everything about it." And I was like, gave him the VIN, and he's like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Well, it had an oil foaming issue," is what my dad said, and he started working on it and got to the part where he took most of it apart, but that's as far as he got.
That's the worst, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's carburetor I gotta find. I know it's over there somewhere.
All the screws and nuts and bolts for it are long gone on vacation and never came back.
Yeah, well, it should technically all be together, but
should.
You know how should goes.
Yeah.
It's a theory.
It's like when I tear a bike down, I know it's going to be apart for a while because I'm waiting on powder coating or whatever. I take all, like, for instance, the rocker box screws and rocker arm bolts. I put those in a Ziploc baggie. I close it up. I take a Sharpie. I write on it, forward rocker box.
I put everything back in the bike as best I can. Like if I can, and I'll even wait 3 steps down to go back and put the bolts back where they were because you just won't find it. And the reason why is the dude who built this bike, right? So I'm taking shit apart and I go like, why is this one a Torx?
Yeah.
And all the other ones or a hex head or an Allen are like, and it's because Doc built this thing 23 years ago and went, well, this one fits. And just
Yeah.
put a freaking Torx in there. Like, there's one bolt on the left side controls. Everything else is the same size Allen, but on the left side, there's one bolt that's a Torx. And it's because that some bitch had that in the toolbox. I know it. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, but you can run down to Fastenal or something or Home Depot and probably find
yeah,
that same
Lowe's
bolt.
has all that crap, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you want stainless steel hardware anyway, so.
Yeah.
Or chrome. You can get chrome at Home Depot now.
The problem with chrome is that typically it rusts eventually when it breaks that seal. Stainless ain't gonna rust. That's
Right.
I live in Florida, man. It's all just salt air.
Salt life.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm gonna bug out because the wife's asleep right there, and she's gonna kill me.
Yeah, we're going on 6 hours tonight.
You're
So
going 6 hours. Hey, Doc.
Yeah,
When
bro.
I asked you last night, again, appreciate the conversation last night.
no problem, man.
I asked you, I was like, hey, how long's your live stream? Oh, it's usually about 2 or 3 hours. Like, oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Well, you know,
17 hours later.
Yeah, I always end my lives with like an hour to hour and 25 minutes. So,
but you're doing a different. But your show, like and I've talked about this with you, Don Tweedledee, is your show's a little bit different. You know, like you just want to focus in and get, you know, ask you questions and all that stuff. Whereas this is just, you know, us hanging out and stuff. You know,
I try to showcase the guest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong with either way of the show.
Yeah,
No.
I tried showcasing Professional Monkey for about an hour or so, you know, and it's my first time doing it. I apologize if I didn't do a good job at it, but I'll get better. I got nothing but love and respect for all you guys and everybody that's in on the chats tonight. I appreciate everybody coming in with your time, and I'm going to end this tonight with my normal sign off with live the best life you can, ride often, and ride hard. Good night, everybody. Peace.
See y'all.